Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live with storm coverage this morning into the afternoon time frame. We've got a lot going on. We've been talking about this event for a while, and they just now issued a tornado watch for those areas across north and central Texas. There was some delayed activity this morning. They were actually supposed to get some morning showers that actually held off. Now that we're getting deeper into the morning, especially going to the afternoon, there's a lot more instability. You're going to be able to tap into that atmosphere. And that's why they went ahead and issued a tornado watch, because all guidance has a greater probability of a lot more lift within that sector over the next couple of hours, which could include some tornadoes and some larger hail. Some of that could be some very large hail, a possibility, and some damaging winds. So we are doing live storm coverage for throughout the afternoon. So make sure you do like the feed. Make sure you share it with friends and family on social media, because we are live on Facebook as well as YouTube right now. So let's kind of delve into it. Here is the yellow shaded area. That is where the newly issued tornado watch. We had one earlier in Oklahoma that is still in effect, but that expires around 11:30. So if you can zoom out and look at the big picture, this is basically what we're looking at. I mean, we've been dealing with this warm sector, right? We got a significant low pressure center forming up there into Nebraska. That's going to be lifting. This warm front is going to be lifting northbound. You can see these elevated showers just north of the warm front back in Fayetteville and Springfield, those areas across into Missouri, as well as further north into Davenport. Those aren't severe, but further south of the warm front, within that warm sector where the dew points are high, there's a lot of lift up in the atmosphere. Got the southwest winds. We've got elevated lift out west, and that sets the stage for severe storms. So we'll be watching activity further south this morning. And this is why we're doing storm coverage. And then later on this afternoon, we're going to turn our attention further north into Nebraska as this warm front continues to lift further north. That's where they could pick up some tornadoes within Kansas City region, those areas up further north. So we are doing live storm coverage throughout the evening. So definitely make sure you share this news feed to others. So let's really kind of delve into this tornado watch right now. They literally just issued it, so about a couple minutes ago. So what we were looking at here, let me just give you the parameters here. So we do have a tornado watch, does include north and central Texas. A few tornadoes is possible within this sector between now and 6 o'clock. We've got scattered large hail possible. We could be seeing some very large hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter is not out of the question. And some of those could produce some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in some isolated pockets. So we're watching some convective activity, form out ahead of it. And so all these areas across really North Texas, all the way down to Killeen, down to Waco, down to Brownwood, into the Mahia region, out towards East Texas into Tyler, Longview, does include the Dallas-Fort Worth area, including Fort Worth, up to McKinney, up to Plano, those areas across Northeast Texas and to Paris, Sulphur Springs. All those areas are, under that tornado watch. And then if you go further north, this is the one that is going to be expiring in about 26 minutes or so. They did actually have some tornado warnings, and they had that mesoscale convective complex that formed out in West Texas last night. And that kind of blew up in the overnight hours, left some pretty significant winds around the Wichita Falls region. That moved across Lawton into the Oklahoma City region and produced some significant winds, upwards to 70, possibly up to 80 miles an hour up there. And then further south, we were watching that convective system. They didn't get, in Dallas, you didn't get any rain in the morning. So everything's kind of held back. It was kind of delayed a little bit. And so now that we're getting into the morning, deeper into the morning time frame, you have a little bit more instability to work with. And that as we go into the heat of the afternoon, we were supposed to get some convection this morning. It was going to be out of here by noon, and then have a cap come in the backside. The morning activity did not happen. So now, since it really kind of didn't happen, then everything's kind of elongated within, southwest of the Dallas area, up through central Texas, and then into North Texas. And that's why they went ahead and issued that tornado watch for the time being. It's a long tornado watch because it goes on until all the way to 6 o'clock, this afternoon. So let's turn our attention further south. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning down here into Lamb Passes. This has a lot of lightning strikes. You can actually see it's kind of getting its act together. Pretty intense torrential rains. This area is showing a little bit of rotation currently at the moment. So we are under that tornado watch. We've got areas back into Lamb Passes, back into Kemper, Lametta. Those areas across Highway 281 here have to be on lookout for some significant, very heavy rain and some hail that looks to be intensifying there. Let's put the hail core on this one and show you what we're talking about. Right along County Road 281 there. So just north of the Lamb Passes region, we are looking at some fairly significant hail. This is probably, the radar indicating upwards at times 2 inches in diameter. So we are seeing the potential of some golf ball size hail down there with that supercell, as it's really kind of getting its act together. And it's on the tail end of that. Everything was forming kind of southwest, and this is all moving east northeast bound, towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So we had one up by Glen Rose earlier. The cloud top was around 45,000 feet with that one. And so we are seeing definitely some activity as it gets closer into the Metroplex. And this will likely be a little bit more intense further south into central Texas. And this will be lifting northeast throughout the afternoon into north and northeast Texas. But right now, that is the only, severe thunderstorm warning that we currently have, at the moment. But that one's pretty significant. It's got a fairly decent cloud top on it. Let me take this off. So I appreciate you tuning in, folks. Yeah, so you should be able to find me on Facebook as well as YouTube doing live coverage for this event throughout the duration of the afternoon. So if we look at some of these cloud tops with that supercell down there towards Lamb Passes, you can see that's pretty significant, folks, right? That's 48,000 feet. So that's likely the most significant of the day that I've actually seen in that sector. Let's see if we can see any broad rotation with this. It definitely appears there's some broad rotation towards the Lamb Passes through a revision region. So we'll be watching this as this continues to move east-northeast bound. You can see the intensity of the lightning strike. So that's a pretty significant supercell down there towards Lamb Passes. You need to be on alert. Those areas into Gatesville. So if you do live in the Gatesville region, definitely be on high alert for some pretty significant hail kind of heading your way as this continues to move east-northeast bound. Yeah, it's moving at 40 miles an hour. So 40 miles an hour. So it's growing in intensity. We get confirmation. Okay, so we did get confirmation. That's 1.25. You see that right there in San Saba. There was a storm reporter down there, did report 1.25 inch hail reaching the surface within that supercell. That was 8 miles east-southeast of the Chapel, Texas region. So yeah, you can see that cloud top growing in intensity, and that's going to be able to produce some of that larger hailstones as this continues to move off to the northeast. Hey, so loudest thunderclaps ever in the Hill County, Canyon Lake, Texas region. Hey, greetings from Omaha. Keeping an eye on what's coming this afternoon. Hey, appreciate it, Andrew. Thanks for tuning in from Omaha. I think, yeah, you get going definitely later on this afternoon, 4, 5, 6 o'clock. It definitely looks pretty intense up in your neck of the woods for sure. we still should be doing live coverage then, so definitely stay tuned. And we're going to go to all the areas. So here's the breakdown in the overnight hours. There was that supercell out there into West Texas. You can actually see it dumped a 1.25-inch hailstone down there towards Lubbock. That's a golf ball size hail too. It had some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, but it really intensified as it got further north. And look at some of the storm reports in and around the Oklahoma City region. And in fact, it appears that we did have a possible tornado with trees and power lines down. That was around 4:52 this morning in near the Bethel Acres, Oklahoma region. And you can see that squall line kind of moved across. We did have that tornado watch in place. It still actually is in effect for a couple more minutes or so. Numerous 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and there's definitely a lot of storm reports here. Trees down in Seminole. Another power line down was from a National Weather Service employee in Thunderbird, Oklahoma. This was the damage that was earlier near Moore, Oklahoma. Multiple trees and limbs broken down. Yeah, so they had some pretty significant winds that moved through across that area into the overnight hours. And this is kind of the leftover of that. But you can see there's all those areas. If you kind of zoom out, if you're to the right of this front and you're the south of this warm front, you're in that zone of where you're going to see the highest dew points, the highest, unstable atmosphere. And that gives you, the possibility of producing those severe storms. So let's break this thing down for you. Let's take a look at the big picture for everybody else. So right now, the only activity is across the Texas region, but we will break it down as we get deeper into the afternoon. We are expecting more activities to form and more severe weather to form further north. So we do, in fact, later on this afternoon, likely in the 4, 5, 6 o'clock time frame, we are expecting a line of supercell thunderstorms to form in and around the Omaha region, up there towards Sioux City, back to Lincoln, which would include the Des Moines region, all the way further south into Independence, Topeka. Those areas would likely see some supercell development that would include some tornadoes. Some of those could possibly be some significant tornadoes and some larger hail associated with that activity as we head into the overnight, into the afternoon time frame, as this warm front continues to lift further north. So as this warm front gets a little bit closer to the Topeka region and to the Lincoln region, back towards Des Moines, we are expecting supercells to likely start to form within this region as we get towards the. And I can actually let's do that now. Let's All right, so let's take this off. Let's go to the high resolution guidance and show you what we're talking about, like on a future radar, some of the convective guidance models. Let's run through this because it looks like we have a tornado warning further south that was rotating. But I want to run through this first for you. All right, so here's the latest high resolution guidance, kind of looking at the big picture as we get deeper into the afternoon time frame. So we have some elevated showers just north of the warm front right now into the Des Moines region, back towards Minneapolis, further north into portions of Lincoln. But as we get into the afternoon, so this is my concern. This is around 2 o'clock. This is 2 o'clock. So if we kind of zoom in, this is the activity that I'm talking about that could be some very significant hail producers and tornadic spin-ups. And some of those could be some strong tornadoes trying to form just north of St. Paul, down up towards Grand Island. And if we kind of continue to move on, those look to intensify as they head towards the Sioux City region, back towards Sioux Falls. So these are the ones I'm probably concerned about, to include some strong tornadoes. And this could be a nasty squall line that comes through the Sioux City region, Sioux Falls region. This is at 5 o'clock, folks. Would be about around 5 o'clock this afternoon in the Sioux City region down towards Omaha. And I think that continues to remain amplified as we get into that 7 o'clock time frame, as we see these just isolated supercells starting to form up there into the Omaha region, back through Des Moines. And this would continue with storm development, with likely the tornado watch continuing through the 9 o'clock time frame. So it looks pretty bumpy up there between, I'd say, 3 and into 9 o'clock. So 3 and 9 o'clock. So but let's go back, because we do have a tornado warning currently in effect further south. That was that storm we talked about that was showing some broad rotation down there into the Land Passes region. All right, so brand new tornado warning with this supercell that just got issued. All right, so this is a brand new tornado warning that just got issued. This was Land Passes County, Bell County, a severe thunderstorm that was capable of near Land Passes, around moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. 45 miles an hour. So locations in its path are going to be King, Topsy, Rumley, Flat, the Grove, and Owl Creek. Those areas need to be in your safe zone, as we do have some rotation within the Land Passes region. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this is our first tornado warning of the afternoon down there just southwest of the Gatesville region. You can actually see it right here. That's a pretty significant rotation that down there towards Brooks Crossing. This is moving northeast there. So locations around the Kempner region, the 190 region, heading towards County Road 580. Those areas need to be on high alert of this dangerous supercell heading your way, lifting northeast around 40 miles an hour. Yeah, look at that, folks. That is a developing tornado right there, folks. Right there, just north of the Kempner region, just north of Kempner. This could be a developing tornado as we speak. Let me pull up my. Yeah, right around Land Passes, just north of the Kempner region. Yeah, this area right here around Brooks Crossing. We could be possibly looking at a tornado that might be on the ground right now. This is the activity that we're talking about. Yeah, right here, this activity we're talking about right here, that could be a possible tornado. We don't have any ground confirmation on that, but that definitely looks like a CC drop in down there just north of Kempner here, and we got some pretty intense rotation. You can almost see the hook at times as it came out of Land Passes into the Kempner region. Yeah, look at the reflectivity scan. You can almost see that little hook that came down towards 190 there. Yeah, you see that real quick? Yeah, just really maybe a quick spin up tornado. And now it looks like it's trying to close back off, but it looked like a fairly decent CC drop there, and it's still just north of Kempner. So it looks like it's hugging the County Road 190 there, in and around Kempner. Yeah, so Killeen, I would definitely take cover in Killeen. I would definitely take cover in Killeen, and this is heading towards the Moody region, possibly. What city is that? Oldsby. Oldsby is another city I would be on high alert, as well as Gatesville. So we're still waiting on confirmation if we did in fact have a tornado there, but it definitely appeared, even though it might have been short lived, it definitely appeared there was possible a tornado there, right there, as it really dropped right there in between Land Passes and Kempner. All right, let's zoom back out, but it definitely appears it's right there hugging the 190 corridor, down there towards Kempner and heading towards the Killeen region. All those areas need to be in your safe zone of this dangerous supercell that's continued to move east northeast. But yeah, if you broaden out, you can actually see that definitely appeared there was a possible tornado there. So we are seeing some sporadic activity trying to form again further north into Flower Mound, into Burleson. Let's broaden the picture. I mean, we are doing other areas of coverage, but there's no severe warnings or at all anywhere else currently at the moment. So we just have some rain showers across Fayetteville through Springfield. This squall line's heading towards St. Louis, Bloomington, Springfield region. Those are not severe. The only thing is severe is south of the warm front now, and within Oklahoma and as well as into Texas. I am expecting, more severe storms to form in later on this afternoon. Further north into Kansas and Nebraska and Iowa. But currently, right now, there's not much activity happening. So we're continuing to watch this supercell. It's definitely lost its still radar indicated, folks, but definitely not as significant as it was looking earlier. Yeah, I would not be surprised if we have a confirmation of a tornado in a day or two out of that activity. It definitely appeared there was that short window that it dropped a tornado on the ground. Does anybody in the feed? Does anybody in the feed have confirmation? Any storm spotters out there have confirmation that that was a possible tornado there between Land Passes and Kemper? It looked to me right around the Brooks Crossing region, Sparks Crossing, possibly the Sparks Crossing region. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in to live storm coverage. We are doing live coverage throughout the duration of the afternoon. Things are starting to get going down there into Texas and Oklahoma. We are expecting a lot more activity further north as we get deeper into the afternoon, just as the warm front continues to lift further north. But right now, a lot of the activity is south. And this is only the first wave, right? I mean, this is Friday. We've been talking about this event for a while. We've got waves and waves of this activity, and we might not be done with this until like Sunday night, essentially, before most everything kind of pushes further east. And by Monday, we're really not expecting terribly too much significant severe weather. So there's a lot of activity going on for really the next 3 days, as this is just the first system that's coming through. So this is the first system. This is the beginning stages of the first system that will be coming through. And that's why there's morning activity further south. And I'm expecting a lot more activity further north as we get in the afternoon. And then this will push further east towards Illinois as we get into the evening time frame, and that will move out. And then we'll turn our attention out west again with that secondary system that will be coming in. That low pressure center forms a little bit lower. The first one formed just north into Colorado there, towards the Nebraska region. The second system dives a little bit further south towards the Texas Panhandle. That will put more of Texas into play with that one, but it'll also expand even more. So with that event, we're going to have severe storms all the way up to Wisconsin, into Michigan with that one by the time we head into Saturday night into Sunday. So that one's even a bigger system, actually a little bit more significant system, and a dangerous tornado setup takes place into Oklahoma and to Kansas during tomorrow. So we'll be doing several rounds of live coverage throughout the duration of this event, for the next couple of days. And flash flooding is also a huge concern. With this setup, we've got a lot of heavy rain. You can actually see what we're looking at with the potential dangers of very, very torrential rains down there towards the McAllister region, Fort Smith, Arkansas, Fayetteville, up towards Springfield. Those areas have already picked up several inches of rain. They're going to be picking up a lot more heavy rainfall. There's a moderate risk for excessive rainfall in the Oklahoma City region and to Tulsa as we head through tomorrow. Those areas could be inundated with 4, 5, 6 inches of rain on top of the big time hail producers and tornadic supercells across that region. So it looks pretty nasty within the Oklahoma and Kansas region, especially as we get into tomorrow. Thanks everyone for tuning in to live storm coverage. Appreciate all my followers out there. If you just found me on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you hit the like button to let every other know you value my content. That allows YouTube to share this stream with others. Please share the stream with friends and family that we are doing live storm coverage this afternoon. And yeah, there's more activity trying to form up there towards Flower Mound. That is heading towards the Denton region, up towards Frisco, back just north, just south of the Fort Worth region. All right, so if we go back to the Fort Worth radar, let's look at that cell again, because that's still producing some significant winds. And let's see on the velocity scan. All right, so we're still watching this supercell down there towards Kempner region. I put the motion on it. Yeah, it still appears it's really still following that I-90 corridor there. So that tornado warning goes on for another 31 minutes or so. So at 10:44, we had that possible spin-up tornado near Lampasas. We never had confirmation on it, but it is a dangerous storm that's moving across. That moved right over the Kempner region, and this is continuing to move northeast around 40 miles an hour. Any chance of southwestern Ontario getting severe storms tomorrow? I mean, it's possible. That's a massive system that goes all the way up to the Canadian border. I mean, it's definitely not out of the question. It really starts to elongate. That low pressure center continues to deepen as it lifts northeast, and then you basically turn into a bimodal system with the southern flank and you have the northern flank. So yeah, there's literally severe storms possible from the Mexico border all the way up into possibly southern Canada. I mean, that's how big that second system that's coming tomorrow. And it seems to be a fairly slow mover too. So that's why we're having so many issues with possible flash flooding because this is the wettest time of the year. We've got a lot of high water content values with these supercells. Most areas are at 1.5, 2 inches at times, 2.25 inches per hour rainfall rate potential. So any supercell that kind of trains over the same area can definitely leave a pretty good dose of very heavy rainfall just in a short amount of time. I am definitely still keeping my eye on this supercell down there towards Kempner. How reliable is the HRRR model? I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, the hourly runs aren't as effective as the every 6 hour runs. So the 12Z actually looked fairly bullish, and that's what insinuated this morning activity that was going to happen. But yeah, the in between runs like the 14Z, the 15Z that's happening right now. I mean, they can be off. But it's secting the atmosphere, and it's a very fluid situation. We're getting into the time of year that basically what happens with one storm affects your area for the next storm. So that's why it makes it challenging. I mean, even take for example this activity in Texas this morning. There was definitely supposed to be some activity, some rain showers, just moderate showers, borderline severe showers and storms. That was going to be moving through from like 7 a.m. to noon. Well, nothing happened until really, about 10:30. So it was delayed about 3.5 hours. And with that delay, that put it in a little bit more unstable atmosphere, and it slowed up too on coming from the west. So now it puts this whole sector into supercell development between now and 6 o'clock, when most of the activity was showing like 12 hours before that there was going to be morning activity, and then the cap would form on the backside and shut down all the atmosphere for the afternoon. Now that does not appear to be the case, since the morning activity did not happen. It allowed this afternoon activity to happen, so that basically means probably after this moves through around 6, most of the energy pulls through further north, and that's when it really unloads further north into Omaha and to Kansas and those areas further north, and then waiting for that second system. And even the second system even looks more delayed now, going into tomorrow, and that would include even Sunday now being a lot more severe than what it looked like just again 12 hours ago. So everything's been kind of delayed, if you will. So when storms start to form further north, I will definitely and then when that more activity starts to form. But right now it's just north of the warm front. We're watching this front, it's slowly shifting further northeast. And so right now, just in the Jefferson City region, back into Springfield, heading towards St. Louis, just getting some. These are what they call elevated showers, so not severe, but some stronger storms and heavier rains near Peoria through Bloomington. We are getting some activity towards the Des Moines region through Ames, and that'll be likely shifting towards Cedar Springs in the next hour or so. Yeah, the low pressure still continue to deepen. It's up here towards into Nebraska here, and it will just northern Kansas now. But this will continue to lift northeast, heading into Nebraska, and eventually we'll be setting up over northwestern portions of Iowa as it continues to push, further northeast. But we do have that tornado watch in the yellow shaded region until 6 o'clock, folks. If you're just now kind of tuning in, there is a tornado watch for the North Texas region, for Central Texas and East Texas. We're just watching some more lift coming in from the main, the first main disturbance that we've been talking about for several days now is starting to overturn the atmosphere, and we're starting to look at our first signs of supercell development. And earlier, even right now, we have our first tornado warning that was issued. So I'm still trying to get confirmation that was in fact a tornado in between Lampasas and Kemper earlier. It definitely looked like it to me. It might have been short-lived, but it definitely looked like we had a pretty decent CC drop on that one, that supercell, that it quickly touched down and might be pulsed back up. Yeah, I would imagine a lot of chasers are not further south. They're definitely probably elongated further north into Omaha. A lot more activity up there today. We just had whatever it was in Kemper come through. Lots of wind, pea-size hail, and very heavy rain. Hey, I appreciate the report. 2.3 inches of rain in Kansas City early this morning. Wow. More to come tonight and tomorrow. 2.3 inches. Yeah. That just goes to show you. I mean, it doesn't take much to squeeze out a lot of rainfall in this atmosphere. But if we refresh the scan, you can see definitely a lot more activity starting to form there into the Denton region, into Fort Worth, just southwest of the Dallas Metroplex, down towards Gatesville. We just have several mesoscale discussions in the Fort Smith region. This is one step lower than a severe thunderstorm warning, so nothing to be concerned about terribly with these storms as they lift northeast. They did allow that tornado watch to expire. That was over areas of eastern Oklahoma this morning. They did have several tornado warnings. In fact, we might have had a possible tornado around 4 o'clock in the morning there into Bethel Acres, Oklahoma, as that nasty mesoscale convective system moved through in the wee hours of the morning. Left some pretty significant winds in its wake. Numerous reports of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts with that atmosphere. A90s, Nick. Well, the tornado watch actually expires around 6 o'clock. So I would think by 6 o'clock, most if not all the activity will be pushed out of most of the Metroplex by then. They did in fact extend this severe thunderstorm warning that was that's coming out of Lampasas. This has continued to move northeast. So now it's heading towards the Gatesville region on around 11:10, about a minute or so, and then it's eventually going to head towards Fort Gates area about 11:15. It's capable of producing some in between some quarter and some golf ball size hail with this activity. And these in yellow are flood warnings. These in yellow are flood warnings. So we can look at some of these. There was a cell towards Atoka, just these training convective banding, right? It's already laid down between 2 to 3 inches of heavy rainfall within that sector. So they went ahead and issued that flood warning with, definitely a lot more activity heading that way for the next couple of days. Yeah, it's kind of rare somewhat that we just get back-to-back systems in the same places. So it's a 2-day event, Thursday and Friday, and then you got Saturday and Sunday. But it's basically the same areas hit multiple days with both systems, and that's why the numerous flooding concerns are elongated, throughout the entire area. So yeah, so here's today. So here's the heavier rains. Let me push the tornado watch off. So let me just talk about the heavier rainfall potential as we head through later on this afternoon. So we got the yellow shaded area. That is your slight risk for excessive rainfall. So it does include the Waco, Dallas, Tyler, the McKinney, Little Rock, Fort Smith, up to Jonesboro, Fayetteville, up to Springfield, back towards Jefferson City and Columbia. These are the areas that are possibly getting the highest rainfall totals today. But as this low pressure center continues to lift further northeast, yes, on top of the severe storms you're likely going to get in eastern Nebraska, Iowa, back towards Kansas City, you're definitely going to get some higher rain amounts as well. Hey, Daddy Crab, appreciate the donation. Greatly appreciate your support. Yeah, so places like Minneapolis that was they're in a drought. I mean, this is actually a good thing. I mean, these areas across Iowa, Sioux Falls, into Minneapolis, these areas have been bone dry. The middle part of the country seems to be a favorite area over the next 10 days, really. We got multiple systems, and much of the winter, this was more of a kind of a little bit of a drier slot, and everything was mainly pushed east and southeast. And things have changed. Now, much of the Southeast is not getting much activity over the next 10 days. Really, much of the Ohio Valley and much of the East Coast is pretty much on the overall drier side. Most systems are geared towards the southern and central U.S. across the upper Midwest. And these are areas that, definitely need the rainfall, especially further north up to Kansas, up to Des Moines, back towards Sioux Falls, into Minneapolis. They were going through, there's areas definitely in Iowa there that still have an extreme to an exceptional drought. So they definitely need some of this significant rains. Obviously, they don't need the severe storms, but it definitely is going to put a major dent on that drought over the next, really over the next 10 days or so. So yes, as we move through tomorrow with that second system, that's going to be a little bit more intense, a little bit slower system. So they definitely has upped the ante on the rainfall totals too. So that red shaded area, that is a moderate risk. So that's a moderate risk. So you've already got flood warnings within that moderate risk. They've already picked up 2 to 3 inches of rain, right? And now we have that second system that will come through. And typically moderate risks usually produce 4 to 6 inches of rain. So maybe Wichita Falls, into the Oklahoma City region, down towards Norman, Ardmore, those areas into Tulsa, up towards Bartlesville. Those areas could be inundated with the greatest probability of very heavy torrential rainfall on top of the severe storms you're likely going to get tomorrow. And then of course, this pushes even further northeast as we have a little bit deeper low pressure, more elongated. And as this spans out, it'll spread the heavier rains through Wichita, through Kansas City, up towards Davenport. And yes, that will continue to move up through Milwaukee and points northbound. And that's just on, of course, that's just on Saturday. And then, then we have the Sunday storm. You got the Sunday storm too. So a little bit slower system. They backed it off. So those areas a little bit the slower system would include Dallas again, Waco, Shreveport, Tyler. This would be Sunday, Little Rock, Fort Smith. So you can see a lot of the same areas. It's going to be inundated over the next couple of days. And of course, that rainfall pushes for even further north. That would include much of Minnesota and pretty much all of Wisconsin there. And I would say even into Sunday night, that's going to start pushing into portions of Michigan. So you can see it's definitely active, folks, over the next couple of days for sure. I don't know if they have a day for or not. I guess they do have a Monday. All right, so on Monday it pushes off southeast. So by the time we get into Monday, it's still going to be slow moving. So it's likely going to be in East Texas by then, Southeast Texas. Houston finally gets some rainfall with this action, down towards New Orleans, but heavier rains as you go through Shreveport into Jackson, back towards Greenville, into Pine Bluff, down towards Little Rock, into Memphis. Those areas would likely include some heavier rains by then, and central and southern portions of Indiana. I'm not expecting too much severe storms with this on Monday, but nonetheless, as this continues to move through eastbound, it'll slowly start to wind down its intensity, but it'll still continue to wring out that atmosphere. All right, so let's go back and look at that cell again. We still have that tornado warning in place. We still have that tornado warning in place that continues to push. It was located over the Fort Cavanzo area, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. It's really been mainly concentrated around that I-90 corridor as it continues to move northeast. It might have shifted a little bit further northeast now. Yeah, so that's that. There's the area that we're talking about. Is this area right here that's still showing some broad rotation? It definitely appears it is lifting further northeast now than it was earlier. So that's going to put more Gatesville into play, more of Oldsby. Hey Moose, when is Omaha kicking off? Yeah, we looked at it earlier, around 4, 5. Well, actually about it could even lift earlier. So I'm definitely watching this. We were watching it earlier. Omaha kicks off around, I would say, closer to 4 o'clock. All right, so there's 3. Here's 3 o'clock, Moose. Let's look at this. All right, so there's 4, right? So yeah, right around the 4 o'clock time frame, Asheville, Fremont, Sioux City. Look at those little bubblers there. That could be some significant hail producers, and definitely some tornadic spin-ups there. Yeah, right across Omaha through 5 o'clock. That could be some serious, significant winds with that squall line. Can't roll out some isolated tornadoes within that leading sector, and some larger hail. But yeah, I would be on the lookout between 4 and 6 o'clock, Moose. Yeah, so 4 and 6 o'clock in the Omaha region. All right, so let's swing further south. It looks like that's trying to tighten up again. Oh, wow. Look at that, folks. All right. So, yes, we could have another developing tornado trying to form here. That is definitely looking more, a little bit more significant there, and just in the last frame. So if we zoom in, this looks to be north of the St. Elijah Village, north of the St. Elijah Village. This is moving towards the Gatesville region. So the Gatesville region is not in a tornado warning as at the moment, but I would definitely be on high alert between Gatesville and Oldsby there across County Road 84. This definitely appears that it's trying to get its act together again, and trying to have more of a rotation starting to come together. Yeah, you can see it right here. That's your rotation, folks, as it continues to move northeast. So that definitely appears that puts a lot of these areas into play between Gatesville and Oldsby. Here, let me do the split screen. So are we getting any confirmation on that? So we are watching another developing tornado. We do have another tornado warning issued. This is just north of the Killeen, Texas region, south of Gatesville. We are seeing another area of rotation trying to form just in the last couple of frames here, a little bit more significant. This is going to be crossing over County Road 36. Looks to be County Road 36 in probably the next couple of minutes. Yeah, the storm is shifting a little bit further northeast. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we're doing live storm coverage. This is a brand new tornado warning issued. This is between Killeen and Gatesville, and it looks to appear on that last frame here that is definitely getting it's definitely trying to intensify as we speak. You can see the area of concern here. You can see this little hook trying to form on the south side of the supercell, and you got the velocity here with these the greens and the reds and the yellow out ahead of it. That is definitely an indication of this atmosphere is rotating currently at the moment, and it could literally drop a tornado at any moment now. I don't know if we have any storm chasers on this. I doubt it. I mean, they're probably definitely all further north today. But it definitely appears that we could be looking at a developing tornado down there towards south of Gatesville. All right, this will eventually head towards the Crawford region. So they will be probably extending this tornado warning at any moment now for the Gatesville and Oldsby. So Gatesville and Oldsby, if you are tuning in, you need to be in your safe zone immediately with this dangerous supercell continue to lift northeast at 40 miles an hour. And it definitely appeared. There you go. They did, in fact, extend this. So we got the brand new tornado warning as we speak. So we are, folks, watching a developing tornado trying to come out of the Gatesville region. This is 8 miles south of Gatesville. So 8 miles south of Gatesville. That's the concern right there. And this is a storm that is continued to move at northeast at 35 miles an hour. So we got Gatesville, Fort Gates around 11:30. So in the next 5 minutes, you definitely need to be in your safe zone immediately, because this definitely appears we could have a possible tornado even right now, even though we don't have confirmation. Crawford at 11:55. So Crawford at 11:55, that would be in the next 30 minutes or so. Looks like it's over Ranger Road. Ranger Road. We really kind of zoom in here. That's AAA Road. These are some smaller towns here. And then County Road 36. So Ranger, AAA, and County Road 36. It looks to be in line of this dangerous supercell that possible has a tornado as we speak. We haven't got confirmation on the supercell yet, but it's definitely getting close, folks. Hey, the second waves of storm will be hitting the upper Great Lakes, Great Plains area this afternoon, 4 or 5 o'clock. Hey, Peggy. Yeah, Ohio for the most part is gonna. You're not really going to get much severe storms out of these over the next couple of days. You've already been in it today with plenty of severe storms. In fact, I think you actually lead the nation in tornadoes right now, but you're going to take a little bit of reprieve on the severe weather. So just enjoy the calmness because we're not really expecting much activity in Ohio. This rotation continues to look impressive, folks. Yeah, so the areas of concern are right around that triple A area, Ranger, and it's about to cross over County Road 36 there. If it's not already on its doorstep right now, this is heading right towards in between Gatesville and Oldsby. Gatesville and Oldsby is in the B line of this supercell, and eventually heading towards Crawford. Yeah, let me put northeast on and let me show you what we're talking about. All right, so there's the storm track on this storm. So we got Mound in 5 minutes, Oldsby in about 19 minutes, Crawford in 31 minutes, Willow Grove at 43 minutes, Woodway around 45 minutes, China Springs and 48 minutes. And eventually, if this does in fact kind of hold together, this looks to hold possibly into the Waco region. But there is your rotation right here, really evident on radar. And this is all heading northeast around 40 miles an hour, folks. This is a dangerous supercell that could be dropping a tornado at any moment now. So you definitely need to be in your safe zone immediately. It might have dropped one earlier. So you can see this whole line is definitely rotating. So if you live within the Waco region, if you live just northeast of this line, I would definitely be on high alert with these supercells that look to be, kind of elongating that same boundary, lifting northeast. Hey, nations, appreciate the donation. Greatly appreciate your support. Yeah, if you got an area that you want me to look at, I will definitely take a look at for you. So just type in, type in a city. And then I'll be happy to share my thoughts on what I think may happen in your neck of the woods. All right, so let's broaden this out. Let's give you the big picture again. So let's just broaden this out. We are seeing a little bit more activity lifting further north. So this atmosphere is overturning. So we got heavier rains trying to form there towards Corinth, back through Frisco, heading towards the Highway 380 region. A little bit heavier rains now coming out of Fort Smith and Muskogee, out towards Fayetteville and Springdale. Hey, yeah, Prosper, Allen, DFW area. Yeah, we're watching it right now. We got a tornado watch in effect through 6 o'clock. So yes, this is kind of a broken squall line, if you will, that will be forming. You can see you're zoomed in here. We're basically, in all those areas that are mentioning, you're in the warm sector here. So you're in a favorable environment for supercell development. You can see more ice activity trying to bubble up in this area. So Let's look at some of these cloud tops, see if this is going to be turning severe anytime soon. All right, let's look at this cloud top towards Frisco. All right, that's 40,000 feet, folks. That just gives you an indication the atmosphere is intensifying. You got greater updrafts lifting into this atmosphere. So 42,000 feet, that's going to be borderline severe here shortly. So I would not be surprised. This cell out of Little Elm into Oak Point looks to be right along Highway 380. That it might be the next one to possibly turn severe here. You can see it's grown in intensity over the last couple of minutes, folks. All right, some of these further south, that's around 40,000 or so. You can see the difference. The one that's producing that possible tornado is at one point it reached 55,000 feet. So that just kind of shows you the difference of what we're talking about here. So yeah, the one that's 42,000 feet, that's not that far off. That could actually turn severe pretty shortly. Yeah, oh, it's growing. It's still growing towards Corinth. Yeah, a lot of lightning strikes with that one. We got some torrential rain happening. Look at the purples there. Look at that deep purple that's forming. This is coming out of Oak Point into Lincoln Park into Navajo. This is right around Navajo, right along Highway 380 and Collin County there. And again, this cell is moving northeast. So areas in its path would likely include, I would say, Salina, maybe, Gunter. If we broaden the picture out for you. Another developing cell right around the Grapevine Lake area. Yeah, this is a city, by Double Oak? Double Oak's been hit pretty hard the last couple of storms. And we still have that tornado warning further south. It's still definitely showing a lot of rotation, folks, as this is heading towards Oglesby and to Crawford here. Yes, appreciate you tuning in to live storm coverage. We are doing live storm coverage throughout the afternoon on Facebook as well as YouTube. If you are new to my channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you like the live. It tells YouTube that you value my content, and they're going to be able to share it more, this vital information, with others. Make sure to follow me on Facebook as well. A lot of the activity is further south this morning, but I am expecting a lot more activity further north as we get, closer into the afternoon. Yeah, so if we broaden the picture, there is one cell that literally just turned severe. This looks to be in the Nebraska region. This is south central Nebraska. This one just turned severe. It's very, very isolated. But nonetheless, this is the beginning stages of the atmosphere maybe trying to overturn already up there. So we'll be watching the bigger picture as we get a little bit more development trying to form, as we get into the afternoon. Oh, the Storm Prediction Center update? All right, so let's look at this, folks. Let's look at the Storm Prediction Center. Looks like they possibly updated the risk. So let's talk about this. Oh, wow. All right, so this is a brand new update from the Storm Prediction Center. They looks like they updated around 10:30 this morning. So the difference is, it looks like they did include a hatched risk further south. That was not there this morning, folks. So now we have a 10% probability of a possible tornado, if not some strong tornadoes, within the Waco region, the Mahia region, down up towards into East Texas, say Sulphur Springs. So this is an elevated, increased risk for tornadoes as we head into the afternoon time frame. This is brand new from the Storm Prediction Center. The risk further north is still the same. It includes the Omaha region, the Sioux City region, the Des Moines region, but it's the one further south that has definitely been a massive upgrade. That does include Springfield, the Joplin region, down to Fayetteville. Did they switch it? Did they literally take that off? Yeah, that's the 11:25 update. Okay. All right. So anyways, yeah, it looks like they literally switched it as we were doing coverage. But yeah, further south, it does include the Kansas City region, the Topeka region, those areas into Omaha. You can see there's no activity right now, but this is an area that we're going to be looking at around 3, 4, 5 o'clock. We looked at it earlier around Omaha. It looks pretty nasty up there towards that region around 4, especially 5 o'clock. You're probably going to be taking the brunt of this activity by then in the Omaha region. And that will shift into Des Moines as we head into maybe the 6 or 7 o'clock time frame. But nonetheless, this is, and there they put it back again. I don't know what's happening here. But yes, this is why we have a more significant risk for tornadoes, as it looks to be going into a little bit more favorable environment into central Texas, into portions of North Texas, but especially into East Texas now, of a potential not only tornadoes, but some of them could be even possible strong tornadoes, as the Storm Prediction Center has definitely upgraded this particular risk, especially much further south. And the same area has the potential to seeing more significant hail, has a little bit more scattered activity versus isolated. So it definitely appears things are getting a little bit more robust, if you will, as we head into the afternoon time frame. This whole air mass, we've got 70 dew points. We've got temperatures spiking. Obviously we're getting warmer. It's getting towards the noon time frame. This goes until 6 o'clock. So this is actually another possible peak heating type of event, as we head into Friday afternoon here. But it's a pretty good swath. I mean, the atmosphere is definitely capable of very large hail producers. I mean, really anywhere from central Texas to possibly north and east Texas, to through eastern portions of Oklahoma, through Arkansas, into Missouri, and it extends all the way into Kansas City region, all the way up to Omaha. And it actually would include even further, even north into Sioux City. So this is definitely a large area of the atmosphere is prime to see possible some isolated significant hail producers within this atmosphere. And then wind too. Yeah, let's just read some of this discussion here. Yeah, a few tornadoes possible, a couple strong tornadoes, very large hail, up to 2 inches in diameter or greater potential. Water vapor loop shows a strong shortwave trough rotating across Kansas and Nebraska. A deep surface low is analyzed ahead of this trough over central central Nebraska with the dry line extending southward into central Kansas. So this whole border, this whole area is susceptible, within the warm sector, to produce some very large hail and possible tornadoes. One or two possible strong tornadoes they talk about. Northeast Texas, a third or more significant risk of severe storms lies across parts of northeast and east central Texas. A cluster of severe supercell storms have formed this morning to the west of Waco. These storms are expected to increase in coverage through the afternoon and develop eastward across much of the northeast Texas. Forecast soundings show a very moist and unstable air mass with significant low level and deep level shear, that it's very persistent supercell structures and risk of a few tornadoes and very large hail possible. And they also talk about the possibilities of there's a narrow, they looks like they upgraded it. Yeah, so the enhanced risk upgrade that they went ahead and issued as well. So that is definitely an upgrade from this morning, folks. They went ahead and issued that enhanced risk for essentially parts of North and Central Texas, but mainly East Texas into Arkansas, into much of Missouri here, and all the way up to Kansas City into Omaha. Went ahead and extended this whole line of a little bit more favorable activity as we head into the afternoon. So let's go back to live coverage now. So we're still dealing with this tornado warning further south towards the Oglesby region. Yeah, I'm just curious what this is. Some of the hail paths so far. Let's look at this. Let's look at some of this hail here. All right, so some of this that formed just north of into the land passes. Yeah, so at times you got 1.5, 1 1/4, 1 inch hail, maybe some 1.5 inch hail. Yeah, these are the hail swaths so far. This was the first cell towards Glen Rose earlier. Yeah, it looks to be borderline severe there. Yeah, let's swing further north. This is just hail in the last 2 hours or so. All right, so look, it does appear that storm that had that 45-foot cloud top near Corinth, towards the Little Elm region, had some nickel-sized hail to it. Not severe, but it's getting close. Other than that, that's it. In the last 2 hours, there hadn't been any other hail. Yeah, so here was that significant rotation coming out of this cell. Yeah, this whole line has been rotating. Yeah, here's the track on this storm the last couple of hours. Land passes. Remember, it followed right along a highway 190 there, and then looks like it shifted a little bit further northeast, just north of Kempner, and traversed right across that boundary. Now the tornado warning continues to be issued and moving further northeast. So that's why Oglesby is definitely in line. Crawford is definitely in line. This rotation over the last 2 hours. And just more subtle rotation within the atmosphere closer in the Metroplex. So let's broaden the view again. Looks like we're getting more rain trying to form just west of North Platte, moving through Valentine. right near that low pressure center. So this is the stuff that would likely really start blowing up. I would imagine a tornado watch is going to be issued within this sector probably by 2 or 3 o'clock. So let's look at some of the radar depicted hail. Yeah, you can see the supercells, how they formed. Once they form, they look to continue to be on the ground for an extended period of time. So once some hail starts to form out of a supercell, they call them hail swaths. You basically have these train over the same area. So yeah, it looks like further north towards the Little Elm region, at one point the radar was depicting some golf ball size hail in the cloud tops. It didn't appear that it reached the surface, but that was when that cloud top was at 45,000 feet. So we're not getting any confirmation of how big that was at the surface, but I would likely imagine that was at least quarter size as it came down, even though there wasn't a severe thunderstorm warning with it. So appreciate you tuning in to live storm coverage, folks. Looks like we're going to have a busy afternoon with the enhanced risk upgrade that the Storm Prediction Center just put out. And we'll definitely have to start further into East Texas. I mean, there's definitely a little bit more supercells trying to form just north of Terrell here, south of Sulphur Springs. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we are doing broad coverage across the U.S. here, but right now everything is further south. The only action, the only severe stuff is further south, where they do have a tornado watch in place until 6 o'clock. You can see just north of there, there's only one cell, a very, very isolated cell, just into the Nebraska region, possible borderline severe. Does look to appear have some rotation by it into Ravenna, but I'm going to be definitely keeping my eye on this atmosphere, because it's, this is definitely supposed to be pretty significant as we head towards in the afternoon. Hey, Tim. Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't quite make it to Indiana. I mean, you get some showers, and there's some very light showers in Indianapolis. You kind of get the leftover from these storms. So, I mean, we're really not expecting too much severe storms in Indiana. You're going to get a little bit of rain. You're kind of like on the borderline of these systems. It does include Michigan. But overall, most of the activity is going to be Illinois, and especially into Iowa and Missouri, back to Arkansas. And that's really with both systems. You might get some heavier rains as we go through Monday with that second system, but I'm not really expecting too much severe storms. With Sunday's probably the day to watch if that's going to continue to move. Since it has been delayed, Sunday might be more of a day to watch. But nothing to be concerned about, being it's only Friday, and you still got 2.5 days to watch that Sunday system. Hey, Jordan. Yeah, same thing with Michigan. Michigan's more of a Sunday threat into Monday. Again, you're on the outskirts of this, so it's probably going to be some, marginally induced hail, some stronger wind gusts by the time it makes it to your area. Really, most of the activities concentrated across the central U.S., southern plains, central plains, upper Midwest, and it definitely weakens, as you get into Indiana and especially Ohio. Really not expecting much of anything in Ohio as far as severe storms. But yeah, this tornado warnings looks like it's been issued for a while now, folks. I mean, it's been a while, and even again, we looks like we might have another little inflow notch trying to form by Oglesby. You can see the line of this rotation over the last 2 hours or so. So this is definitely a system that's definitely capable of strong rotation at times, and that's why Oglesby and Crawford is under that tornado warning right now. Yeah, it looks like it's right over the city of Oglesby right now, right over County Road, um, right over County Road 84. So here's the latest update. At 11:50, there was that storm producing a possible tornado 7 miles southwest of Crawford, 7 miles southwest of Crawford, or 9 miles west of McGregor. This is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. All right, so let's put the all right, so let me give you more cities in the path of this storm. Looks like Crawford in 10 minutes, um, OC in 19 minutes, Willow Grove in 24 minutes, China Springs 29 minutes. So those are some areas that have to be on high alert of this rotating supercell that continues to be under tornado warning. And this is already might have dropped a tornado or two within its path, but even though we haven't had much confirmation on this, but it definitely appears this whole line's been rotating for like literally the last 2 hours or so. Waco would be next in line from this system. I would say the Waco region. So if you are tuning in from Waco, I would definitely be on high alert. This nasty supercell that's been showing a history of strong rotation with it. Hey, I'm a midnight gardener. I planted many flowers and food last night, welcoming the rains to come. Awesome. Yeah, it's you should be welcome with some pretty good rains, between now and Sunday night for sure. I would say most areas in the Metroplex would likely get 1 to 3 inches of rain. There's probably some isolated pockets would might get more than that. Looks like we have another stronger cell trying to develop just north of Cleburne. This is some pretty intense lightning strikes with it. Some very heavy rain coming north of out of Joshua into Burleson. These are all moving northeast. Denton County, you can actually see where Denton County is. Um, and you're kind of like on the borderline of this activity. So you got some stuff in Fort Worth, but yeah, it's for the most part, most of the activity is going to be, east of Denton. This is all shifting over east of the I-35 corridor and going into East Texas. Hey, what about West Tawakoni? Yeah, you're going to be in a favorite area later on this afternoon for sure. You are under that tornado watch. Right now everything's more or less east of you or west of you. Sorry. So yeah, so Lake Tawakoni is going to be more likely in favored, as we get into the afternoon time frame, maybe 2-3 o'clock. So we are doing live storm coverage here. We've been tracking this tornado warning for an extended period of time now towards Lampasas. It's still rotating supercell. We do have a possible, spin up tornado at times that might have touched down. This is all just north of the Oglesby region, was southwest of Crawford. It's getting a little bit closer to the Crawford region now. Spiegelville, Lacey, Lakeview, those areas are in line from this dangerous supercell. We've been watching this cell all the way since Lampasas. It might have dropped a tornado right near the Lampasas region, but this has been the trajectory for the last hour or so with this continuing tornado warning, continue to move northeast. Now more of a Waco is in line, and this will eventually cross over, possibly heading towards the West Texas region, the city of West. But the circulation is getting right on the doorsteps of Crawford now. So let's broaden the view here. You're starting to get a lot more lightning strikes starting to inundate the Burleson region. Let's tap into the Dallas radar. Get some isolated activity starting to bubble up towards Emory. There was the activity earlier that produced a heavier cloud top towards Little Elm that might have produced some nickel, maybe some borderline quarter-size hail. Looks like that pulsed down a little bit as it headed towards Gunter and Howe. Yeah, we can just tap into the different radars here. There's Fayetteville, so there's definitely some activity happening in Fayetteville down towards Siloam Springs, Springdale. Some isolated pockets of flood warnings here. It looks like they've already had about an inch of rainfall. We're looking for another 1 to 2 inches possible. Some heavier activity towards Mountain Home, Arkansas, West Plains. It's moving into Missouri now. Let's head over to St. Louis. Yeah, this is not severe, folks. This is just scattered showers, within this region. We are expecting the severe stuff to pop up later on this afternoon as this warm front continues to lift further north. Let's just take off the front for now. You can see we have the storm reports are on. We had some hail last night in West Texas. We had a nasty supercell that went through the Oklahoma City region, left some pretty significant winds. It looks like it did drop a tornado near the Bethel Acres area. And now we're just, kind of waiting for more daytime heating so things start to get activated. We are seeing the beginning stages further north of a very, very isolated supercell, but this just kind of gives you an indication of the atmosphere trying to overturn up there towards Ravenna. We've got a squall line happening towards Broken Bow. And this is the activity that's going to move towards Grand Isles and eventually Lincoln, eventually Omaha, which I think Omaha is more like 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's only noon. So that's another 4 or 5 hours from now. Yeah, I'm expecting a tornado watch to be issued by then for sure. But right now we've just been tracking this one supercell for a while that has turned severe, that's continue to remain a tornado warning. Yeah, the circulation has definitely broadened out over the last couple of frames. Hey, Laura. Yeah, Shreveport, Louisiana. Yeah, again, you're on the kind of on the outskirts of this activity. So this will continue to push further east. You are not under that tornado watch. I think this kind of more or less dies out before the makes it your way. You'll just get some leftover rains. But that would be later tonight. That would be later tonight in the Shreveport region. All right, looks like we have, in fact, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that does include the Dallas area. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for this supercell down there towards Burleson. This is, Johnson, Tarrant, Ellis, Dallas County. It includes all those areas of this supercell near Cross Timbers or near the Burleson area around moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's got some 60-mile-per-hour winds with it and some quarter-size hail within this supercell. So we're talking Mansfield, Burleson, Rendon around 1205, Arlington, Kennendale around 1210, Dallas around 1225, Grand Prairie 1215, Irving 1230, Cockrell Hill around 1235, the Richardson area around 1250. So expect to see wind gusts of possibly producing some 65-mile-per-hour wind gust and at times some quarter-size hail. You can see the hail core on this trying to intensify down towards just right along the I-30 Interstate 35, just south of Burleson. Yeah, it looks like we had some larger hail come through Cleburne, and this is why they went ahead and issued the severe thunderstorm warning. So it does include Dallas, and it doesn't eventually include the Carrollton region and to the Garland region as this supercell continues to track northeast. But it definitely has some pretty intense rains. This is right where the radar site is, right on top of it. You can actually see the radar south, just north of Burleson there. Anything for Plano? Yeah. So if you're watching from Plano, so you can see this newly warned severe thunderstorm warning just got issued. So this goes on for another hour or so. So probably about another hour. This cell down towards Burleson will probably be over near Plano by then. So I'd say 1 o'clock. So just say 1 o'clock. Probably expect some potential hail. So they went ahead and extended the tornado warning yet again. So I would imagine this is just continue to be extended. The same tornado warning we've been tracking. So for now, our areas, we had that producing possible tornado near Crawford, and this was moving northeast at 35 miles an hour now. So again, here's the storm track on it. We'll time this out for you. 35 miles an hour. So yeah, Willow Grove, OC at 8 minutes, Willow Grove in 14 minutes. We've got the China Springs region in 19 minutes, Rock Creek in 25 minutes, Elmont in 37 minutes. So this continues to be a rotating supercell now over the Crawford region. You can see it right there. It's really evident, folks. Yeah, it is right over the city of Crawford as we speak. Looks like County Road 185. There's Highway 6. Are these storms on the drive line so they can clear? Are we pretty safe tornado wise, or more coming? It just depends on where you're at. I mean, I would say if you're, yeah, I mean, in Brownwood, Graham, Brady, those areas are definitely clear. Let's put the alerts back on. Yeah, so here's the new people that are joining us. So we got the tornado watch for the Waco region, for Mahia, Dallas, Plano, McKinney, Palestine, Jacksonville, Tyler, includes Longview, Sulphur Springs, further northeast, and Paris, possibly Texarkana. It does not include the Shreveport region. This goes until 6 o'clock tonight. So this goes until 6 o'clock tonight. All this area has the capability. This is what the atmosphere is capable of within that area. Possibly a few tornadoes. We're scattered large hail at times, anywhere from pocket change to quarters, maybe even as high as 2.5 inches in some very isolated areas. Some upwards to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in some isolated areas, not out of the question. So yes, the atmosphere is fairly prime for extreme turbulence, surface gust at about 60 knots. So I mean, you got some pretty significant rotation. This whole area is definitely rotating more as we get into the afternoon. But if we zoom out, okay, so that did turn severe further north. Let's look at this storm. This was the very isolated cell by Ravenna we've been tracking. So this is the brand new tornado warning that just got issued for Ravenna up there into this is in the Nebraska region. So at 12:20 at 12:02, there was that supercell that was located over the city of Ravenna that was moving northeast around 50 miles an hour. So this could be the beginning stages of the developing supercells that are going to try to overturn this atmosphere. So we got our first tornado warning of the day in Nebraska. So we got our first tornado warning of the day in Nebraska. So they have not issued the watch yet, but I would imagine with this newly developed tornado, they're going to probably issue a watch here shortly. Is there any mesoscale discussions on this? Yeah, so brand new tornado warning for Nebraska by the Ravenna region. It's very, very isolated. You can see there's nothing else around. There's nothing else around. So this is just the beginning stages of a very isolated supercells starting to form in and around the Nebraska region. And this is the same activity that's going to eventually head towards, Grand Isles, York, back into Hastings, back into Lincoln, eventually head to Omaha. And eventually this will head towards the Sioux City region, the Des Moines region, Topeka. So this is probably just the beginning of maybe what's to come for a long afternoon up there in that region. Yeah, if you zoom out, there's like nothing. Look, there is literally nothing around it. That's kind of the only supercell in the entire state there for many many miles. And a lot of times it doesn't take much, right? You can just get these isolated supercells, and that's what makes them, uh, if they're discrete, that typically what makes them more severe. But other than that, we've got some just elevated light to moderate showers moving out of the Davenport region. This is all heading to Rockford, to eventually maybe headed towards the Chicago region. Yeah, so nothing severe with that activity. So we've got those 2 tornado warnings that we're talking about. All right, so let's take the watch. Let's take the watch back off. So thanks everyone. Thanks everyone for tuning in to live storm coverage this afternoon. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share this news feed with others. Uh, Consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. All right, so let's zoom back into this activity towards this supercell producing some torrential rains. It's about to cross over Interstate 20. Interstate 20. This is where you could see some higher wind gust approaching the Arlington region. So this atmosphere is capable of producing up to possibly 65-mile-per-hour winds with this supercell. So areas of like Mansfield, crossing over Interstate 20. This will likely head towards Arlington into the Grand Prairie region. And it looks to me this is actually trying to intensify. I mean, look at all the deep purples over Tate Springs, 287 there towards Interstate 20, heading towards Pantego, Dalworthington Gardens, and eventually this will head towards Arlington. Yeah, so this is a severe thunderstorm warning. These are capable of some quarter-size hail with this activity. You can see the hail core right over Tate Springs right now, heading towards Pantego and eventually Arlington. So this is possibly some quarter-size hail heading your way. Yeah, right around quarter size. Looks to be right there around quarter size hail. So we'll watch this and see if it actually tries to intensify. But nonetheless, it is severe. So it's borderline severe with quarter size hail. I mean, you get enough of quarter size hail, it would definitely do a lot of damage. Sometimes even nickel size hail, if there's a lot of it, talking many inches of it can do damage. Yeah, but 55 dBz, that is some torrential rains, folks. Some very intense rains heading into the Arlington region. So we'll continue to watch this supercell as it continues to move northeast. Yeah, it continues to show that broad rotation down there further south, coming out of Crawford now. This will likely head over the city of West. Hey, is the Waco storm heading towards DFW? It would likely head south of there. It's moving northeast, so you're probably talking more a line of like Corsicana, south of Waxahachie, Gun Barrel City, Kaufman eventually. The one that's heading towards DFW is the further north one. That's already in DFW. We've got confirmation of quarter-size hail with that. We're starting to get ground reports back into the Kennedale region at 12:09. That was 5 minutes ago. Here's more current at 12:11 by a train spotter in the Arlington region. So like I was showing you on radar, now we're getting ground confirmation that we are, in fact, getting that quarter-size hail hitting the surface, confirmed by a spotter. All right, so let's broaden it out again. Yeah, so we're tracking 2 tornado warnings first. That first isolated spotted in Nebraska, and the one further south towards the Crawford region, heading towards Waco. And then other than that, there's just been sporadic light to moderate showers. Looks like we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is in the coming out of the Tulsa region. Yeah, so this was issued by the Tulsa National Weather Service for northwestern Arkansas. This developing supercell that was located over the city of Form, that's racing northeast at 55 miles an hour. This has now turned severe, has some quarter-size hail with it. Yeah, most of the movement on these storms are going to be northeast. Hey, I'm going to watch a couple videos and be back. Hey, no problem, Daniel. Have a good one. We'll see you in a little bit. Hey, Cheryl, thunder and lightning at 6:35 and 30, Garland and Mesquite. Hi, Heidi. Euless is getting kind of sketchy right now. Let's zoom into the Euless area. Yeah, so there's the Bedford Euless area. You are under that severe thunderstorm warning. And yeah, you are in line with that, very heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail. If you hadn't parked your car in the garage, I would definitely move it under the carport or something. Get it out of harm's way. This has already dropped, confirmation of quarter-size hail. So this is probably going to be on your doorstep in the next, 10 minutes or so, I would imagine, in and around the Euless area. You can see the deep purples here crossing over Interstate 30 as we speak. Very torrential, heavy rains, mixed quarter-size hail with this activity. You can see the trajectory on this storm. Shady Grove, the city of Tarrant, Euless, all in line from this supercell. Not much behind it though in Glen Rose. It's starting to clear back out in Glen Rose. It looks to be 12:20. This is 12:20 in the afternoon now. All right, some heavier rains are moving north of Fort Worth there, north of Flower Mound. We are seeing renewed activity forming back behind that warned area that has some pretty intense lightning strikes with it as well. So that looks to also try to intensify towards the Gatesville region. Yeah, the Wake in Waco, sirens are going off. Yeah, that circulation is just north of the Waco area. Waco's likely in the clear from this activity. Let me wait. Let me switch radars. Make sure I'm telling you the right information. All right, so I got yeah. So Waco, yeah. Even though the sirens are going off, it looks like it definitely shifted further northeast. That was coming out of Crawford. You're on the borderline of that tornado warning, but everything's north of you. Yeah, it looks to me west is going to be more in line from this supercell, the city of West. If you're living the city of West, you definitely need to be in your safe zone immediately. This tornado warning goes on for another 24 minutes or so. Yeah, there's the circulation that came out of Crawford, and right now it's crossing over Highway 6 there and heading towards what County Road. It's right there by Caldwell Crossing. Goulston is in line, and then west looks to be definitely in line from the storm. All right, so here's some times here. China Springs in 4 minutes, Rock Creek in 10 minutes, Roger Hills in about 18 minutes, Ross in 25 minutes, the city of West possibly in 30 minutes or so. So you need to be in your safe zone immediately. This rotating supercell has a history of rotating, continuing since the Lampasas region. Yeah, here's the path so far from that supercell. This whole area has been rotating from Lampasas to Gatesville to now just north of Waco. So yes, if you do the math, Corsicana would probably be in line of this activity. So Corsicana needs to be on high alert maybe in another hour or so. Hey Clayton, just north of the airport there. Looks like Waco has dodged a bullet. Yeah, Waco is pretty clear right now. But West is definitely not in that clear, folks. So yeah, the city of West, they got a great kolache place down there. And there's definitely been some isolated pockets. Looks like we had a confirmation of golf ball size hail earlier in Kennedale. This is the biggest hail I've seen in the Metroplex by a trained spotter. Looks like we're 2 miles northeast of Kennedale. A confirmed golf ball size hail around Little Road off I-20 in southeast Fort Worth. That was the same supercell that is heading over Euless right now. This is the same supercell that produced the golf ball size hail earlier in Fort Worth, is now over in between, coming out of Bedford, Euless, right along 183 there. This is continued lifting northeast. Yeah, the golf ball size hail is probably the more significant of the day that I've seen. Looks like there was another report that just came in too, south of Arlington. Yeah, 2 miles northeast of Arlington. So this is 2 miles northeast of Arlington. Another report of golf ball size hail from a trained spotter. That was at 5 minutes ago. So you can see this this activity has had a history of producing some quarter and golf ball size hail along its path. It looks like the intensity has come down a little bit with that supercell. It's not as pronounced as it was just the last couple frames or so. But nonetheless, these supercells have a tendency of pulsing up and pulsing down. Hey, Zachary. Well, I'm not just so focused on Texas right now. I know there's other activity, but there's nothing happening right now in the St. Louis region. We've been moving across, but yeah, let's look at St. Louis for you. You work outside today, just making sure. Yeah, so let's broaden the view. All right, so right now you got some just isolated showers moving your way, coming out of Jefferson City out towards it's going to be heading towards St. Louis, but that activity is not severe. So we'll look at some of the latest guidance and kind of give you a track on what may be to come. So we'll let this go through, and we'll go through it for you. All right, so this is around 1 o'clock. So this is some of the high resolution guidance. So if you do work outside, you're probably going to be starting to get some light rain showers, but it looks like there's possibly some more heavier activity heading your way, maybe towards the 1 o'clock time frame. So you might not be working outside too much longer. That's going to move through around 2 to 3 o'clock. And then it definitely appears that we have another renewed line that tries to reform in Springfield back to Jefferson City. And that will be moving over St. Louis towards 6, 7, 8 o'clock. So it definitely appears you're on the doorstep of getting light to moderate showers over the next 20 to 30 minutes, and then some heavier rains moving in over the next hour. And then you might have a little bit of a lull, and then it comes back again for 6, 7, 8 o'clock. And that will move through 9 o'clock. And by 10, it appears that you're done in St. Louis. So if you do work outside, you're probably going to be heading indoors here shortly. Yeah, I hope that helps there, Zachary. Yeah, let's zoom into the St. Louis radar. You can actually see there's not much happening currently right now, but this is the activity that's just off to your west. And yeah, you can see that the shower is moving your way. So you're probably 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes away at best. You're probably seeing some clouds and some darkening skies off to your west. So I would go ahead and finish up what you're doing out there outside, and then unfortunately you might have to call it early. And then we have that one supercell too that's still producing that tornado warning, and looks to be also had some golf ball size hail in the Ravenna region. This is over Rockdale, developing possible tornado warned supercell, very isolated. And it looks like we have yet another severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up too. This is very, very borderline severe, but nonetheless, they went ahead and issued that warning out of near the Sioux City region. So we're definitely starting to see a little bit more activity starting to form further north than what we saw earlier when we started live coverage about 2 hours ago. So let's zoom back into that radar, that tornado producing storm down there towards that came out of Crawford. That's all heading towards the city of West. So that continues to show signs of rotation. This has been pretty persistent down there. And again, we might have another renewed strengthening storm that has reformed back behind this main system towards Gatesville. So we'll be watching this, but that has some pretty intense lightning strikes. It's definitely showing some broad rotation at the moment. This one's not even warned, but this looks to be traveling the same general vicinity as the last one did. So we're getting some some signs there, right, of consistent banding, training supercells. This is where you can technically get some of these long track tornadoes. This is what happens when they, form in a line. And if this thing can drop a tornado, these, and then you remember they did in fact upgrade this to that hatched probability. So the atmosphere is capable of producing one of those EF2 type tornadoes today, if not larger, even with this activity down there in central Texas into East Texas. And that 10% hatch risk extends all the way further north into portions of Arkansas, and this all heads through Kansas, and this will eventually, kind of get going later on. This is the beginning stages of it trying to form in Nebraska right now. But it's definitely getting dark outside my window. Hey, we'll be doing live coverage as long as we can. I just hope I don't lose power, because it is definitely getting dark. It's definitely getting dark as outside my window here. Yeah, this activity that produced some of that golf ball size hail earlier in Fort Worth and Arlington is not as intense as it was, but definitely some heavier rains that moving through the Capel region into Valley Ranch, into Carrollton. This is all swinging to Flower Mound, Frisco, up along Highway 380. Then we have renewed activity forming behind that. More activity coming through the Arlington region, south of Fort Worth. We have an isolated cell towards south of Sulphur Springs near Como. All this activity is moving northeast. We do have a cell that just turned, that's a severe right now. That is out of this one's booking it at 55 miles an hour. So 55 miles an hour, this cell over Arkansas here. Yeah, just very isolated, spotty activity. But there's our low that's right now highlighted over Nebraska. And this is all moving northeast. And you can see it's winding up, starting to put down its feeder bands and intensifying. Yeah, this atmosphere is very moist, very, very prime. You've got, the low-level jet moving in. You got a lot of lift associated with this activity. You got some shear at the surface. And I just seen some lightning strikes now. Yeah, update on McKinney near Prosper. Let's zoom into McKinney. All right, let me switch back to the Dallas radar. All right, so I would imagine they're probably going to be extending this severe thunderstorm warning. That would include Collin County here shortly. This one goes on for another 20 minutes or so, but I would imagine this is probably going to be issued in the next 10 minutes. I would imagine a severe thunderstorm warning would be issued for Collin County in the next 10 minutes from this activity further south. It's raining pretty good right now, coming out of Dallas and Irving into Carrollton towards the Flower Mound region. You can see this has definitely left some pockets of, quarter size and golf ball size hail in its wake. It's actually starting to rain at my house now. So this is moving up 121. This is Highway 121. That's the Lake Grapevine region. So we're doing broad coverage now from Texas to Nebraska to Iowa, all the way to Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Kansas. Right now, most of the activity is in Texas, but we're starting to see sporadic activity starting to bubble up in Arkansas, and there's that one cell in Nebraska, and there's also that one cell in Iowa there. Hey, steady thunder in Forney. Yeah, it is getting really, really dark. Starting to rain. How about Richardson? So let's zoom into Richardson. All right, so we got some heavier rain just southwest of you, so that will be moving up to your area. You are under that severe thunderstorm warning, so definitely expect some higher winds to move through your area shortly. This is about to cross over Highway 65, 365, 635. Sorry, 635. All right, so there's some 58-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, so this is definitely some gustier winds along this edge here. There's some 60-mile-per-hour winds trying to mix down to the surface. Right around 635 there. There's 60-mile-per-hour winds right there on 75 and 635. Maybe in the University Park region. So all that's trying to mix down to the surface. So remember, the warning does have the potential at times to produce some 65-mile-per-hour winds with it. As we get closer into Allen, more in the 40 range, and McKinney more like in the, there's some 49-mile-per-hour winds. So definitely some higher winds aloft trying to mix down. You can see there's lightning strikes, but definitely not as intense as we were seeing in Crawford. That's for sure. It's definitely not as intense. Yeah, these further southwest are definitely a little bit more stronger for sure. And definitely trying to get concerned again towards Gatesville, Crawford. I mean, look, we got another little inflow notch. I mean, this is the same area that continues to be rotating. This is that supercell that came through earlier, yet we have another one that's reformed on the backside. And that also appears to be trying to rotate there again near Crawford. Yeah, there we go, right there, right now, right near Osage. Yeah, so again, this looks to be the same general vicinity that had that rotation earlier. It looks to be another supercell trying to form, and I would not be surprised that could possibly enter another tornado warning back behind this main system. So you got two cells there rotating, all in the same trajectory here, and this is all heading towards Corsicana, folks. All right, it is starting to pour. All right, so hopefully I don't lose power, folks. I definitely hope I don't lose power, so I'll stay on as long as I can. If I happen to go silent, you know what happens. All right, zoom back in this cell closer into Carrollton. Some very heavy rains moving into Carrollton right now. Flower Mound, heading towards the Colony region. Some heavier rains moving through the McKinney region, heading towards Highway 380. This is up towards Melissa. Looks like it's raining pretty good in the city of Howell. I would imagine they're going to go ahead and extend this severe thunderstorm warning to include Collin County here shortly. And definitely some more intense rains moving into the Italy region and back towards Ennis. That's eventually going to be heading towards Kaufman and Terrell here. They went ahead and did, in fact, extend the tornado warning. So there was that developing tornado that was 7 miles northwest of North Crest, 7 miles northwest of North Crest, heading towards the city of West. So now this continues to move northeast at 35 miles an hour. It's been the same storm we've been tracking for like the last 2 hours. Elmont, Braden, Tours, Mount Calm, those areas are under the gun. Just seeing this, rotating supercell that's had a history of producing rotation. It might have dropped a tornado or two at times, but we never had confirmation. But it definitely appears this whole line, even the backside of this, is continuing to rotate. Yeah, I can show you the history of this rotation. It's been really yeah, here's the last 2 hours of that rotation. I mean, we're talking, it basically started in Lampasas. I mean, it went through Lampasas, it went through Gatesville, now it just north of Crawford, I mean, right through Crawford, north of Waco. And this is the same cell that's nearing west now. So you can see the trajectory on this supercell. All right, it is 12:43. Thanks everyone for tuning in to live coverage. Looks like I got a lot of people watching me right now. We do have some very heavy rain that's moving into the Collin County region. There is that supercell that is warned coming out of Arlington, heading towards Carrollton. The heavier rains are moving into Collin County as we speak. Wow, it is pouring. I can't even see across the street. Oh, I'm actually getting some hail now. It's like tiny. It's probably pea-sized hail, but I'm actually hearing some hail outside. Yeah, my Tempest says extreme rain right now. All right, we're watching live coverage here, folks. We have a developing severe thunderstorm warning that's coming out of Arlington. It's got a couple more minutes before it expires. It's moving out of Carrollton. We'll just see if they go ahead and extend this to Collin County or not. But yeah, definitely some very heavy rain moving in, some stronger wind gusts at times. And of course, we still have that activity further south into central Texas. And we still have that continued tornado warning that was coming out of Ravenna. All right, so they went ahead and continued this tornado warning as it came out of Ravenna, Nebraska. Now this is over. This is central Nebraska. This was another cell that was located over Rockville, and moving north. These are actually moving north at 20 miles an hour. So this was a cell that developed earlier by Ravenna that dropped some golf ball size hail. Now it's over the city of Rockville. And this activity is moving north at 20 miles an hour. Very isolated, very isolated. Hey, Warrior, thanks for the donation. Appreciate you greatly. Appreciate your support. Hey, Mark, 380 in Hardin. All right, let's zoom back into Dallas. Hey, Wayne. Hey, Hey, thanks for your support. Hey, I appreciate all the donations out there. I know YouTube, they allow you to do like a super sticker if you'd like to donate. Of course, you don't have to, but yeah, if you want to show your appreciation, I greatly appreciate it. And then the Facebook has the stars. But yeah, we are doing live coverage throughout the duration of the afternoon. We've been tracking some very pretty significant weather that's coming out of central Texas. And then we've been seeing this rotating supercell that's shown a history of rotating further south, now back into west again. Looks like it's trying to pick back up and rotation. Yeah, very, very. Now that same rotation is over the city of West right now. This continues to move off to the northeast. Right along I-30, Interstate 35 there. Yeah, Corsicana would likely be in line for the supercell. Blooming Grove, Rice, possibly Ennis, but it's mainly going to be probably Rice and Corsicana. So it looks like they did not extend the severe thunderstorm warning into Collin County. They went ahead and let that expire. Yeah, it's definitely not as intense as it was, but you are still going to get some very, very, very heavy rains moving out of Frisco into Little Elm out towards Allen. You see a lot of intense lightning strikes starting to bubble up between Fairview and McKinney. Yeah, just a couple days ago, there was a house, actually 5 houses with the activity the other day that got struck by lightning. So yeah, lightning can be very, very dangerous. You can see where the numerous lightning strikes are right up Highway 75. Looks like there's a lot more into Allen and in between Fairview and McKinney. Right along Highway 75 here, heading towards Chambersville. There's another pocket near the Colony. Then, of course, further south, you got Terrell. Isolated pockets of activity towards the Terrell region. And then Ennis. Yeah, it kind of slowed down at my house right now, but it looks like it's probably going to pick up here shortly with another wave moving towards my area. Yeah, huge lightning, crazy loud thunder, Stacy and Alma. Yeah, I believe it. There's a lot of intense lightning near the McKinney region right now. Especially there's Jordan. There's let's really zoom into this. Yeah, very torrential rains. We're talking Rock Hill Road. This is Jordan and Virginia. It's going to cross over Highway 75, Boat Arc, this White Avenue. A lot of lightning strikes, pretty intense rains with that activity. I mean, look how intense that is. That's 61 dBz. That is very torrential rains coming out of that atmosphere. That's going to lay down some heavier rains really quick. But we're going to put it in motion for you. as it's starting to fill in over Collin County. There's no severe thunderstorm warning, but there's definitely a lot of lightning strikes with this activity. And you're about to get inundated in McKinney with very torrential rains. We did have some reports earlier that did leave, in fact, some golf ball and some quarter-size hail near the Fort Worth region, near the Arlington region, south of Burleson. And then, of course, further south, we've been tracking the same storm near Lampasas that went over Gatesville, that went over Crawford. Now it's over north of Waco, near the city of West. Another an intense supercells trailing behind this one. A lot of intense lightning strikes. That one's also rotating. This is not warned, but I would not be surprised if they go ahead and issue a warning with that one. All right, so you can actually see the train track starting to form, folks. I mean, there's another little mesoscale discussion trying to form. I mean, I would, if you live within this area, I would be on high alert from this supercell. It looks to be, continuing on this same trajectory probably for several hours. So if you live within this area, I would just definitely be on high alert because this area has been showing a history of rotation. You're going into a more favorable environment, especially as we start heating it up again, in the afternoon. It's only 1 o'clock, but we're heading towards peak heating time frames. So we're going into a lot more favorable environment as we head deeper into the afternoon. Hey, David, how's it going? So they did confirm that tornado near West. Hey, Casey. Yeah, so here is the possible tornado we're talking about right here. This is Interstate 35. This is the city of West. There is the city of Cottonwood, Abbott, heading towards Penelope, and then Malone. Let me see. All right, so it's literally right here. I'm still waiting on confirmation of this, but it definitely appears we've got a possible tornado here by the city of West. The area of interest right here is coming out of the city of West, 2114, crossing over Interstate 35. You can see it blow up right here as it approaches west. We were watching the activity out of Crawford, and it may, in fact, maybe possibly dropped a possible tornado in the city of West, just like it did earlier near Lampasas. I mean, it's been a whole history, so I would not be surprised. Okay, so right now it looks like it's past West and heading near Abbott. Malone, looks like Malone's in this corridor. Malone, Frost, Blooming Grove, and Barry. Those are locations in the path of this rotating supercell that's coming out of the city of West. All right, so it's starting to pour at my house again, starting torrential rains starting to come down again. Yeah, very heavy rain moving through the Collin County region. A lot of intense lightning strikes near McKinney, heading up towards Melissa. So very heavy rainfall along the Highway 380 corridor. These will continue to move northeast. Twitter. All right, let's really zoom back into this activity down towards west. Yeah, so at times this might have dropped a tornado. I mean, there's definitely been rotating this entire time since the line from Lampasas that went over Crawford and now over west. The system's going to continue to move northeast at 35 miles an hour and put Blooming Grove and Corsicana in its wake. So I would imagine it's going to continue to move the tornado warning further northeast. McLennan County, Hill County. All right, let's go back to the storm further north because we do have another tornado warning further north in Nebraska. It's just been that same isolated cell. It looks like that was a possible tornado there in Rockville. Looks like we do have a confirmed tornado earlier with that cell near Rockville. That was confirmed, did a little bit of damage. This was Sherman County and Rockville, Nebraska. Now that same supercell is continuing north around 20 miles an hour. So now it looks to be crossing over Highway 92 there. So Danville and Coatesville is in its sights next. So we're definitely starting to get a lot more activity starting to bubble up in Nebraska now. Okay, so they went ahead and they did in fact issue that tornado watch further north now. So this is a brand new issue tornado watch that goes until 7 o'clock. So brand new tornado watch. These areas highlighted in yellow includes the Omaha region, the Lincoln region, Kearney, Sioux City, back into Omaha. So we had that confirmed tornado near Rockville. Now that is shifting further north. Yeah, very isolated cell, and it looks like there's another one trying to form just to the south side of there near. That's all crossover Highway 80 there, Interstate 80. So we're definitely starting to get some renewed activity starting to fire up further north now. Hey, crazy, I'm in Van Alstyne. I don't even have any rain right now. Let's go back to the Dallas radar. So it's not raining in Van Alstyne. Are you just in this dry slot right here? If it's not raining, it will be shortly. Brandon's on that cell. All right, so it looks like they did in fact extend the turn. Oh, all right. So we have another confirmed tornado. There's another confirmed tornado. It appears. All right, so we have a confirmed tornado on the ground located over Farwell. This is in central Nebraska, Farwell, Nebraska. This was moving north around 20 miles an hour. So we have confirmed by weather spotters. We do have a storm spotter within the area. Going to be near Elba around 105, Coatesville around 115. So those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately. This confirmed tornado that was located over Farwell, Nebraska. This has continued to move northeast at 25 miles an hour. So there is a storm chaser within that region that has confirmed that tornado that was located near the Farwell region, and it's all heading towards Elba. This is the city of Elba. You can actually see the velocity, the newest velocity scan, definitely showing a lot more pronounced rotation. All right, so we'll continue to track this confirmed tornado that is on the ground as we speak, that is coming out of the city of Farwell, and Nebraska there. It's away from all the intense lightning strikes. Again, it's just on the south side of this supercell as this continuing up to the city of Elba. And this is all moving towards, let's see, Woolbach, Nebraska. Hey, the video of a tornado northeast of Waco in Tours, Texas. Oh, wow. There's a video down there. Yeah, so things are starting to get active, folks. All right, so it looks like we have a confirmed tornado coming out of that city of West. Another confirmed tornado, folks. Damaging tornado on the ground. This is northeastern McLennan County and southeastern Hill County. A damaging confirmed tornado that was over the city of West. That's 14 miles southeast of the Hillsborough region. A very damaging tornado moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So you're talking Abbott, Malone, Byram, Mertens, Brandon Tours, Mount Calm, Irwin, Leroy. All those areas have that potential tornado within the path. You definitely need to be in your safe zone immediately as this dangerous damaging tornado is confirmed by spotters. It's on the ground right now. This has been just a history producing rotating supercell. You can see a very pronounced inflow notch there, and we do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground as we speak. This has trended a little bit further northeast. So yes, Bloomington, Corsicana, definitely in line of this supercell. Okay, so I'm seeing a video on Twitter now of that confirmed tornado that is on the ground. It looks like it occurred in China Springs next to the Waco Regional Airport minutes ago. So this damaging tornado. Yeah, there's Oh, there's one in Nebraska there. Wow. That's out in an open field in Nebraska. But this is another confirmed tornado that's coming out of the city of West. We have storm spotters on this particular supercell that's going to be just north or maybe west of the Corsicana region. If you're just now tuning in, we have a confirmed damaging tornado that is on the ground that's coming out of the city of West. This is moving northeast around 35 miles an hour. So we have areas in the path are going to be the Blooming Grove region, the Corsicana region. All those areas need to be taking shelter. Smaller cities are going to be Springfield, Navarro Mills. This is right along County Road 31 here, heading towards maybe south of Frost. So we are definitely seeing a lot more activity. We've got several confirmed tornadoes happening actually right now. There's 2 of them on the ground. So let's head back up to the one in Nebraska. This continues to looks to be on the ground. There was that confirmation over Falwell train spotter, and I was seeing it actually on Twitter. It is out in the open field there, reported by a fireman moving northeast more that Picture West tornado on the ground out there in open field in Nebraska. And this is going to continue to move north. These are moving in a different trajectory. These are moving north at 20 miles an hour. Hey, Kaylee, was just on 75 and it was pouring. I could not see McKinney. It was crazy. Looks like there's that other confirmation of that tornado of the city, Howard County. Yeah, so same tornado that's coming out of, numerous reports. Here's the one earlier north of Ravenna. So we trained storm spotter, confirmed that tornado, and that just continued on the path near over the city of Rockville. That was also that confirmed tornado that was still on the ground. And now we have yet that other one near Farwell, reported by that train spotter. So could be the same tornado. It could be 1 or 2 different tornadoes, but it's the same area has been rotating. Yeah, it started off as hail. It started off as a larger hail producer storm, and then it was very isolated, and then it turned tornadic, and it definitely is still. I mean, it's still very isolated, right? I mean, there's not much around these supercells. So just very discrete, isolated supercells starting to bubble up in Nebraska. There's another one that looks fairly intense as well, near Fairbury. So let's head back to Texas. There's that confirmation that was on the ground over Golson in Texas. There was reported by it near the China Springs area. There's that confirmation of that tornado that was just north of Waco, and now that circulation has continued to move northeast. And we still have that possible tornado that is on the ground, confirmed tornado near the Panope area. Damaging tornado continues to move northeast, heading towards areas in his path are Hubbard, Navarro Mills at 115, Barry at 150. Those areas need to be in the path of this storm, needs to be in your safe zone immediately, as the damaging tornado continues to be on the ground, continue to move northeast at 30 miles an hour. And again, there's that backside system too that still continue to rotate as well. So that whole line has definitely been showing a history of rotation. And then now we're getting confirmed tornadoes with it. All right, let's go back to the Dallas radar. So we had that activity earlier that moved through McKinney. Now we're seeing a lot of clearing in the McKinney region, and it's just continue to move further north towards Anna, towards Tom Bean, towards Howell, and the Trenton. That's heading towards the Bells region. Not severe, but you can see the intense lightning strikes heading over. It's coming out of Melissa, all heading towards Bonham. Doesn't appear much activity has formed back behind it. So you have a lot of clearing southwest of Dallas and much of Dallas area. Everything's further south, pushing in southwest of the Metroplex and definitely southeast. They did, in fact, upgrade that risk to an enhanced risk and for East Texas earlier. And then there was that tornado earlier we had at 4 o'clock in the morning in Oklahoma. And now we're starting to get a lot more activity further north in Nebraska. So we had several reports of confirmed tornadoes, one coming out of Ravenna, one in Rockville, and another one that's over the city of Farwell. And that's all moving towards Elba as we speak. This rotating supercell over Elba, pouring down raining in Coatesville. But yeah, there is the continued circulation over Elba, and this is going to continue to move northeast. We are getting pictures on Twitter of this confirmed tornado that's still on the ground. Yeah, so here's your tornado, folks. It's right over the city of Elba as we speak. Confirmed tornado is on the ground. Coatesville is in the path. Walbach is in the path. Greeley Center. Maybe this will all head towards in between Cedar Springs and Spalding. More supercells starting to bubble up. So we got some ping pong size hail now is trying to form into coming out of Nebraska here. So they went ahead and issued that tornado watch earlier in the day, and now we're starting to see more concentrated areas as we've got the low level jet starting to enter the picture. We've got a lot more daytime heating now. But we still have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground coming out of the Elba region. We've got some storm spotters on this activity. But you can see the line. This is the line of the supercell of that tornado that's been following this same general vicinity. Now Wallback is in line of this supercell here shortly. Hey, pal is awesome. It's the only one I trust. Haha, man. I much these days, whatever. Yeah, I'm doing the best I can to cover every area possible. I mean, literally, storms are starting to form from Nebraska to Iowa down to Texas. So this is a broad area. Now we're starting to get more action. We started doing live coverage, mainly concentrated in Texas, but now we're starting to see more activity. We came on a little bit earlier. So now the afternoon areas are definitely starting to bubble up now. We're starting to get some isolated activity starting to form in Nebraska. This activity that's heading towards Fairbury, this will be swinging towards Lincoln and eventually Omaha, maybe towards the 4 or 5 o'clock time frame. Just some elevated showers moving through Rockford, Illinois. Back to Juliet. This will eventually head towards the Chicago region. Yeah, earlier we had a lot of activity in the morning hours in Oklahoma City, eastern Oklahoma. We had a tornado watch earlier. We did have a confirmed tornado around 4 o'clock in the morning near the Bethel Acres area in Oklahoma. And they're discussing a tornado watch for eastern Oklahoma. So this is more of a broad perspective. I mean, it looks to me that if you live east of the line here in Flower Mound and Denton, you're probably going to be done, at least for the afternoon. Most of the activity is going to be pushing south of Dallas and eventually east of Dallas. And you can see they already continued with the tornado further south coming out of Panote. Very damaging tornado, still likely on the ground. This is all heading towards it's right over Navarro Mills area. This will eventually head towards the city of Barry. Yeah, let's hope this is not the beginning stages of one of those long track tornadoes, because this it looks like it dropped a tornado south of, and this was right around the just north of the Waco Regional Airport region. But you can see the trajectory on this storm. It appears maybe possibly the same tornado has been on the ground for an extended period of time now, at least 15, 20 minutes or so. This is all going to be heading towards the city of Corsicana. So even though it's going to be Barry about 150, so I would imagine it's going to be near Corsicana, Elm House around 2 o'clock. All right, so we had that confirmed over here. Now it's over Malone. So it's now the tornado is over the city of Malone. We still have that confirmed tornado that is still on the ground. It's right over the city of Malone as we speak, heading towards Bellum, Emmett, Irene, and heading towards Dresden, Blooming Grove, and eventually Barry are going to be in the path of this damaging tornado. It's going to be crossing over Navarre Mills Lake. Yeah, there's so much activity with these storms. It definitely is going to be an active day, and then tomorrow is going to be even more active. This is just the warm up for tomorrow, because tomorrow looks to be a really intense day. But we do have that 10% hatched risk for East Texas. That was an upgrade earlier from the Storm Prediction Center. That's why, in fact, we are getting more widespread, tornadoes that we're starting to drop now. The activity was delayed a little bit, probably by a couple of hours, which changed everything. There was a lot more, the activity in the morning did not happen, therefore kind of clearing the one runway, if you will, for more unstable atmosphere as we headed towards the afternoon. And that's kind of what we're seeing now, since the atmosphere wasn't disrupted by any morning activity. That's why the afternoon activity is actually more intense than what it was looking like maybe just 12 hours ago. But nonetheless, we've been following this tornado really since the Lampasas region. We didn't have a confirmation, but there was definitely signs of rotation as it started to form near Lampasas. And we've been following it since Kemper, since south of Gatesville, into Oglesby, into Crawford. And then we had a confirmed tornado that actually dropped, that was reported, and then it continues moving through the west region, and now it's headed over the Malone region. So this has been a history of this storm for several hours. We've been tracking this. And it is one of those things, like what happens today, like will greatly influence tomorrow. So a lot of times, like I think tonight when, some of the high resolution guidance models come in towards that 8-9 o'clock time frame, after most of this stuff is moved out, then we'll get a better assessment of the atmosphere then, once this is the first wave of activity. But we're just at the beginning stages of this first wave of activity. All right, we still have that confirmed tornado that is still on the ground coming out of Nebraska. That looks to be on the ground for a while now. Damaging tornado continues to be reported by weather spotters. We've seen numerous pictures on Twitter. That was located over the Elba region. That's moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So it continues to remain on the ground. Very damaging tornado. Yeah, you can see it. You can see it right here. Continues to remain on the ground as it's moving through portions of Nebraska here. This is all heading towards the city of Walbach. Those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately of this damaging tornado. And we got more isolated activity looking to form and towards the Lincoln region. This is all likely heading towards Omaha in the next couple of hours. Yeah, much of Dallas is clearing out pretty quickly. All right, looks like we have a renewed the beginning stages of the atmosphere trying to overturn in East Texas, a little special weather statement, some stronger wind gusts, some deepening lightning trying to form out there. This is just east of Sulphur Springs and the Paris region, southeastern Oklahoma. There's the borderline of Oklahoma and Texas. Yeah, the Elba storm is in. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's a good port. It's a good point, Clayton. Yeah, let's look at that again. So, yeah, so this was the upgrade earlier. This was the upgrade earlier to that enhanced risk. So it did include areas of Omaha. And as Clayton was pointing out, these are only guidances. I mean, look, notice the marginal risk. Notice where the tornado actually formed actually in the marginal risk, and where the activity is currently right now, actually within the marginal risk. So, I mean, the Storm Prediction Center just kind of gives you guidance of the highest probability of where you could see a tornado, but even those marginal risk guys can still produce tornadoes. So even though you are in the green shaded area, don't let your guard down, because I mean the atmosphere is very favorable, and especially it's going to get even more favorable as we head towards the evening, later on this afternoon into the early evening time frame in Omaha and Des Moines, back into Kansas City, into Springfield. We're starting to see the beginning stages of more activity forming in East Texas now. That's where they have that enhanced risk. And you can see where we have that tornado warnings and the confirmed tornadoes further south into central Texas and heading towards into East Texas and southeast Texas, southeast of the Metroplex and Corsicana is likely going to be next in line from this tornadic supercell. And everything's trying to back build further south into San Antonio and Austin. No activity further south. Let me just put on the Austin radar. So you can see it actually trying to back build across this line. Hey, Easy, thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for your support. Yeah, so that is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. They did, in fact, upgrade that to that enhanced risk, and also included that 10% probability, for that area near the Des Moines and back through Fayetteville, and for those areas that are into that enhanced risk. Yeah, the 18Z hasn't come out yet. We're still kind of early on that. Let's look at the latest, some of the latest runs that are just now coming in. This is the HRRR guidance. This is like future radar that we're looking at right now. So, just more isolated activity starting to bubble up, more concentrated in Nebraska as we head towards the 2 o'clock time frame. And then it'll just get, just more activity starting to bubble up just in and around the Dallas region, east of the Metroplex, getting until then. And you can see this line by 3 o'clock really starts to escalate as you head southeast of the Metroplex. Some pretty intense supercells, likely more, heavier rain, probably some larger hail within this activity towards the 3 o'clock time frame. This is all going to be shifting east, heading towards possible, rock wall. By then, this is future radar around 3 o'clock. West Tawakoni, had someone mentioned earlier, West Tawakoni. There's the 5 o'clock time frame. That's when things really start to get elevated towards the Sioux City, maybe the Omaha region, We'll likely have supercell, possible spin up tornadoes within this region by then. Into Nebraska, we're starting to see some isolated activity starting to bubble up towards Topeka by Emporia. That'll head towards Kansas City. This is around 5 o'clock, possible 5 o'clock. And then further south, maybe some, if the atmosphere can break any, like maybe capit inversion back behind it, we could have some just isolated activity starting to reform again within the North Texas region. But definitely this looks nasty, folks. I mean, all these little isolated supercells trying to form on future radar in Mahia and back in Corsicana. It could be an ugly afternoon for East Texas, it appears. And that just shifts into the Tyler region as we head towards, 7 o'clock potentially, maybe head towards Little Rock. Then probably severe stuff by then by Jefferson City into St. Louis region. And then just the isolated stuff continued to bubble up near the Kansas City, between Omaha and Des Moines towards Sioux City there. And then just a kind of a nasty squall line maybe try to form coming out of Ames north of Des Moines through about 9 o'clock. So this is just the latest high resolution runs that run every single hour here. This is maybe towards 11 o'clock, moving through Bloomington, maybe just south of Chicago. So this is the overnight hours now. Yeah, so the main runs is about is another 30 minutes away, but that just kind of gives you an idea of what maybe to come on future radar. But let's go back to the tornado warning because it continues to have a confirmed tornado. They went ahead and extended this tornado warning. Looks like the tornado is now not confirmed any longer. Yes, a brand new tornado warning that has now extended for the Bloomington region. So this is the same area that's been showing a history of producing tornadoes. So Navarro Mills at 135 is knocking on your doorstep. Barry around 145. So that might have sped up a little bit. But nonetheless, this is all heading towards the Corsicana region. This is the same area that's been rotating, that's dropped, 1 or 2 tornadoes in its path. And it's continuing to produce tornadic supercells as it continues to move northeast there. Yeah, starting to get sporadic mesoscale discussions in East Texas. That just shows you the activity is starting to get a little bit stronger. Let's tap into the Shreveport radar because this is actually getting a little bit closer to this activity coming out of Paris. This is all heading towards possibly Idabel. They are discussing potentially adding a tornado watch for eastern portions of Oklahoma here. So it looks to appear that same tornado continues to be on the ground in Nebraska. This is possibly one of those potentially longer track tornadoes. It looks to be, you can see the confirmation continues to be on the ground. So this was possibly the same tornado. This was at 12:28. So this is almost an hour, folks. This may or may not be the same exact tornado, but it's still on the same general vicinity as this continues to lift north, still producing that tornado, heading towards, it's likely right here, heading towards the Wabash region, Brayton. You got storm spotters on this activity. This is where you're a lot more favorable to see more concentrated tornadic activity today. We got a lot of storm spotters on this activity out here. It has produced some golf ball size hail with it as well. So now we're possibly getting a wedge tornado out of this activity in Nebraska. Very damaging tornado, likely and coming out of Nebraska here. Yeah, debris ball is starting to appear on the correlation coefficient. This could be our most significant tornado of the day so far, folks. I'm getting reports of a wedge tornado that is on the ground. Very dangerous tornado in Nebraska, folks. Very damaging wedge tornado that is on the ground that's continued to move north. This is likely crossing over 281 here. Greasley Center, Brayton, O'Connor, you're all in the path of this wedge tornado that's been confirmed by storm spotters. Very damaging tornado on the ground right now, folks. You can see this is actually the most pronounced of the day. Let me move it over so you can actually see this here. Yes, if you're just now tuning in, we got live storm coverage on a wedge tornado that has been confirmed by numerous storm spotters that's coming out of Elba, Nebraska, and moving northeast around 20 miles an hour, folks. This has had a history of producing a tornado. It's possibly been the same one or the history of the same one since Ravenna. This has continued to move through Rockville, and it went through Farwell, and it went through Elba, and now it's continued to lift northeast, heading towards Woolback here. Very damaging tornado continues to be on the ground. All these areas definitely need to be in your safe zone. Looks like they extended the tornado warning now, and rightfully so. All right, so brand new tornado warning extended for Greeley County, Nance County, and Howard County in central Nebraska there. Very damaging confirmed tornado that was located over the city of Woolback. We're tracking it right here, folks, and 20 miles, and very damaging. Has some golf ball size hail with it. So we're talking areas of in the path of this storm. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado, so it's basically rain wrap right now, which is always frightening because you can't really see it coming. But areas into Woolback, it's going to be on your doorstep in the next 5 minutes, folks. Very damaging, dangerous tornado that's been confirmed by weather spotters, if not a wedge tornado, likely the most significant of the day. There is the city of Woolback, and there is your tornado right there, folks. And rightfully so, they went ahead and extended the tornado warning that would include those areas further north into Greeley Center and to O'Connor. And this will likely possibly get extended into Spalding. So we are doing live storm coverage, folks, literally from Nebraska to Texas to Missouri to Iowa. We've had several confirmed tornadoes on the ground. We've had a couple in Texas. We've had a couple in Nebraska. Now we're tracking this wedge tornado that's coming out of the city of Elba. Numerous confirmed reports of this tornado still on the ground. Wow, if you want to go to Twitter, folks, they've got definitely numerous confirmed sightings of this massive wedge tornado that is on the ground still out of Elba, Nebraska. This is a very damaging, dangerous situation occurring at the moment. This wedge tornado, and it looks massive. I mean, it's rain wrapped, but it's Yeah, it looks like there's pictures of it crossing over the highway here. Yeah, it looks like it's crossing over 281 as we speak. Yeah, large wedge tornado still confirmed by the National Weather Service on the ground. Greeley, Nebraska. Yeah, there is Highway 281. This is that confirmed damaging tornado that is moving northeast around 25 miles an hour. 25 miles an hour, folks. And it may have been the same one that's been on the ground for an extended period of time. It all started out of this one little supercell that was all by its lonesome over Ravenna. And man, this is really taken off now. We have several more tornado warnings happening, so the atmosphere is really starting to unload now. This is over southeastern Nebraska. Another possible tornado trying to form, located over the city of Friend. This is near the Omaha region. There's also another tornado warning further south. Radar indicated tornado that was over the city of Swanton. So this whole atmosphere is starting to take off, folks. Very dangerous situation as we head into the afternoon. And then yet we have that still tornado that we're dealing with further south into Texas. That also has still a confirmed tornado on the ground. Yeah, it looks like, yes, we have another one over heading toward near the city of Blooming Grove, Raleigh, Dresden. All right, so here's yes, another tornado that was we've been tracking for a while. This has also been confirmed by spotters. Cities in the path are Silver City, Dresden, Navarro Mills, and Purdon. Blooming Grove is in the path right around 145 into Barry. We have another damaging tornado that continues to remain on the ground. It is heading right over the city of Barry, continues to move northeast and possibly Rice, folks. It's about to cross over, going to be crossing over Interstate 45 shortly. That's always a dangerous situation when you have a emergency management confirmed tornado in Navarro County. Yeah, so there's that confirmed tornado that Clayton was talking about. It's knocking on this doorsteps, the city of Barry, Elm House, eventually Rice would be in the crosshairs of this storm. And yes, it's going to be crossing over the major interstate of 45. Here, I'll show you this rotating supercell because we've been tracking this since land passes, right? I mean, this is your rotation over the last couple of hours has been really prevalent. This is the meaning of these long track systems, right? So you got started in land passes, went through Gatesville, through Oldsby, through Crawford, just north of Waco there. And then we had that confirmed tornado that's been by storm spotters and that additional confirmed tornado coming out of west. And that's the same storm continues to be on the ground. And now we're talking it's near the Blooming Grove region. So Corsicana is in its path, Rice is in its path, but it's the same trajectory that's been lifting northeast for really the last couple of hours since we've been doing live storm coverage for the last 3 hours now. It was the only supercell in town when we came on. There was nothing else. There was nothing else happening, and now you can see the history of the rotation over the last couple of hours or so. Here was that storm in Nebraska that came out of Ravenna that had also that confirmed tornado that's still on the ground near Rockville, Farwell, and then it really started to intensify. Look at this rotation intensifying. And there is that several reports of confirmed tornado west and north of the Elba region. And it's still on the ground, folks, as it continues to move northeast at 20 miles an hour. So very dangerous afternoon. We're doing live coverage for the rest of the duration of the afternoon. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you turn the notifications on, because when I do my daily updates, you can stay well ahead of the storm. But you can see the discrete isolation of these supercells. That's what makes them so intense. I mean, you got one little supercell right here that's produced that nasty Wedge tornado. And then you got further south near Seaward, it's also producing a radar depicted tornado. That was actually another possible coming out of Friend. And then yet another one that's kind of isolated as well. So you can see the nature of this activity. It is continuing to be, isolated. Yeah, so we're also tracking that confirmed tornado that continues to be on the ground near Blooming Grove. There's that confirmation by storm spotters. It was reported near FM 477, Western Navarre County. Right now, it's going to be over the city of Barry. Now, Elm House is in its sight. In between Corsicana and Rice is likely in its sight. But it's also going to be crossing over a major interstate, likely in the next 20 minutes or so. Let's see. Let's see if we can tap in some of these storm spotters. All right, so we're gonna tap into Brandon's live stream. He is on that storm in Friend, Nebraska, folks. This is a rotating wall cloud. Yeah, so I'm underneath the lowering. I have one initially to my right, and it looks like I see one well. So we'll watch. We'll continue to tap into some of these live streams. Here's another storm spotter. All right, so here's that storm that was coming out of Friend. This was coming out of Friend. This is that rotating wall cloud. He is on this storm. We're tapping into the storm spotter, Brandon Kopic. This is actually Willard Sharp. Brandon Kopic's a little bit further south. Hey, winds have picked up in Wisconsin. All right, so let's head further south. So we do have another radar depicted tornado further south. Here's another storm near Swanton. This is also in Nebraska. There's storm spotter Brad Arnold. Yeah, but notice all the storm spotters, they are further north. All right, so it looks like they went ahead and again they extended the tornado warning further south into Texas. Wow, this same tornado, folks. I mean, it continues to be on the ground, folks. All right, so brand new tornado warning. They have extended this. The confirmed tornado looks to be still on the ground. That's located over the city of Barry. That was moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So it looks like it has picked up a little bit, but it's going to be right over the city of Barry here shortly. No, it's right over the city of Barry actually right now, and going to be over Alma in about 2:10. Alma at 2:10. Wow, folks, look at that. That is your tornado right there. Under Barry is taking the brunt of this tornado as we speak. Continues to move northeast at 30 miles an hour. There's no storm spotters down here. Everything's further north. But nonetheless, this activity in Texas has produced the same or several touchdowns with tornadoes since the Lampasas region. And this rotating wall cloud supercell has continued to rotate. It's going to be crossing over Elm House. Rice is also in the crosshairs of this damaging tornado. There's Interstate 45. So also we're looking at Crutchville and Valley Farms, Crutchville and Valley Farms area. So if you do the math, anybody else that may be in line, if you extend it, is probably Rosner, Scurry, Kemp, Kaufman eventually, because this whole line has been continued to rotate as it continues to move, and even into a more favorable environment. Let's go back further north again. All right, let's jump on this one that's still confirmed in Nebraska. So this is another one that's also a damaging tornado. At some point, it was actually a wedge tornado. It's going to be over the city of Walbach, which is where it's at right now. So this is also the same tornado we've been tracking for a while now. This continues to lay down a wedge tornado at times. And it's also rain wrapped, which makes it even more dangerous. It also has some 2-inch hail associated with it as well. Yeah, most of the activity, if you're still tuning in with me in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, most of the activity looks to move to the northeast now. So there's some isolated pockets of activity trying to reform again, but nonetheless, the line, you can see the line southwest of Fort Worth, south of Irving, but heavier rains are moving back into Dallas. But yes, the main activity has moved through. There's probably going to be just some isolated stuff back behind it, but all the instability has shifted east. Yeah, so this whole line is starting to back build further south, deeper in Texas, and it's getting a lot more active too. So we've been watching that activity in Texas, and of course now our eyes have shifted further north into Nebraska, and where they've had several tornadoes unfold as we speak. So there's currently 7 tornado warnings, and it looks like there's 3 confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now. So let's go back to the one in Nebraska here by Woolback. That continues to be on the ground. At times, many spotters confirm this as a wedge tornado. And so they continue to shift the tornado warning further off to the east. So now areas into Boone County in northeastern Nebraska. Again, confirmed tornado near the city of Woolback. Continues to move northeast around 25 miles an hour. Still confirmed by storm spotters. Going to be in the city of Primrose here shortly. Needs to take cover immediately. At times, this was producing a wedge tornado at times. Hey, it's eerily calm here in Phillipsburg, Missouri. Kind of like the calm before the storm. Let's here's the broad picture. Not much happening in Oklahoma. Not much happening in east. Starting to get some renewed activity south of Springfield. Maybe some stronger activity trying to come up around the Red River. It's moving into Arkansas. Just light showers for now into St. Louis. And the same thing in Chicago. They have a little heavier band moving up there. But it's right around that low pressure. That is obviously where the most intense storms are, where they were expected to be. That's lifting northeast. And it's this tail end that's likely going to fire with numerous large hail reports and tornadoes. That's going to be really starting to fire up towards Lincoln, possibly into Nebraska City, into Omaha as we head towards the 4 or 5 o'clock time frame. Yeah, wedge tornado is a serious tornado, folks. That's a pretty significant tornado. And it still appears that there is a tornado still continuing for those areas near Woolback. Another possible spin-up tornado near Seaward. And then there's that other storm. This is eastern Saline County. So we're going to be watching this activity as we head towards deeper into the afternoon. We are doing live storm coverage here for the rest of the afternoon. We came on about 11. Gosh, it was early, 10:30, I think, 10:30. We started tracking the storms in Texas first. And then we saw some isolated bubblers starting to form in Nebraska. We had that confirmed tornado near Ravenna earlier, and that's what started it all. It was just this one little lonely cell in Ravenna, Nebraska, and then it quickly exploded and intensified, and it's possibly even the same supercell that continues to lift northeast, now producing that Wedge tornado, very damaging tornado in its path. But yeah, every velocity scan continues to be pretty impressive, folks. It still has that area of rotation continued with that tornado on the ground. And there is the city of Primrose. It's going to set its sights on next. So definitely, if you live near the Spalding, the Cedar Rapids region, especially in Primrose, that looks to be going right over your city, unfortunately. All right, so let me zoom back into Texas now because that area continues to be rotating as well. We also have that developing tornado down there into Texas. This is another tornado, continues to be even the same area, General City, that was located over Barry. This also is a damaging tornado that's on the ground that's continued to move northeast. A lot of lightning strikes with it. Continue to show rotation coming out of the city of Barry. Looking at M House, these areas definitely need to be your safe zone. We do in fact appear to have a damaging tornado that is on the ground right here. This is all moving northeast, so you're talking this trajectory right here, heading over Elm House into Rice. Okay, so let's put a track on this for you. All right, so Elm House in 5 minutes, the city of Rice in 18 minutes. You need to be in your safe zone right now. Alma in 19 minutes, Cretchville in 26 minutes. Yeah, so all those areas definitely need to be in your safe zone. Tellico in around 30 minutes. Rotating supercell continues to produce a damaging tornado near the Barry, Texas region, coming out of Blooming Grove, heading over the city of Rice. If you're on Interstate 45, if you're a truck driver, I feel for you because this tornado is going to be crossing over Interstate 45. So think about it, folks. We got 2:00 in the afternoon. We've got a lot of people traveling on that interstate. Not a good situation to have a tornado cross a major interstate here. But if anything, this looks to be even more intense. We could be looking at an even stronger tornado trying to form here, coming out of Barry, heading towards Elm House now. This is a very damaging tornado that continues to show intensification as it's pulling out of the Barry region. So we are doing live storm coverage, folks. If you're just now tuning in, we're doing live coverage throughout the duration of this event. We've had several tornadoes. We're tracking numerous tornadoes on the ground right now in Nebraska and Texas. This one nasty supercell in southeast of the Metroplex has quickly starting to strengthen down there into heading towards the city of Rice. We had that confirmation earlier of the back near a frost. This was the same tornado. It's likely still on the ground right now. Was located over FM 477 near Brushy Perry in western Navarro County. Yeah, so continues to be a nasty supercell for them. But yeah, nearly every single tornado warning right now has a confirmed tornado but one. So there's 6 tornado warnings and we have 5. There's 5 confirmed tornadoes. So that shows you the atmosphere that we're up against this afternoon. Very intense, very volatile afternoon. And this was not even supposed to be the most active day. So that shows you how intense tomorrow may be because yeah, I mean, even today has been fairly heavy. So we still have that confirmed tornado over the city of Waback in Nebraska. And now they can continue to move that tornado warning, that confirmed observed tornado heading over Primrose. We're also tracking a storm near the city of Seward. We got storm spotters. There's storm spotters on this activity closer to Seward. And there's also another supercell, also radar indicated as well, over southwestern portions of Lancaster. This is eastern Saline in Omaha, Nebraska, near there. So there's storms chaser Willard Sharp here. He's on Interstate 80, and there's that supercell just north of him. So I can give you the bearings of where he's at. So here's that storm right here. The storm was located over the Beaver Crossing region. So you got storm spotters all around it. This is lifting north around 25 miles an hour. So lifting north at 25 miles an hour. Radar indicated supercell. Hey, I'm going to go out with my baby right now. Can someone tell me if it's safe to travel from Melissa to Plano? Yes, I do feel it. I think it's safe for you. I think most of that activity is shifted off to the east. So let's zoom in for you. You said Melissa to Plano. Okay, so yeah, I think you're pretty clear, folks. You're good to go. There's Melissa, there's Plano. It's pretty clear skies, and there's nothing forming out west, at least at the moment. So have a safe trip. Yeah, so the continued storm near Elm House continues to deepen. That may have dropped even more significant tornado near Elm House. And this still appears to be on the ground, and folks, as well. At 2:04, there was that confirmed tornado near the city of Elm House that was moving northeast around 30 miles an hour. So northeast at 30 miles an hour. So yeah, locations in the path are going to be that Chatfield and the Rice vicinity. That's the next in line. And that looks to be taking the brunt of the storm as well. Looks to be going to be right over the city of Rice in about 5 minutes. So we definitely have already had several tornadoes, folks. I mean, I've counted probably 6 or 7. Just depends if it's the same one or not. But it's the same supercell that keeps dropping the same tornado, same general vicinity that's rotating. Been a lot of rotation with these supercells. I can show you what I'm talking about if you're just kind of tuning in here. Yeah, here's the rotation scans on some of this activity. So let's go further north. What we were looking at earlier. Yeah, just very isolated pockets, but nonetheless, you can see the intensity of the storm that was coming out of Ravenna. This is rotation here, and look at the intensity as it kept lifting north. Right, you see the reds and yellows start to turn to whites. That's where it became a bigger tornado, and now we had some of that confirmed wedge tornado in and around the Woolback region. So that's been a dangerous supercell that's continued lifting northeast. And then the one cell further south back into this was the earlier activity that came out of Oklahoma. This was in the wee morning hours, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, near the city of Bethel Acres, Oklahoma. And then further south into Texas, we had that rotation that started in the Lampasas region, that went up through Gatesville, that went north of Waco, and that looked like it really started to intensify as it headed towards the city of West. That's when we had a more damaging tornado confirmed to be on the ground. And it still continues to be on the ground. And then we had that other storm spotter right here, confirmed tornado into the ground near 477, headed through Dresden, Blooming Grove, and now it's over Berry, and now it's moving to Elm House, and then it continued into Rice. So you can see the trajectory of these storms, folks. I mean, this has been a history. This is probably going to be in the same general vicinity. So if you live within this circled area, so I would definitely be on high alert, because this same supercells had a history of producing a tornado. So if you live in this area, I would definitely be on high alert over the next couple of hours of this rotating supercell that continues to lift northeast around 25 miles an hour. So we got a lot of wind reports. We got some hail reports. If we broaden the picture for the rest of the country. Yeah, the main concentration has been right near that low pressure center around the surface low in Nebraska. And then now we're starting to see some sporadic activity forming along that boundary. Here's a renewed storm. This is typically how it starts, just very isolated activity, but nonetheless has some 1.5 inch hail associated with it. That's out of Hardy. And this is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour, coming out of near the Wichita region. Some ping pong size hail potentially, and some 60 mile per hour winds. So this also may be the beginning stages of renewed activity starting to form in Kansas now, as this whole line starts to try to fill in as we get deeper into the afternoon. Not much happening in the Tulsa region, Fort Smith, and Fayetteville. Nothing severe towards Springfield and into St. Louis. Everything's near the surface low. Hey, good afternoon, Ryan. Hope you had a good birthday. Yes, I did. I greatly appreciate all the birthday wishes out there. Just kind of stayed low, went out to dinner with the family. The in-laws came over last night. Yeah, there's that tornado path down there towards Waco, and it continues to show a history of tornadic spin-ups. Looks like we got a new cell that's trying to form southeastern Oklahoma. This is brand new as well. That's producing some quarter-size hail with it. That's near the Idabel area in southeastern Oklahoma. Let's turn this on and see if we have any potential tornado watches. Potential watches. Yeah, flash flooding likely. So just some flash flooding watches. Yeah, it looks like there's a potential. That's 95%. It's probably going to get issued. Yeah, so we're starting to see the beginning stages, some isolated bubbles in Kansas, Oklahoma. There's not much yet, but definitely a little bit more activities trying to form southeastern Oklahoma, south of McAllister. Storm Prediction Center has a 95% probability they're going to issue a weather watch here shortly, likely a tornado watch. 95% chance, so it's probably going to be issued like really any moment now. And then just flooding concerns. Areas have picked up a lot of heavy rain, flash flooding possible, 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates. And then again, tomorrow just is the nastier day with a more dynamic setup and more significant, very torrential heavy rains. Tulsa could just get clobbered tomorrow with several inches of rain, probably numerous flood warnings within the Oklahoma City, Tulsa region, on top of all the severe weather they're going to have to deal with. Looks like we have another area that a watch is not likely, but some sporadic activities trying to form just north of Des Moines region. We saw Des Moines earlier. The future radar looks about 4 or 5 o'clock, maybe impacting the Des Moines region by then. So we are expecting that watch being issued here shortly. And maybe it already has. Let me put the watches on. Yeah, it looks like they already did issue it. So yeah, there's that tornado watch. That now encompasses areas in Oklahoma. This does include eastern Oklahoma. Same probability, few tornadoes possible, very large hail, some damaging winds, some large hail up to possibly 3 inches in diameter with some isolated areas, and producing some wind gusts of upwards to 70 miles an hour. Some intense tornadoes possible. So yeah, you haven't had that atmosphere worked over. You had the activity it came in at 4 or 5 o'clock, but that's obviously been almost 12 hours now. So the atmosphere has had plenty of time to kind of recuperate. And now we're going into peak heating of the afternoon. And now we have upward rising motion air off to your west. And so you kind of put you in a little bit more favorable environment for the greatest lift. But yeah, you can see the tornado watch. This is exactly where the Storm Prediction Center did highlight that, that 10% right on this boundary. And I would imagine Topeka is probably going to get filled in as well. But these watches go until the one in Texas goes till 6. The one in eastern Oklahoma goes until 9. And then further north, that one goes until 7. So very active afternoon. So let me take the watches back off here. Hey, Denton has been quiet. Does that mean we can see more severe storms tonight? Yeah, I just think for Denton, I don't think Denton was actually under this tornado watch. It might have been just like literally just east of you. Um, I was waiting for the new resolution guidance to come in. Looks like the 18Z has started to run. So let's see how far this goes. All right, so we'll take a pause here and we'll look at the latest high resolution guidance. This is the 18Z, so it's a pretty important run. Just kind of gives you an idea of what may be to come as we head towards the afternoon. So, all right, so let's start further south. This is around 3 o'clock potentially. Yeah, numerous supercells continue in that same trajectory. We head up to Fayetteville. We'll swing back up to areas of into Nebraska. So this is around 3 o'clock. This is around 3 o'clock. This is future radar, what we're looking at. So here's 5 o'clock. So yes, we're starting to see more activity starting to back build through Sioux City, through Omaha, uh, just west of the Kansas City region, out towards Topeka. So yes, they'll probably be issuing a tornado watch to fill that in. There we have some discrete supercells also trying to form by 5 o'clock near the Tulsa region, near the Bartersville region. They just issued that tornado watch for them. And yeah, the whole line from Waco to out towards Tyler continues to remain active by 5 o'clock. So there's 6, and there's potentially 7. So this is just, again, future radar. Let's go start further north. We got the squall line. Here's the area of low pressure spinning up through Sioux Falls by then. And then we have that line on the back side of there through Des Moines, heading towards coming out of Topeka. Probably some supercells over the St. Louis region at 7 o'clock. This would be likely 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock likely over the St. Louis region, south of Jefferson City. And then that line in East Texas moves out into portions of Louisiana. And yes, the answer to your question earlier, if Denton was not untapped, it's probably going to get hit. So theirs is a possibility. Doesn't mean it's exactly going to happen this way, but by 7 o'clock, maybe, because Denton was not actually disrupted from the morning activity, you may actually get the afternoon activity into your area. And there may be some isolated cells that look to form back into the Collin County region. This would be 9 o'clock tonight, 9 o'clock tonight. And maybe some renewed activity again back towards Gatesville, back to Waco. This is just high resolution guidance. More activity through Springfield into St. Louis. We're getting pretty late now. This would be 9 o'clock. Now this is 11 o'clock, so this would be 11 o'clock. Possibly trying to just, sporadic supercells still further south into the Waco region. So it continues to remain active. Oh, it looks like they issued a flood watch. So I'll show that here shortly. But yeah, so this is 11 o'clock. As the first storm starts to wind down into the overnight hours, most of this activity where you're getting hit hard now would be on the clearer side into the overnight hours. And this would likely not be severe once it moves to Chicago, once it moves to Milwaukee, those areas, just some stronger thunderstorms in the evening time frame heading through the Memphis region. And then really, it stops there because it's still updating. But yeah, it just kind of gives you an idea of what may be to come. So so for areas that have not been disrupted from the morning activity, maybe try to get some more isolated bubblers. But yeah, it looks to continue to expand as it moves further east as we get deeper into the afternoon. And it looks to start to fill into Kansas, the Topeka region. They will likely issue that tornado watch for you guys up there in Kansas to kind of fill the gap there. But let's go back to live radar here. This is live radar now. Looks like we still have those confirmed tornadoes. Some of them confirmed still into the one in Nebraska. So let's switch radars and go back to the one in Nebraska. All right, so it still appears that tornado is likely on the ground heading towards Primrose, still on that same trajectory, heading towards the Primrose region. This is for southwestern Boone County in Nebraska. Very damaging supercell that continues to show a confirmed tornado. It's on the ground. At one point, it was a wedge tornado. Very damaging tornado. Also has some 2-inch hail reported with it as well. So Primrose is going to be in your sights around 2:30. So it's right on your doorstep, folks. You definitely need to be taking shelter if you live in the Primrose region. And this will likely swing out towards just east of Spalding there. And maybe like Petersburg. Petersburg would probably be maybe the next major city in line as it continues to move northeast. But you can see by future radar, it continues to remain pretty active through about 11 o'clock. Through about 11 o'clock time frame, depending on where you live. And then after that, it definitely appears to be starting to die down in a big way as you get a kind of a lull in the overnight hours. And that's that first system moving out, and then the second system will be then eyes will be trending out west. So let's tap into the Nebraska radar and go back to some of these supercells. This is the one cell mini storm chasers have been on. They're all south of it, and it's tornadic. The funnel cloud is moving north. Rotating wall clouds moving north. There's more activity coming out of Lincoln now, so that is renewed. That's a brand new tornado warning. Also has some potential golf ball size hail with it as well. Not a confirmed tornado, but it was located over the city of Crete. And it's moving about north around 40 miles an hour, north at 40 miles an hour. Pleasantdale, and its site around 225. It looks like it crossed your path a couple minutes ago. But nonetheless, it's another area that started off as a small supercell that's starting to bubble up and turn severe, and then turn tornadic as well. There's that isolated activity that's forming out of near the Wichita region. And this would be likely the beginning stages of more activity, probably renewed growth coming out of the Kansas region. Hey, Denton is about to get pounded. Hey, pal. Hey, looks like we had a handoff near Rice, rotation crossing over 45. So that storm in Dallas, south of Dallas there, continues to rotate. Okay, so they went ahead and let that tornado warning finally. Oh, there it is. Was I missing it? Or they let it expire, and this is new. All right, so yes, brand new tornado warning just issued for southwestern Kaufman County. This is the same cell that's been continued to show signs of a tornado south of the Metroplex. That was a system that near Alma. This is crossing over Interstate 45 as we speak, likely. And this is all moving northeast around 25 miles an hour. So Ennis would be your next in sight around 240, and the city of Cottonwood at 245. So you got Cottonwood at 245 and Ennis at 240. Those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately. as this rotating supercell has had a history of producing spin up tornadoes. So, yeah, Rosner, Kemp, Scurry, Oak Grove, Kaufman, a bigger city, Kaufman, would likely be in the path of this storm. And it's actually, lifting a little bit further northeast. Actually, it started further south in Waco, so you can definitely see the northeast trajectory. And this whole line continues to be active. We have another supercell south of Sam Saba that also has some torrential rains. Those cloud tops are growing in intensity. At times, some ping pong size hail potential with that supercell. That's also going to move along that same kind of general trajectory. Looks like Colorado Bend State Park around 255, Chapel around 240. Yeah, it's about time it fizzled, Clayton. Yeah, that storm is man, it's been crazy how long it's actually been on the ground. Hey Jody, how are you doing? Thanks for watching the stream. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we're doing live storm coverage this afternoon. We've been here for about 4 hours now. Pretty active afternoon from Nebraska to Kansas. Newly issued tornado watch in eastern Oklahoma. And we have a lot of activity south of the Dallas Metroplex here. And so very active afternoon, and stuff looks to start filling in near the Omaha region, maybe towards the St. Louis region as we head towards the 6-7 o'clock time frame. But you see, so you have a couple dry slots there in eastern Oklahoma. I think that's going to fill in. It's already looking to start to fill in into Kansas here. I think this is the beginning stages of what could be a pretty, filled in squall line, if you will, as this is looking to really intensify and kind of fill in as we head towards deeper in the afternoon. But yeah, I feel everything's going to get going towards the St. Louis region around 6 or 7 o'clock. Those storms aren't severe as they head out of Davenport, heading to the Chicago region. We got an isolated bubbler. Looks like southeastern Oklahoma there. But yeah, this is how it starts in Kansas, folks. It just when that one little isolated supercell, I'd be watching this one closely because I would think this would be the next one to fire. And it's got nothing else around it. So it's got great probabilities of likely producing a tornado within this sector. So we still have those numerous tornado warnings, the one coming out of Lincoln. Most of the activity here is moving further northeast. This one's moving at 30 miles an hour. So a couple of radar indicated tornadoes. It looks like all the confirmed ones have besides the Boone. Let's see, we still have that confirmed tornado near Boone. Oh, that was the one that was heading over Primrose. Hastings. All right, so we still have a so basically right over Primrose here. We still have that confirmed tornado right over the city of Primrose. Still lifting northeast at 25 miles an hour, so they went ahead and extended this tornado watch to include the Petersburg region. Those areas include Loretto. But it's been a very active afternoon. Hey, trying to wrap up, moving into town. Definitely hit the subscribe button. Appreciate the support, Jody. Thanks for reminding people. Yeah, welcome to all the new followers. I appreciate the donations on YouTube and Facebook. Greatly appreciate your support. Welcome to all the new members of the YouTube channel. We're going to be doing some live coverage tomorrow as well. So this is only kind of day one of a very active next couple of days. You know, we're in the heart of severe storm season currently right now. So this is, and it's just a little bit more favorable environment right now. You got trough west, you got middle of the country and the warm sector for an extended period of time. Actually, a long time as well. We're still got the El Nino driven, even though the El Nino is weakening. We are still under that El Nino type dynamics, probably for at least several more weeks. We are trending towards what's referred to as Enso neutral and eventually La Nina as we head towards summer. But we're at the transition stage, and it's a lot of times when you're at the transitioning stage, coming out of El Nino, heading to La Nina, heading towards that neutral, especially in the springtime, that typically leads to a more favorable severe weather environment. And when the El Nino started weakening, that's when things started to ramp up around middle of March. And it's really been fairly active. And since then, the last 6 weeks, and it's even ramping up now even higher. So I am expecting a busier next couple of weeks. I don't really see any let up in this type setup. So unfortunately, you're going to be dealing with a lot more severe storms over the next couple of weeks. You head into May. May is obviously one of the busiest months, if not the busiest month of the year for severe storms. So it's just going to be one of those years. Very, very active year. It started somewhat slow. Last time I looked, I mean, we were like 50 tornadoes actually behind average. So it's not like we've been inundated right now. So it's just been active recently. So I feel like they're going to be catching up in a big way with a lot more favorable environment coming in over the next couple of weeks. So we still got several tornado warnings that we've been continue to track. Pal lives and broadcasts from Prosper and Northeast. Yeah, so very active afternoon. It is around 2:40 in the afternoon. Happy, what is it, Friday? Happy Friday, everyone. Yeah, very busy weekend ahead. This is only the first system coming through. So this is kind of the pregame, if you will, and a second, even stronger system. The one back behind it that's coming for Saturday and Sunday combined is going to be a stronger, even bigger system that extends really from all the way to Texas to Wisconsin, a huge, massive area. Can't even rule out, or even Ontario getting severe storms. It's a big system coming in. And it's actually going to drop a little bit further south as well. The low pressure is going to set up right around the Texas Panhandle. That puts more of Texas into play. but it also puts more of the plains, and that low pressure center will continue to deepen and lift northeast. And that's going to really spin up even further north than this one, going through portions of Minnesota, as heading into Wisconsin, eventually likely probably head into northern Michigan. Probably Illinois is in sights for that one. Indiana is probably on the borderline for that system. I don't think it actually even makes it to Chicago, into Ohio here. Ohio is leading the charge of tornadoes so far this storm season. So they've taken a brunt early, and they're going to be taking a little bit of a respite. Same as the Southeast. Dixie Alley does not get any severe storms out of this setup coming over the next week. Everything's pretty much concentrated over the middle part of the country. A lot of the eastern states and a lot of the southeastern states where it's been really rainy. So you can tell the patterns shifting. The El Nino is weakening, and you're starting to see the slow transition, shifting the gears and pushing the severe storms mainly along the plains and missing the east and missing the southeast. And it puts the trajectory of these troughs and these low pressure centers. With El Nino, less likely subtropical jet is not as active. So the second one does drop further south, but over time, I would say, as we go towards the middle of May, as these drop, I think they're going to lift further and further north, because you're eventually going to be watching a ridge start to build from Mexico and start to shift into South Texas. And that will put the trajectory of these troughs further north, probably as we head to, beyond the middle part of May, I would imagine, with that continued weakening of the El Nino. So eventually that is definitely going to align with these areas further north to be more in favor of severe storms. But that's a ways off. We're not there yet. Let's go back further south and look at that storm in Texas now. See what's happening with that one. So we still have that radar indicated tornado. Fortunately, the confirmed tornado, the more deepening circulation has lifted, but the same general vicinity is still concentrated just south of the Metroplex. And we're definitely seeing signs of it starting to back build further south. Remember, the marginal risk does include all those areas into San Antonio and to Austin. So not out of the question, this continues to push further south as we head in the afternoon. And then we're starting to get more activity starting to form into the Oklahoma region, especially in eastern Oklahoma. Remember, the areas that have been untapped, for say, are probably going to be the more favored areas that likely get the instability, has a little bit more instability to work with. The atmosphere hasn't been worked over. Okay, so there you go. What did we say about 10 minutes ago? I was watching this supercell down into Kansas, and yes, this would be the next one to probably produce a tornado. And there we go. We got brand new tornado warning issued for that was near the city of Howard. Now this is coming out of the Wichita region into northwestern portions of Kansas. So developing supercell. We started with some isolated activity, nothing around this particular system. So it had great breath around it, and it doesn't take much to spin up a tornado in this environment. And that's exactly what's happening. So radar indicated rotation that's happening near the city of Howard. This is all moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So now we're talking just east of the Eureka region. Looks like Burlington maybe eventually in the sights of this storm. And Toronto, Yates Center. This is the first initiation of storm activity in Kansas here. Does have some potential to produce some ping pong size hail with it as well. But nonetheless, this is probably the beginning stages of a developing of more activity as you're starting to see the capit inversion starting to break. Hey, I want to watch the Mavericks around 5 o'clock until 9 o'clock. Going to downtown Dallas. Is it going to rain? Well, Carlos, we did see some possible isolated, action later on tonight. So it's not out of the question. You could get some very isolated parts. Can't rule out that happening, but you're talking 20 or 30%. But the 20 or 30% that does possibly get activity could get some stronger storms and some larger hail. And so there's going to be like probably 80% of the Metroplex that don't get anything this evening. But if you're under that 20%, you're definitely going to feel it. So because it definitely appears there's going to be some isolated bubblers starting to reform. But yeah, this particular supercell in Kansas here continues to intensify as it moves northeast around 40 miles an hour or so. All right, so they have not filled the gap yet in Topeka, but I would imagine they will because this storm is lifting northeast. So it's a matter of time before they, probably issue a tornado watch for the rest of Kansas here. I mean, they might as well go ahead and fill the gap in because there's going to be producing storms along this boundary here. That's my dog. All right, let's take the watches off. All right, so currently it looks like there's no active tornadoes confirmed. So we are getting a little bit of a break in the action, several tornado warnings, but got kind of crazy there for a while. Had probably 5 or 6 tornadoes potentially on the ground at the same time. So let's look at some of the high resolution models and take back because this is going to be it probably completed a lot more of the run now. So I want to let this move through and kind of fill in, see how far it goes out. So I wanted to look at some of the. All right, so at least it covers the next 24 hours. All right, so what we're looking at here is some of the longer range. I mean, the shorter range, high resolution guidance. So about 5 o'clock. So this is about 5 o'clock. This is future radar. So you can see the activity and coming out of Wichita there, just southwest of Wichita. That's where we have that tornado warning right now. You can see the trajectory of these storms. That's why they're probably going to be filling it in over Topeka because it does show on future radar that we could be looking at more activity by then, by 5 o'clock around this boundary. That's going to be heading into Kansas City through the Omaha region. Those could be some big time hail producers. Definitely some active spin up tornadoes is definitely not out of the question through Omaha, through the Sioux City region. And then we'll stop at around 7. So here's 7 o'clock. So this is kind of gives you an update on what may be going to come in the evening time frame as we head towards 7. More stuff near Waco, near Tyler, maybe some action near the Denton region into Gainesville, coming into Little Rock. And there's activity into St. Louis. Those will likely be severe by then. Notice the line really starting to fill in further south into Independence. as the low pressure continues to move northeast. So there's 9 o'clock. There's 11 o'clock as things start winding down. There's 9 o'clock in the morning. So now this is going into tomorrow. So here's the secondary system as we head into tomorrow. So we're starting to see renewed activity starting to build with the new system coming in. So this is about 11 o'clock in the morning. Another squall line likely starting to form with the beginning stages of that other system. Very deepening trough comes out west. Another low pressure center likely sets up shop around the Texas Panhandle. Has the greatest lift to the right of there. So we have renewed lift likely starting to form by then around the 11 o'clock time frame. And that would continue to push across the Oklahoma City region, maybe towards 1, back through Norman, back through the Wichita region again, through Topeka again. Again, this is tomorrow. This would likely be possibly tomorrow. And then we have a nasty squall line looking to form as we go into the heat of the day again. Now this is peak heating, going through the Oklahoma City region, through the Tulsa region, through the Bartlesville region, back into Des Moines. So we will likely have renewed severe storms by then. Tornado watches probably be issued by then. And it only goes out so far. We'll come back to it. So, because it only goes out 24 hours now, but yeah, if anything, the stuff appeared to be delayed for tomorrow for sure. It looks to be backdated, and actually Sunday looks even to be more active now than what it did earlier. Let's take a peek at tomorrow. Let's just look at this because I hadn't even seen the 12:30 update myself. I've been on live streaming. All right, so here's tomorrow's action. This is where we stand for tomorrow. This is the latest update from the SPC. Has that enhanced risk from Des Moines through Lincoln through Topeka. Does include much of Wichita, Oklahoma, back through northwest portions of Texas. The slight risk extends all the way down into really into the border into Mexico, and then further north it extends this time all the way into portions of Chicago, into Milwaukee, heading up all the way into Wisconsin here. And that's that would be tomorrow. And then tomorrow is a dangerous day because we also have a renewed tornado threat even tomorrow as we headed an even bigger threat. So a much bigger, broader area of that 10% hatched risk for tomorrow includes back into Lincoln again, into Topeka, back into Emporia, into Wichita, much of the Oklahoma City region. Wichita Falls would be in the most favored area, but much of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, even portions of central Texas, really all the way down to San Antonio, this whole line could, see a spin-up tornado. So that's Saturday, and then of course Sunday we're not done because we continue even into Sunday. So we have a renewed threat even into Sunday. Another slight risk. This will probably get enhanced because we have a slower system. This is probably coming in again towards peak heating, again towards the Dallas region, the Shreveport region, into Little Rock, down towards Fayetteville, Springfield, up to St. Louis again, into Kansas City, back into Davenport. So it's a long duration event. This is only the beginning stages of what could be an extended time for severe weather. And it likely doesn't end there because I think there's even a day 4 risk as we all right, so right now they did not issue a day 4 risk. But nonetheless, it's pretty active along this boundary. So right now we're dealing with the Friday storms. So let's go back to live coverage here. Hey, we're going to send you a Starbucks. You're going to have a busy weekend. Yeah, it's definitely busy, folks. This is like prime time severe storm season. But tomorrow is definitely the big day. It's definitely a more widespread day. Hopefully it doesn't get too bad. We've already seen a wedge tornado. We've seen several tornadoes, confirmed wedge tornado. It all started off this morning. This was our first tornado of the day near Oklahoma City. The Bethel Acres region around 5 o'clock in the morning, confirmed tornado. That was the first one of the day. So it's hard to guess how many we've had. The National Weather Service will be doing their surveys. Sometimes these events can take several days. I mean, it might not be until sometime the following week before we know the final count of what may unfold over the next 3 days. Doesn't happen all at once. I remember the Iowa event only had like 5 reported tornadoes after it was over, and it ended up being 26 tornadoes after and during that day, that Iowa type day event. So that was very, very active day. And it just could be one of those days tomorrow too. I mean, I would say today has been very active technically, even right now. But tomorrow definitely looks to be a little bit more bullish. You have a more widespread event, a deeper trough, more intense updrafts. So we have another potential tornado in Nebraska. All right, so we're still watching this activity that's coming out of Nebraska. This whole area has been inundated with rotating supercells. All right, so here's the more significant. We do, in fact, have yet another confirmed tornado that looks to be on the ground. Look at the intense, particularly dangerous situation. This looks to be a very intense tornado that is on the ground right now, coming out of northeastern Lancaster. This is in Omaha, near the Nebraska region. Very intense tornado, particularly dangerous situation unfolding right now. Confirmed large, extremely damaging tornado that is currently on the ground as we speak. About 9 miles north of the Lincoln region, 9 miles north of Lincoln. And this is all moving northeast about 30 miles an hour, folks. This is a very damaging tornado. Wow. That is scary. Yeah, so this is the most intense tornado of the day, folks. We're looking at a very intense, damaging tornado on the ground. Let's see if we can actually see this. So we're watching, we're tapping into Corey's storm coverage here. He is located right along Interstate 80. And look at that structure on that storm system, folks. This is a massive, extremely large, damaging tornado that is on the ground. This is all heading northeast, folks. Northeast, heading towards the Memphis region, Asheville. So you're watching live storm coverage, folks. This is a very damaging tornado that's on the ground. Extremely large wedge, potentially tornado that is north of Interstate 80 here. It's also got the biggest hail of the day, actually. Baseball size hail, too. So this is a nasty, nasty, nasty supercell here that we're watching here. Yeah, so what we're looking at here is a confirmed tornado located over the Waverly region. Waverly. This is in Nebraska. This is northeastern Lancaster, south central Sanders, and west central Case counties in Nebraska. Very damaging, large tornado that is on the ground, moving at 40 miles an hour. It does have some baseball-sized hail with it as well. Yeah, watch it explode here. Look at that. Wow. So there's that confirmed tornado by spotters at 2:50. That was what, 10 minutes ago? That's where the storm started. But look, I mean, it just exploded as it crossed over Interstate 80 there. Right there. That's when it was more significant. And now it's racing off to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is Corey right here. We're watching him. This is actually his live feed. He's a storm chaser that's on this particular supercell off Interstate 80. All right, so they're going to be extending this tornado warning for sure. They are definitely going to be extending this tornado warning. So areas in its path are going to be Memphis, going to be the city of small town of Memphis there, Valley, maybe eventually the Benton region. All right, there you go. They did, in fact, extend it. Wow, 4 inches, folks. This is a nasty supercell. We're getting the most intense supercell of the day unfolding as we speak. We're watching live coverage, folks. 4-inch hail, folks. A confirmed very large tornado 3 miles west of Greenwood. 3 miles west of Greenwood. We've got softball-size hail, folks. Softball-size hail, very intense supercell unfolding in Nebraska, folks. This is a very, very dangerous situation. Northeastern, southeastern Nebraska, central Nebraska, Sanders County, Douglas County, Cass County, those areas under the gun. Going to be in the city of Ashland around 3:10. Ashland at 3:10. Yeah, but look at that massive hail core, folks. That is a nasty supercell. So we got an intense tornado that we've been tracking on this live feed, folks. Be sure to like the video. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Make sure you turn notifications on because I do daily updates on my channel. I do actually have a second channel, Pal Ultra. But this is a very damaging, dangerous situation. It's heading towards the city of Asheville in the next 5 minutes. In the next 5 minutes over the city of Asheville. There's your tornado right there. Still on the ground. Definitely not as big as it was, but for sure it's still on the ground there. Hey, Virginia. Sorry, what? Hey, Clayton, upgrade to PDS warning. Yeah, it's a particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS warning upgrade. Maximum hail, 4 inches in diameter. This is the most dangerous supercell you can get, folks. We've got a damaging PDS warning as we speak. That's a particularly dangerous situation for an intense, large tornado that is on the ground and along with softball size hail. Yeah, this is likely doing extensive damage with everything in its path. But it exploded just near the city of Waverly there. I mean, they were kind of briefly talking about there's potentially spotters heading to Waverly to assist and help because there's extensive damage in Waverly. Mm. So we are watching this developing large, nasty tornado that was PDS warned. Definitely looks like it's definitely starting to subside, which is a good thing, but it exploded just near the city of Waverly. It's still there, but definitely not nearly as big as it was for sure. So they did in fact extend it. It's near the city of Ashland now. In the next 2 minutes, you can see Storm Chaser Brad Arnold staying just south of the rotation there. And this is Corey's news feed off Interstate 80. But this was the storm that started off in Lincoln, had some golf ball size hail, did produce that first tornado warning and a brief tornado touchdown, it looks to appear, with that lone supercell. And then it just exploded in that untapped environment. So again, the untapped environment shows again that it's more primed. Didn't take much to those things to explode in that atmosphere. There's also another confirmed tornado near southeastern Butler County. This is in Butler, Nebraska. Brainerd at 3:15 is in the path. This is another confirmed tornado. It's over the city of Brainerd at in about 5 minutes or so. Definitely take shelter. And this one's also moving at northeast at 25 miles an hour in southeastern Butler County. So we're watching two tornadoes on the ground currently right now in this radar view. Yeah, it definitely appears the storm is starting to strengthen again. This tornado is starting to strengthen again. All right, so here's where the tornado is, just right in between Ashland and Memphis. This is all moving northeast. Confirmed large tornado on the ground. So several tornadoes on the ground, folks. Very active afternoon. We've got 4 confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now. Yeah, this is also the most intense hail of the day. Yeah, so there's the hail core. The circulation is just south of there. So to the west of there, that is the hail core. That's going to be impacting the Memphis region here shortly. All right, so let's zoom back out. So we're going to be watching those confirmed tornadoes. All right, it's definitely starting to get busy, folks. This is usually how it starts. We have another little isolated cell near the Sioux Falls region. This is how most of them have actually started today. They all start as a mini little hail producer, but there's not much around this. Very sporadic, discrete supercells starting to form. And it doesn't take much in this environment. 20 minutes later, they spin up a tornado. So this is definitely a more favorable environment we're tapping into now. We're heading towards peak heating, folks. This is 3 o'clock hour. All right, so this looks to be another tornado warning coming out of the Kansas region. All right, so another tornado warning. This is for southeastern Greenwood County. Another tornado near the Fall River area. Fall River. This looks to be just north of Tulsa, east of Wichita, Kansas here. Most of this activity is moving further north. So I would imagine this is the squall line. The future range was going to be starting to fill in towards Topeka in the next hour or two. No, I think it's going to calm down by the time it goes to Indiana. All right, looks like for once that cell down towards Dallas there looks like it's finally subsided. But still producing a lot of heavy rain along with it near Kaufman, near Ennis. That's east of Tyler there. This is all shifting into East Texas. The hotter the temperatures, the more active the rain and thunderstorms become. Hey, Gary. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's look at the broader picture again. So we have numerous activity there in Nebraska, folks. Starting to get some activity there into Kansas. Stuff is starting to fill in. Not much going on in the Oklahoma region. Everything has shifted gears. Everything is pushed further north now. Okay, so there you go. That's I spoke too soon. Brand new tornado warning further south into Texas. So brand new tornado warning. Not confirmed, but still radar indicated. Another developing, producing tornado. This is south of the Waxahachie region. Yeah, okay. So this was that second cell that we've been watching that was a back building behind that first rotating supercell. So this was also an area we've been watching as well. So now this area is rotating. Looks to be in the same general vicinity. This is where the tornadoes dropped earlier, maybe just a tad bit northwest of there, but near the city of Hillsborough, down there in the south of the Metroplex, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. And also renewed flood warning just now issued. So flood warning just issued for that area, as well as these trained supercells go over the same area. This area looks to have 2 to 4 inches of rain already have fallen, and possibly another 1 to 3. So very convective, heavy convective banding of rain. That's why we do have that renewed flood warning as well. You can see the intensity of this whole line keeps training over the same areas. And it's also rotating too. So it's kind of a worst case scenario. And then you can see the back building nature of it still down by San Saba. That's also getting more intense as well. So let's move back further north to that cell in Kansas. It's all by its lonesome here. But this would probably continue to move northeast. I would imagine this activity is going to start filling in towards Emporia, towards Topeka. I'm expecting that to start filling in. And let's swing back towards Nebraska, where it has been very active, where it was expected to be. There's that one supercell that's still on the ground. So both of these tornadoes are still on the ground. Yeah, that's definitely still on the ground, folks.
Before it was doing it south of 80. Yeah, this is the damage factor here. You're right. I got it.
All right, there's your confirmed tornado right here. About to hit the small town of Wayne. Maybe Venice is in the sights. Waterloo. There's the city of Omaha. Fremont, Blair. Yeah, this tornado has been on the ground for an extended period of time, folks. This was at 2:41, so it's at least been 40 minutes or so. The same rotating supercell has been on the ground. Yeah, so we're watching a nasty tornado on the ground right now coming out of Lincoln, heading towards Omaha, Nebraska, folks. And we still have that new that tornado warning happening in Kansas, and then further south into Texas. So several confirmed tornadoes earlier, maybe the same one, but now we have a renewed risk with another radar indicated tornado just south of Cleburne, south of Waxahachie. Nothing confirmed, but nonetheless, this is another radar indicated tornado. This is in Central Hill County. This is south of the Metroplex. You can see all the torrential heavy rain, likely rain wrap. This is in the city of Hillsborough. This is not a confirmed tornado, but definitely radar indicated. It's going to move through possibly the city of Italy, Blooming Grove again, Ennis, Rice. A lot of the same areas are likely in the path of what they were earlier with this supercell. All right, so we're watching this tornado warning and Hillsborough. This is south of the Metroplex. Very nasty squall line down there. Not much happening in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Everything's further south. All right, so let's move back up north, back into Kansas. Looks like we have an extension of that tornado warning. We're still tracking that same cell we've been tracking coming out of Kansas. So the rotating supercell continues to move northeast at 35 miles an hour. Northwestern Wills County and southeastern Kansas. So this is southeastern Kansas. Eventually, this will head towards Yates Center, County Road 54 there. Yeah, you can see the beginning stages of it trying to build in, trying to fill in there into. This will eventually likely connect from Emporia to Topeka to Lincoln. This will likely connect with activity here. You can actually see it, the beginning stage is trying to form. The storms are moving northeast. It's only the ones in Nebraska are moving more north. Everything else is moving northeast. So let's head back up to Nebraska. Okay, so looks like we still have that tornado on the ground. So still confirmed large tornado on the ground over the city of Asheville. Had some continued softball size hail, continued confirmed large tornado still on the ground. Let me switch radars here. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it looks to still be on the ground, folks. So we still have that large tornado on the ground. Waterloo is likely in its sights. Yeah, southwestern Omaha, Gretna, Elkhorn, Waterloo, Boys Town. Those are all areas you need to take shelter immediately with this continued large tornado on the ground. Yeah, very concerning situation unfolding near Omaha, folks. This is going to get dangerously close to the city of Omaha. This is lifting northeast. I hope it's just precautionary. My daughter is a teacher, and she texted me saying they're sheltering with the students. We're tracking several large tornadoes, folks. We've been tracking this extremely large tornado in near Sanders, Nebraska. Very intense, large wedge tornado has been on the ground for an extended period of time now. We got numerous tornado warnings happening in Nebraska. There's one in Kansas, and there's one further south into Texas. Let me make sure I got all the storm reports on. So how's everybody doing out there? Yes, so we've been monitoring this system down towards into the Hillsborough region. This continues to be radar indicated tornado. Okay. All right, so Hillsborough is in the path. That was about 10 minutes ago. So this continues to remain radar indicated as it continues to move northeast. So Blooming Grove again and Italy again. Some of the same areas I was in that first circulation are in it again. Oh, hey, Virginia, no problem. You can sign off. Yeah, you can go to work. I definitely appreciate your help. Thanks for all your support and help out there, Virginia. Have a great day. I'll be back on tomorrow. Hey, greetings from Germany. Awesome. Hello, Germany. Thanks for coming on to the live stream here. We had some nasty cells earlier near Fort Worth and Arlington that left some golf ball size hail with it. But most of the activity has been south of the Metroplex, the most intense supercells and the rotating supercells. Everything started down in Lampasas earlier, and it's really been on the same general trajectory really ever since. You can see where the training supercells are starting to align. That's why we do have those flood warnings in place. As everything shifts into southeast, East Texas. And of course, it's been very active near the low, near Nebraska. Now we're heading towards the Omaha region where it's going to get dangerously close of this tornado that looks to still be on the ground. Yeah, so southwestern Omaha needs to take shelter. Boys Town, Elkhorn. Yeah, as of 5 minutes ago? As of 5 minutes ago, national law enforcement is still confirming that tornado being on the ground. Yeah, so southwestern Omaha could be on the outflow of this. Bennington is more in sights. Looks like Briggs, DeBolt, Waterloo, and the city of Valley. Hey, when do you think New York will use air conditioning for cooling off? I mean, it's still a ways. It's only April. I mean, it depends on how hot you think you need air conditioning. Because I mean, I live in Texas and you're in New York, and sometimes I don't even turn the AC on until it's like 90 outside. Because it's like 95 months out of the year here. I mean, there's nothing on right now. It's like what, 85 degrees. I don't think I have the AC on. At night I do, but not during the day. Anything coming for the Red River and to Gainesville tonight? Yeah, it's probably just more isolated stuff in Dallas. If anything pops up, you had that activity earlier. But for the most part, you're probably done in Dallas. There were some signs of showing some isolated bubblers within the Metroplex towards 6, 7, 8 o'clock. So you can't roll that out, but that's going to be very isolated. 20, 30% probability. Yeah, I'm curious. Let's look at the HRRR again. I want to see if that finished its cycle to run through. All right, so let's let that load. So I wanted to look at this for tomorrow. All right, it's almost completed. So this is a good 46 hours worth. All right, so what we're looking at is possibly future radar. So what we're looking at here is the HRRR guidance. This is some of your high resolution guidance, what may be to come. So yeah, as we talked about, it looks like that line is going to be starting to fill in towards Topeka and Emporia and through areas of Omaha as we get into the 5 o'clock time frame. Looks like Southeast stays active. Here's 8. So here's 8 o'clock. So that's probably going to be done in Topeka, done in Lincoln, Omaha. You're probably going to be overall cooling down by then. And now it's going to shift into Sioux Falls, into Des Moines, likely some severe stuff into St. Louis. And then further south, and this is the isolated stuff that may pop up within the Dallas region. That's around 8 o'clock tonight, 8 o'clock tonight. And as we move through 10 o'clock, so this would be 10 o'clock. So even it starts to shift out of Des Moines region. We'll shift back into Springfield, back into Bloomington, further into Arkansas by then. I mean, they're going to start to lose their intensity the deeper you go into the nighttime. So it looks to be pretty active for another couple of hours, folks. Another couple hours before its stuff starts to wind down. This is midnight, so this is a big picture. This is midnight. And this is what I wanted to show you. This is closer to about 10 o'clock tomorrow. So we're going to be watching that second system likely start to come in. So this will be your second storm that starts on Saturday that goes until Sunday. So looking at more active weather to start getting closer to the Oklahoma City region, maybe back into the Wichita Falls region. Not much else elsewhere, but this is the beginning stages of that deepening trough that will set up over the panhandle of Texas. And then to the right of there, that's where the upward rising motion air is going to be, and more or less untapped air mass still. So this would be about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe renewed activity coming through Wichita again, back through Topeka, through Emporia, maybe activity again back towards Oklahoma City region. And then kind of a broken squall line, maybe possibly in the afternoon hours, swinging from Kansas to Oklahoma through portions of Texas. There's 5 o'clock. This is probably likely when your tornado threat likely starts to increase with this activity here. Very torrential rains. This is why we have the moderate risk for excessive rainfall into play. This would likely be some nasty supercells, tornadic spin-up tornadoes, very large hail, torrential rains, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and then more activity further south through, start trending down in towards Texas. This is 8 o'clock tomorrow, potentially. Yeah, and again, just these deep purples, blues, that's just an indication of some nasty supercells moving through that region. This would be midnight tomorrow night. This would possibly be midnight tomorrow night. You're still more or less in the warm sector. There's 4 o'clock in the morning, potentially 4 o'clock in the morning. Pretty nasty squall line moving through Dallas, south of Dallas, through Oklahoma, through Tulsa, through Springfield, through Columbia. I mean, then this one extends all the way up to Chicago, towards Milwaukee. This looks to be 7 a.m. Monday. 7 a.m. Sunday, 7 a.m. Sunday. Still pretty inundated over Dallas, extending all the way into central Texas, South Texas, through Oklahoma, through Missouri, up to Kansas. And again, this is just kind of one run. So it just kind of gives you an idea. It may not work out exactly like this. Like I said, the first system hasn't really come through yet. So I like the 0Z better than the 18Z, but we don't have that. We won't have that until about 9 o'clock tonight. But nonetheless, tomorrow is going to be a very active day, especially into Kansas, into Oklahoma, portions of Northwest Texas. Probably going to get very heavy rain, tornadic spin-up tornadoes, very large hail. It's going to be another very active day. So I'll be anxious to see the new run tomorrow morning. Tonight, as it comes in, the 0Z. Yeah, but based on what we're looking at in future radar, it looks like we got maybe a couple more hours of intensity before this thing starts to. Okay, so it looks like we got a nasty. This is a tornado emergency, folks. This is getting serious. A tornado emergency. These are very rare. So we got a large, intense supercell over near that Omaha region. This is a confirmed large and extremely destructive tornado near the Elkhorn region, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. A tornado emergency is the most dangerous you can get. This is a particular dangerous situation. This is an extremely deadly tornado. I can't stress this enough, folks. This is an extremely large confirmed tornado that is over the city of Elkhorn, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So moving northeast at 45 miles an hour, a very dangerous, destructive tornado within this region. Yeah, so there is your extremely large tornado. There's the city of Elkhorn. This destructive tornado is basically right on your doorsteps. This is a particularly dangerous situation, a confirmed PDS warning. So these are very rare, and especially in a tornado emergency. This is they only issue those unless it's life-threatening. This is a deadly tornado. This would likely be an EF3 type tornado possible, maybe even larger. Extremely large, damaging tornado on the ground right now, lifting northeast at 45 miles an hour as it's continuing to ramp up. This was the system that we've been watching really since further south, just north of Wayne here. And look at the storm spotters on this particular supercell with this nasty tornado. Yeah, so tornado emergency has been extended to Benton, to Fort Calhoun, into Missouri Valley, into Blair. All right, so the storm spotter is reporting lots of tree damage, possibly EF2 type strength. So we are tracking a particularly dangerous situation, folks. We've got a nasty, extremely large, damaging, if not almost deadly tornado that is on the ground near the city of Waterloo, Elkhorn. This is all moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. It's a very damaging, deadly tornado. This is all heading northeast at 45 miles an hour. So locations in its path. They did extend this pretty far up northeast, so to Bennington, Fort Calhoun, and to Blair and the Missouri Valley. Those areas need to take shelter immediately, as this is a very rare PDS warning, folks, and a tornado emergency. They don't issue these lightly. This is likely a strong tornado. This is the ones we've been talking about that had the capability of producing today, and we're going to be seeing the first one come to fruition as we speak right now. But you can see it explode here as it's entered the near the city of Waterloo. As it headed towards Elkhorn, it had literally just exploded right here. And now it has continued to hold its own. And this is all moving towards the city of Bentonton. City of Bentonton, Washington looks to be in the crosshairs of this particular supercell. Can eventually cross over County Road 133 here. And Fort Calhoun is in the path of this destructive, damaging tornado. Hey, weather on the go. What's up, Eddie? Extremely violent tornado on the ground right now. Take shelter. Debarked trees, second story of the house completely removed just east of Waterloo, Nebraska. Tornado watch, Stephanie, still in effect for Collin County. Yes, the tornado watch is still in effect until 6 o'clock. So we are watching a very rare tornado emergency, folks. They don't issue these lightly. This is a rare tornado emergency. This is the most intense you can get. This is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. Usually it's got to be a large, destructive, and possibly be a deadly tornado for them to issue one of these. So this is the highest level it gets, folks. This is a dangerous situation, lifting northeast about 45 miles an hour. So we're gonna stay on this one for a little bit, folks, because this is a damaging, deadly tornado, folks. So if you got friends and family that live near the Waterloo region, Elkhorn, just northeast of that area, you definitely need to text them. You need to call them. You need to send whatever you can to get a hold of them. Let them know we got an extremely damaging tornado headed their way. They need to be in the safe zone immediately. This is going to cause a destructive damage to anything that it hits. Hey, I'm listening to the police scanner now in Lincoln, and it's very bad. Yeah, so we're heading towards the 4 o'clock time frame, folks. This is right at peak heating. This was the concern for this event. We felt like this was going to be when it was going to be the greatest caliber of storms, and this is exactly what's happening. The intensity has ramped up as we're getting closer and closer to peak heating. And the low-level jet just kind of aligns with that same instability. And that's the concern for tomorrow with that second system coming in. So we still have that PDS warning in effect. This is an extremely large, damaging tornado, particularly damaging situation unfolding right now in Elkhorn, just west of Omaha. Particularly dangerous situation, life-threatening situation, confirmed large tornado, destructive tornado near Elkhorn, moving 35 miles an hour. So you've got Fort Calhoun, you got Blair, you got Missouri Valley in its crosshairs, Medall. Still looks to be on the ground, folks. This is County Road 31. This is north of Waterloo, just north of Elkhorn here. Bennington looks to be in the bullseye, unfortunately. Bennington looks to be a direct hit in the next couple of minutes. Let's zoom out so we can show you the big picture of what we're looking at here. You can hear all the sirens going off with all the alerts happening with this dangerous situation. So it looks like they shut down the road. Emergency services did in fact shut down the road out ahead of this main storm, folks. So emergency services are doing it everywhere they can to protect life and property, as a dangerous large tornado still appears to be on the ground, heading right towards the city of Benton. They're about to take a direct hit. That is a nasty look. So we're watching live coverage from this storm chaser, Corey Girton, and Waterloo. You can see he's at least 4, 5, 6 miles away from that storm. Wow, this shows no let up in sight, folks. Yeah, Bennington is about to take a direct hit from this storm. So we're going to tap into Brandon's live feed. He's got a little bit better look at it. He's a little bit further north. Yeah, he's holding back. He's south of it. She's heading to a subdivision that looks to be having damage. We still got the nasty tornado on the ground, folks. This is Omaha, Nebraska. This is northwest of Omaha, Nebraska.
No neighborhood hit your power lines down over the highway.
Waterloo.
Impassable. No neighborhood hit on the north side. It's clear.
Yes, if you're just now tuning in, we are tracking a confirmed large, extremely destructive tornado. This is coming out of the Omaha, Nebraska National Weather Service. Extremely large tornado that was over near the Waterloo region, the Elkhorn region, near Flanagan Lake. That's moving towards the city of Bennington right now. Bennington looks to be taking the direct hit from this extremely large, damaging tornado right there at 355. They're probably getting pelted right now. And it's all heading towards Kennard in about 10 minutes. Kennard right now in about 10 minutes. So, yeah, look at that, folks. It's right over Bennington now. All right, so the next city is in its path. This is 133. Looks like Fort Calhoun is going to be in the crosshairs. Fort Calhoun is going to be the next storm. The next city in its path. Yeah, it's likely doing a lot of damage right now in the city of Bennington. So there's Brandon right here. He's back behind the system. He's just off to his southwest.
I can't get through because there's a power line across the roads.
Yeah, this is the velocity scan, folks. This is showing the intense rotation. There's a lot of debris potentially being lifted up in the atmosphere. This is a very dangerous situation unfolding just northwest of the Omaha region. A particularly dangerous situation for the next 30 minutes or so, as we still have a large tornado on the ground.
Yeah, hey guys, I think it's still punching there. It's going to be coming to me. I'm going to update you here in a minute. I'm going to be up on 133 here.
Yeah, but there's a reflectivity scan, folks. All right, so he's likely heading due east.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of double wedge in there, guys. That's sorry.
Hey, Paul, yes, that is a tornado emergency unfolding right now. We've got a deadly tornado on the ground. Very large, intense tornado. It's been on the ground for likely about 10 minutes or so. We've been tracking this. It went right over Waterloo, over the Elkhorn region. It all started further south. This was the original tornado that started with over Utan, and the tornado just got kind of gained in intensity. It might have went down for a little bit, but then it definitely ramped up. And when it ramped up the second time, it exploded near Waterloo, in between Waterloo and Elkhorn. And then it went right over Elkhorn, and now it's shifting further north, and now it's heading kind of northeast. Went over Bennington, it appears, went right over Bennington.
That would be a great time for people to stop. All right, guys, we're trying to reposition, get back up with it right now. It is still confirmed a tornado, Wedge tornado on the ground by Vince.
Yeah, so they're still having that confirmed tornado on the ground. Coming out of Bennington, coming out of Washington.
Wedge tornado on the ground up there.
It's continuing northeast.
Still moving, it's moving northeast at 35.
35 miles an hour northeast.
There's a gas station.
Hey, Ian. Oh, Adam has it on his feed as well.
I am not seeing anything on the great signature.
Has it been on the ground for an hour? I mean, it appears that it at least possibly wasn't this one was on the ground at 3:25. So that was 35 minutes. If anything, it possibly was on the ground here, and then it probably recycled, and then it was on the ground again. So right now it appears it's been on the ground for like 15 minutes. But it's been an intense tornado for the last 15 minutes. Yeah, it's still staying on the ground, folks. It's still confirmed by spotters. Moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, continues to remain on the ground for likely the last 15, 17 minutes or so. Yeah, it looks to be right near Fort Calhoun and Blair. Fort Calhoun and Blair here shortly.
Yes, there's a huge wedge in there, man.
Still confirming huge wedge tornado.
Please hold the air for me. Hold the air. Add some wedge above the...
So we're staying on this storm, folks, because we have a tornado emergency, a really rare tornado emergency unfolding in Nebraska. Huge wedge tornado continues to remain on the ground for at least almost 20 minutes now. So here's Brandon. He's the storm chaser. Brandon Kopic, storm chaser further south. He's repositioning. Hey, Douglas County just got hit. Yeah, so there's your tornado, folks. Extremely rain wrapped right now, but it's still producing a large, very large tornado. They shut off the power grid ahead of this. Maybe the last scan, maybe it's because it's rain wrapped or so, and maybe the rain is entering the circulation, kind of the inflow there. Definitely not as pronounced as it was.
I'm going to continue east on whatever state route this is that I'm on. I need to stop for fuel, but I'm going to hit the interstate. And
but it definitely appears Blair is more likely in the crosshairs with this dangerous tornado. You can hear the emergency sirens. Yeah, it's just extremely rain wrapped right now.
Hold the air. And this is, dude, I think this is one of the greatest subdivision.
Hey, Brian. Yeah, it just looked like some isolated hailers, potentially around 6, 7, 8 o'clock. Very isolated around Dallas. But it's very 20, 30% for the rest of the evening.
Significant wedge tornado on radar Omega right now. Vince has got it crossing right in front of it. So be sure to tune into radar Omega.
Guys, this thing is still probably a mile wide. It's just north of Bennington. I think it's about to hit this town.
Are they talking about this is a mile wide, folks? Oh my gosh. Yeah, here's your very damaging tornado, still confirmed to be on the ground. We lost his sound. Yeah, so Brandon had to stop to get fuel. Hey, Paul. Yeah, I was hearing that. A mile wide confirmed. This is a nasty setup, folks. This is a mile wide tornado on the ground right now. Very damaging, deadly tornado continues to remain on the ground. It's been on the ground for at least 20 minutes or so. Yeah, it looks to be right in between Fort Calhoun and Blair coming up in the next couple of minutes. They're going to take the brunt of it. It's crossing over Highway 133 as we speak. Continues to remain tornado emergency. Heading towards the small, let's see, DeSoto is also in the crosshairs. Blair. There you can see the path of this supercell, folks, right? You have the tornado confirmed tornado on the ground. This whole circulation's been it's been a while. This is in Nebraska, so if you're just now tuning in, we are looking at a rare confirmed tornado emergency. This tornado emergency, they don't issue these lightly. This is a rare tornado emergency confirmation from storm spotters. This is potentially a mile-wide tornado on the ground, as this is heading towards north into Nebraska, in between coming out of Waterloo, coming out of the Elkhorn region, and heading towards the city of Blair and DeSoto. Looks like Blair and DeSoto are next in line for this storm. Yeah, so this is continuing moving northeast. This is moving northeast. So if we kind of just put the trajectory into this northeast. I mean, we know it came out of Waterloo, so it's been continuing northeastbound. Yeah, so here's the path of the tornado, or at least the circulation of it. So if we continue the same trajectory, it's going to place it basically between Blair and Missouri Valley, right in the middle there. Yeah, very damaging tornado, folks. Very large, extremely deadly tornado on the ground still. Storm spotters have estimated it being a mile wide. It is rain wrapped, which makes it even more deadly. But it looks to still be on the ground. There's the city of DeSoto, the city of Blair. Missouri Valley's off to the east here. And there is the main circulation. Going to be really close to DeSoto and Blair. A mile wide is wide. Yeah, that's rare. I mean, that's got to be an intense tornado. I mean, those are mile wide tornadoes they don't happen too often. Yeah, compare that to the El Reno tornado, which was the biggest, the widest tornado there's ever been, 2.6 miles. So that just goes to show you, and that was an EF5. Yeah, this is a mile wide. This is an intense tornado. Street lights are working on, backup power, enjoying the stream. So we're going to switch to Vince's live stream. He's actually a little bit closer. He's just a couple miles away from his southwest.
We need all hands on deck up here. Oh, fucking hit this place. Fucking hit. All hands on deck.
So he's calling all hands on deck, folks. That means there's extensive damage.
I will cancel you if it's not as bad as it looks, but it looks quite bad. I can't check this house as a power line, motherfucker. Hey, if you're in there and you need help, make it known now. I can't check it as a power line that's already over there.
So he's coming on the backside. He's over the circulation area, so he's coming up right on the scene right now. He's surveying the damage, and it says it's not looking good at all. So the circulation has passed his location, but it went right over his area. So now he's one of the first responders on the scene.
Are you okay? Do you know who lives here? Okay. Why the fuck are you parked there? Check on me. Dumb shit. God, help people. I need help. I'm gonna sit there and take a picture. I can't.
So you're looking at the first initial scenes from this dangerous tornado. He's pulling up on the scene right now. He's trying to get into a neighborhood. It says there's a lot of power lines down.
Guys, I'm gonna go ahead and put this thing in four-wheel drive low, and I'm gonna take a unconventional route to get in this neighborhood.
It looks like he's going off-road. He's going over the grass, folks. He's trying to get to the neighborhood to see if he can help anybody that needs assistance. The large tornado continues to appear on the ground. It's near the city of DeSoto. It's getting dangerously close to the city of Blair now. So someone's actually flagging him down now. So you see that white fence there? That's a lot of damage on that white fence. Yeah, so he's pulling up in a subdivision that looks to have extensive damage. He's having a trouble getting inside the neighborhood because there's a lot of power lines down. You can see that house off in the distance. So he's leaving his car now, and he's going up to that house and see if anybody needs help, assistance in that house, because it looks to have extensive damage. It's about to go right over a nuclear power plant? Really? So the tornado is still on the ground, folks. It's right here. It's basically near the city of Blair. Yeah, it's really basically in between Blair and DeSoto right now. So Vince is coming back. Let's see what he says here.
They called 911 and 911 said they have nobody to send right now. So I'm going to try to.
Oh, wow. So the homeowner tried to call 911 and 911 said they have nobody to send. Everybody is taken.
Gentleman in the family, they have two walls standing, and he says we need to go back here on 32 because he believes that there's bad damage back here. He says he can see it because he doesn't have a back.
He said their houses has like 2 walls standing. They tried to call 911, but their 911 said everybody's taken. They have nobody to send.
Highway 32 or County 32 east of 133 is where the damage path is.
So the homeowner told him to go check out this other area because he was watching it come in that might have more extensive damage than he has.
We're gonna go into your camera. I don't want to get into sensitive on camera. I don't know what we're gonna come across, guys. This is not good.
Yeah, the large tornado continues to remain on the ground, folks, and the storm chaser is just now rolling up on the scene, looking at extensive damage to a subdivision.
If you end up going north on 133, again, if you come north on 133, all of those subdivisions south of County Road 32, there's damage. Everybody's reporting okay, so you don't need to stop at those.
Yeah, very large tornado. And this thing has no let up in sight, folks. It doesn't look like it's trying to come down anytime soon.
This subdivision back here is destroyed, so multiple houses. I've got one law enforcement on scene. That's it. One house, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses blown away.
He just mentioned 6 houses blown away. It has extensive damage.
If you're asking about road being passable, the road's probably okay.
Hey, my brother lives right outside Blair, and he said he saw debris flying everywhere, so he ran into the house and it passed him. Yeah, very scary situation. Mile wide, 28 minutes on the ground so far. Yeah, it appears to like 3:45, somewhere in that vicinity. It started to be on the ground. But you can see it right here. It's about to cross Highway 30 here. Highway 30. It's about to cross over that little highway there. Looks like Modell is the next one in sight, folks. Modell is only a couple minutes away. Very dangerous, deadly tornado unfolding. He's reporting extensive damage to subdivisions, and it continues to remain on the ground. Yeah, look at that line of that tornadoes right there. Look at that line. So we're going to stay on this tornado emergency, folks. This continues to be the most intense supercell of the day. It doesn't get any more intense than this, folks. A mile wide. We've had softball size hail in this area. We've had extensive damage. And 911's completely filled up. Can you imagine a mile wide tornado on the ground for 28 miles? It's all hands on deck right now. Yeah, he is essentially transferred to protection mode versus storm chasing mode. This is when, the first responders on the scene act as emergency management because they are the first response. Their situation is crucial because a lot of times they can get there a lot sooner than emergency management can. But it still appears this extremely large tornado continues to remain on the ground. And Modell seems to be on the next city in line of this dangerous tornado. So we got somebody. But yeah, you can see the trajectory of this storm. This all formed about an hour ago, and at some point it went very large, about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, they're definitely going to have to extend this box, folks. It's still holding strong. It's crossing over 30 here. Modell is unfortunately the next one that's going to probably take a direct hit from this storm. And they would every bit likely extend this. It looks like they did extend the tornado warning, not the emergency, but at least the tornado warning. So they've been watching this extremely large tornado that's been confirmed 4 miles east northeast of Blair now, east northeast of Blair. This has continued to move northeast at 30 miles an hour. So if anything, it's actually kind of slowed down a little bit. So there's Modell at 425. This is a minute away in Modell. And then Mondamon.
Right now, 55 on street. Copy. Anybody gives you shit, tell them I said so. We've met a female on scene at that above address. She's meant to, but
all right, we're going to stay on his feed, but we're going to be looking at other areas. We have another tornado warning in Texas now. This one's just now issued until 5 o'clock. This is for Coppin County and Van Zandt County. There's another storm capable of producing another tornado near the Gun Barrel City region. Areas in the path are going to be Prairieville, Myrtle Springs, Whitten, Becker, back into Jackson. So we're looking at East Texas now. We're looking into East Texas. This is another radar indicated tornado coming out of the city of Kemp. This is just north of the Gun Barrel City region, heading towards Canton and eventually Van. So we have another developing potential tornado. It does have some damaging winds. See that bow echo trying to form? That's definitely indicative of some stronger wind gusts. That's why they have an elevated 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning on this particular cell. So we have 12 tornado warnings happening right now and 1 tornado emergency. Let's go to Iowa. Looks like there's another confirmed. Okay, this is actually moving into Iowa. All right, so we got 12 tornado warnings and 1 tornado emergency. It is getting busy, folks. All right, there's another confirmed tornado warning. This one's over northeastern Nebraska this time, northeastern Nebraska. Here's this other supercell. A confirmed tornado was located near the city of Creston, or 16 miles north of Columbus. Had some ping pong size hail with it. Those areas that need to take shelter are Creston around 4:30, Creston in the next 3 minutes or so. Another confirmed tornado. There's additional cells further south. But all the activity is centered around the Omaha region. It's lit up across the board in Nebraska. This was supposed to be the favorite area to see tornadic spin-ups. This is exactly where it's happening. Probably the surprise of the day is the stuff that happened down in Texas. We've had several confirmed tornadoes further south of the Metroplex there. And yes, we have another potential tornado trying to form.
There's a sheriff's deputy up here. Looks like a sheriff's deputy who wants to go here. I'll check them first.
But this whole area has been rotating for an extended period of time south of the Metroplex there. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that extensive damage on his live cam. So I've got it on the tornado emergency live feed. And we're moving around to different tornado warnings that are still unfolding. So another video of tornado near Albany, Kansas. Albany, Kansas had another tornado unfold over the last 20 minutes or so. And now that same supercell continues to move east-northeast. Okay, so the good thing is the tornado emergency subsided, but I mean the damage is done, folks. I mean, gosh, it's still likely possibly on the ground, but the emergency, the wedge, the intensity of the storm has looked to come down a little bit. But that was every bit on the ground for a good 40 minutes or so. We still likely have the tornado, but the tornado emergency has been canceled. But you can see the aftermath of what it left. This is one of the storm chasers rolling up on the scene and checking out the extensive damage that it's unfolded to a subdivision here. Yeah, so this tornado went right through Waterloo, Elkhorn, Bennington. Looked to be near Blair. Right in the middle there, DeSoto. Now you can see it actually crossed over 30 there. We got train spotter confirmed it crossed. And it looks like it's still on the ground near Modell. Yeah, it looks like so far Topeka's been unscathed. We're trying to watch these this boundary, but there's been a dry slot in between. Yeah, you got those cells south of Topeka and Emporia. Unless that radar is just not working. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, there's nothing happening to Topeka. At least right now. But if we watch this boundary, this looks to be the beginning stages of the atmosphere trying to overturn here. Just off to your east. You're just off to your west there. Yeah, some of the high resolution guidance was, hinting at it was going to fill in. So this might be the beginning stages of it. Yeah, the live feed is for Nebraska, just northwest of Omaha. Extensive damage. And around the Elkhorn, Waterloo, Bennington. We have 12 tornado warnings happening right now, folks. Around what time do you think it will hit? If you had to guess, I don't know. Hit where? Where? You got to name a city. But the good thing is the tornado warning has been lifted, but it looks like we still have 2 confirmed tornadoes. So let's go back to the Nebraska one. So this is another confirmed tornado near the city of Creston. This is near northeastern portions of Nebraska here. You can see it dropped tornadoes earlier, and that same circulation continues to remain on the ground until around 5:15 or so, 5:15. Oh, Topeka? I was just, based on, we don't really see any activity right now. So, it would just have to, I think it was more like it's 4:30. Let me go back to the convective models. Okay, well, this is the latest run, and it took it out, actually. Yeah, the latest high resolution guidance actually does not have anything forming now in Topeka. So he's switched on to life-saving mode now. He's pretty much done with storm chasing. He's trying to save lives now. We still got that rotating supercell just north of the Gun Barrel City region coming out of Kemp. This area has been rotating pretty significantly for several hours now. We do have a flood warning in place. Yeah, let me go and check out some of these rainfall. estimates, because there's a lot of areas it looks like they've actually picked up some pretty healthy dosing. Yeah, so this is where the flood warning is. Yeah, look at that, 5 inches just south of Ennis. Coppin County, this is where that flood warning is. Yeah, so good 2 to 3, 4, some areas 5 inches of rain. There's going to be pockets of heavy rain like this, 3 inches. You know, just isolated training supercells. There was a band earlier. This is northwest of Springfield. A good 2, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain with that cell. And here's the activity in Nebraska. This is all fallen in the last 12 to 24 hours, folks. Look at that, Grand Isles, 4 to 5 inches. And this is only day 1 of the activity. So yeah, flash flooding is also another concern, especially as we get into tomorrow with these grounds that are going to be saturated. They did issue that tornado watch for eastern Oklahoma, but we really haven't seen these storms take off. We've seen several severe thunderstorm warnings, but nothing to turn that too significant. Yeah, so it still appears the main activity is right near the Omaha region through Nebraska City, coming out of the Fremont region. This is probably going to be active for another hour or so before it moves off to your east. But it's already left extensive damage. And here's that tornado we've been tracking, and it continues to be on the ground. It's not as significant, but we still have the tornado potentially still on the ground. So it's still actually in a PDS. They took out the emergency, but it's still a PDS warning, folks. Yeah, look at that nasty hook. Yeah, this is a crazy tornado. Look at that nasty hook. All right, so they went ahead and extended the tornado warning as well. So brand new tornado warning just northeast of this line. Yeah, the same tornado continues to be on the ground. Still a particularly dangerous situation unfolding across Nebraska. Extremely dangerous situation still. We had a confirmed Wedge tornado earlier with a tornado emergency. You can see some of the extensive damage it's left to some of the subdivisions. Storm south of Omaha looks like it might try to do the same thing. Yeah, so there's another storm. Okay, so now they have a flood warning in place. Yeah, Omaha is taking the brunt of it, folks. They were calm for a good part of the day, but man, it is really exploded in that area. Now we have a flood warning. And we got several tornado warnings along this boundary. Yeah, this is the line if this atmosphere is trying to overturn, but there's nothing at the moment in Topeka. There may not be anything. Storm chaser car took out by a tornado. Don't know the details. Really? Oh, wow. Tornado warning posted for Canton. Yeah, we're watching this one too in south of Dallas here. There's the city of Canton. We don't have a confirmed tornado with this one, but it definitely is rotating. So city of Canton needs to take shelter immediately with this storm. This is also moving eastbound about 35 miles an hour. So it's going to be right over Canton here in the next minute or so. And it's going to be heading towards Myrtle Springs, Whitten, Jackson, Tundra, Wise. Let's look further south. Is anything developed further south into central Texas? Doesn't appear so. But it's definitely been a busy day, folks. We've had numerous tornadoes. We had a very large, extensive tornado emergency for an extended period of time. Very rare to see a tornado on the ground for 40 or 45 minutes or so. It got up to a mile wide at times. Spotters are estimating. But the main activity is in Nebraska now. We're right at peak heating. That's right at 4 or 5 o'clock. It looks like there's another cell trying to come back behind it now. Maybe this is the last half of it. But there's another cell coming behind, heading towards the city of Blair again. Kennard, Washington, Bennington. Yeah, this is the last thing they need. If there are any damage in that area, then they're not protected with this that house that only had 2 walls up. Let's see if we can tap into Aaron's feed. It's not coming up right now. Let's go back to Brandon's feed. He's also doing the same thing. He held back with Vince. He's further south of the storm. He's right near where that circulation went. You can see where they went. This is between Fort Collins and DeSoto. This is where that tornado went over. You can see all the extensive damage it left in its wake. We do have a flood warning issued for Omaha. Doppler radars, an inch of rain has fallen with another 1 to 2 inches of rain. With these slow moving cells continue to move through. So that tornado definitely did a lot of damage, folks. Let's go back to Aaron again. Yeah, for some reason we can't get on. We're not getting a signal. Yeah, so now that storm is right over the city of Omaha, folks. Not only are they dealing with the flood warning, but now we have a new tornado warning and baseball-sized hail, folks. This is a nasty situation. We're talking about baseball-sized hail within that supercell. Another storm that was moving northeast about 35 miles an hour. Yeah, so here's that hail core, maybe just south side of Omaha. This is moving northeast. So the radar is probably delayed by a couple minutes or so. But yeah, it's probably right over the city of Omaha right now, dumping some baseball-sized hail, folks. Let's see if we can get a better accurate reading. No, it's not there yet. So now we have extensive hail falling in the city of Omaha, folks. Very nasty setup unfolding. And a renewed tornado warning as well, along with the flood warning. So they got all kinds of warnings happening. You can see that recurvature, that kind of that bowing feature on radar, the intense rain back behind it. South Omaha is definitely circulating right now. So we have 10 tornado warnings now, folks. There's no let up in this stuff. 10 tornado warnings. We still have one confirmed tornado. That's that same supercell. Now that's coming out of the Modell region and heading into Iowa. Hey, Van Zandt and Hunt County. Yeah, so we're still tracking that one cell further south. So, okay, brand new tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning further south into Texas. So this was the cell that's moving towards Canton. This is actually moving east at 50 miles an hour, so it's booking pretty fast. It does have some potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds with it. So this tornadic supercell is going to be in the path of Jones, Oakland, the city of Pruitt, and Colfax. Jones, Oakland, Pruitt, and Colfax need to be in your safe zone immediately. Developing potential tornado around 5 minutes ago was moving east at 50 miles an hour that was located over the city of Canton. Yeah, it appears to be right along the I-20 corridor there. So it's coming out of Canton, heading towards Van, the city of Van. The city of Van needs to take shelter immediately. Yeah, another brand new tornado warning south of the Metroplex, folks. Another dangerous situation with another developing rotating supercell. This whole line's been continuing to rotate for a long time now. Remember, the Storm Prediction Center did in fact upgrade this to a 10% probability earlier, and this was definitely warranted. We've had a lot of activity. Yeah, it was one of those days that the morning activity did not happen. Everything got delayed, and that delay, then the system came through at more of a peak heating time, so it tended to be stronger than what it appeared maybe 6 or 12 hours earlier. But we still have numerous tornado warnings. This is 12 tornado warnings now. Wow, it's hard to keep up with all these. Yeah, this whole line continues to remain very active. Yeah, I wish we could tap into his feed here. Oh, there we go. So he is on the south side of that one storm that has produced numerous tornado, that large wedge tornado. He is still chasing this storm. So right now, the radar indicated tornado is just north of him by a couple miles, and this is all moving northeast. This continues to be extended. So he's following the system back behind it. Hey, Jana, thanks for the tip. I'll be tuning into his reports and tell my friends and family to do so as well. Appreciate it. On the backside of that tornado, there will be a lot of rain going out. Looks like we got a brand new tornado warning that just got issued. This is just southeast of Lincoln, Nebraska. Looks like we have another rotating supercell trying to form as well. But this is probably the busiest time day. 14 tornado warnings now, folks. That's the busiest. We're getting to the peak of it right now. Most of them are centered over Nebraska. Omaha's getting pummeled. Nebraska City. They're trying to back build further south towards Topeka, but they're really having a hard time. They really haven't turned tornadic in Oklahoma there. It's another little lone cell. This is the cell that's coming out of the Wichita region. This is another cell that's actually moving northeast here. That's got some ping pong size hell with it. Yeah, so the ones south in Texas are moving east. The ones in Kansas are moving northeast, and the ones in Nebraska are moving, more northeast to north. Let's go back to the Storm Chasers feed. Looks like he's still assisting. All right, so it looks like maybe renewed activity trying to form back behind that first circulation that went through Blair. So he's coming back behind it because this one looks to appear maybe trying to recycle. So we have renewed activity coming back into Kennard. And this might be the back half of it. Once this moves through, it might clear out for the rest of the evening. We're going to be watching the cell here because it looks like it's trying to recycle. Hey, let me leave that up for a second. I'll be back. I haven't even taken a break yet. All right, I'm back, everyone. All right, so let me catch up to what's happening here. Looks like we still have that one confirmed tornado. This is out of, this is 3 miles northwest of Glenwood. This is out of the, in Nebraska here. Another damaging tornado on the ground. Damaging confirmed tornado was located 3 miles northwest of the Glenwood region. This was also moving north around 45 miles an hour. So here's the system just south of the Omaha region. Continue to move northbound. It's moving at a pretty big clip. There was the confirmation of out of Glenwood by a storm spotter that confirmed that tornado on the ground. Just trying to get in positioning. But yes, another confirmed tornado that's coming out of the Glenwood region. So areas in its path are going to be the Mineola and Traynor. Shelby was also possibly in the path. Hey, Carolyn. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, these live storm. Yes. Oh, wow. 6.5 hours. Yeah, I'm glad I got up a little bit because I was getting really stiff. But yes, it continues to remain very active along into Nebraska. Let's take a look at the latest short range guidance and see what else may be coming. Let's see if the next one updated. All right, so let's let this run through and let's look at this. So what we're looking at, we're going to update, looking at future radar. Looks like this one just updated. So let's look at possibly the 6 o'clock time frame. It is 5. So we're getting inundated right now in the Omaha region. We've got numerous tornado warnings unfolding across that region. Possibly by 6 o'clock, there's going to be those isolated cells maybe just east of you. So it looks like possibly we might have another hour or so left into Omaha and Nebraska, taking the really brunt of this storm. And then maybe towards the 8 o'clock time frame is pretty far east of you. It doesn't appear nothing happens in Topeka. It looks to appear you stay on the dry side for tonight. Maybe some isolated bubblers popping up around the Kansas City region. Some activity heading towards the Des Moines region. And then Sioux Falls back to Sioux City. These will likely be severe, and as they head towards St. Louis into the 8 o'clock time frame. And then there's the activity further south into central Texas, southeast Texas, east Texas. Notice they took away any activity that might come back in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. This is just the latest run. There's 10 o'clock. There's 10 o'clock on the big picture. There's midnight. So it looks like we might possibly have another hour or two of pretty intense storms, and then it'll definitely start to level off a little bit, likely some more isolated severe. But there's 6 a.m. There's 6 o'clock in the morning. So fairly clear in between systems. This is just going to be some light to moderate showers in the overnight hours heading through Indiana and Ohio. I'm not looking for any severe activity coming out of that. But maybe another hour or two left of pretty intense activity. Hopefully this will moving east of the Omaha region as we get towards 6, like some of the high resolution guidance was kind of hinting at. So maybe this was this is going to be the last activity maybe coming through Omaha here. Let's take out the reports because it's getting busy now. right, so we still got numerous tornado warnings across this line. We still have some, confirmed tornadoes potentially. All right, so this is another confirmed tornado over just 4 miles northeast of Omaha, 4 miles northeast of Omaha. This is likely the recycling of that first storm. And Crescent at 505, so it looked like it moved over the city of Crescent. So Omaha has taken the brunt of this significant severe weather with yet another confirmed tornado just nearby. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So northeast at 35 miles an hour. We do have that flood warning in place for Omaha. But you can see the trend, folks, right? There's not much behind it. There's not much in Lincoln. So you have a dryer slot. So you're probably not that far away with this boundary starting to lessen. We're at 12 tornado warnings right now. That's probably going to come down in half in the next 30 minutes or so. But we still got a dangerous tornado to contend with between now and then. It's got some confirmed golf ball size hail with this particular supercell. This continues to be the most intense one of currently right now. But you can see this nasty tornado, folks. It looks like it's really starting to gain speed here. We have a damaging tornado on the ground as we speak. It is heading right over the city of Crescent right now. And this looks to be a little bit more significant tornado likely starting to unfold again just north of the Omaha region. This is 4 miles north of Omaha. Another possible significant tornado. Look at that nasty hook. So if you're just now tuning in, we are tracking another developing potential large tornado just northeast of the Omaha region. This area has been inundated in and around for the last hour or two. But yet we have another one that looks like it may even have a debris ball. Look at that, folks. That could be yet another significant tornado on the ground. We've got a confirmed debris ball now. So this could be another potential possible large, very large tornado on the ground right now in the city of Crescent. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Another potential damaging tornado on the ground. We've got a nasty debris ball that's unfolding as we speak. Look at the latest scan. Look, it's gotten even stronger. It's gotten a lot more pronounced here, folks. This is the tornado we're tracking. This is another dangerous, damaging tornado on the ground right now, coming out of Crescent. If you get your bearings here, this is Omaha. This is Omaha. This is northeast of Omaha. This is all heading northeast around 35 miles an hour. Pinon is going to be crossing over L34 here, crossing over L34 here shortly. Yeah, emergency managed, confirmed tornado on the ground over Crescent, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, confirmed tornado on the ground. Yeah, this is the concern right here. This is your tornado right here, folks. That's insinuating the rotation is lifting debris up in the atmosphere, causing significant damage. Whenever you see debris on radar, you've got to be like 10,000, possibly 15, maybe even 20,000 feet. So this is another nasty situation unfolding, another potentially large tornado unfolding with a more significant debris ball showing up on radar. You can see the debris flowing right out ahead of it. So this is another nasty supercell northeast of the Omaha region. And it continues to move northeast at 35 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour. So there's Corey. He's just to the left of that circulation. But there is the nasty debris ball. There is your large tornado right here. Looks like Corey is right over that circulation that it went over. So he's might have stopped to help out. Notice where Brad Arnold is. He's right on the right quadrant. He doesn't want the storm to catch up to him. The storm is moving at 35 miles an hour, so it's moving at a fairly good clip. But I would imagine he's gunning it north right now. So if you're just now tuning in, yes, we have yet another confirmed, potentially large, dangerous tornado on the ground as we speak. We have a nasty debris ball showing up on radar. We have extensive circulation on this storm. This looks to be another dangerous situation. There's Connor Croft speed. Look at that. Look at that tree, folks. So he's right there. He's right to the right quadrant of that circulation. He is stopped to assist a subdivision there. You got extensive tree damage. And there is your potential circulation right there crossing over L20. Brad is driving due north to try to outrun the circulation. I would imagine if he hits 880, he's going to take a right. I mean, he's going to try to get away from him as fast as he can. You don't want to be caught up in that outflow. So, yeah, you're watching live storm coverage, folks. Yes, we have another nasty supercell. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is just, now it's a confirmed large tornado on the ground, folks. This is another dangerous situation. Another PDS warning. That was the confirmed tornado at 5:15. Large, extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour.
Wait, someone say something? Is anybody in there?
A very damaging, considerable, life-threatening situation unfolding again. Another particularly dangerous situation with this nasty debris ball continues to show up on radar. Yeah, there is your tornado, folks. There is your massive tornado right here. This is all lifting northeast. This is our second PDS of the day. We had a tornado emergency earlier, and we're looking at live news feed from Connor Croft here. He's another storm chaser that's just south of this storm. He has stopped to assist a neighborhood now seeking help. Brad is trying to outrun the storm.
They're not trapped. They're not trapped.
So he ran up to see assist and
5072 Highway 52. I have a house that was just hit by a tornado. An elderly lady is inside on Highway 92. Hey, what's the address? Shit.
all right, so he's reporting
Okay, it's on Highway 92. Hold on, I get the address in a second.
it's right over the city of Pinon now.
250, that sounds right.
So he went up to assist this elderly lady and calling for
I'm a storm chaser.
assistance, calling it in to 911 emergency services.
Yeah, she's walking out of the house right now. Not severely, if she is. Yeah.
All right, so he's going to go back and ask her if there's anybody else in the house. So we're watching this dangerous supercell that has developed another large, extremely dangerous tornado that's on the ground over the city of Pinon. It's heading towards Interstate 880 here. We're looking into Connor Croft's live feed now. This is just south of the circulation. And this is another pretty intense supercell that continues to remain on the ground. I would imagine Brad's going to take a right here. So he's going up to assist that lady and to see if there's anybody else in the house possibly that needs help. Yeah, looking at the radar, that still is on the ground, folks. All right, let's see what he says.
Oh, shit. She's okay, Chad. She's okay. Elderly lady. I'm not sure about the dog.
Okay, it looks like she's by herself.
For herself appears to be okay.
And he's reporting that she's okay. He doesn't know about her dog.
Heading for McClellan. I know. Gotta see if any other houses got it. Underwood, McClellan. Okay. Dang it. The good news is she's okay. And the people in the other house are okay as well. But I know for a fact other houses got hit. Over here, I saw some.
Okay, so at least the two houses that he rolled up on, there is a lot of damage, but the people are inside are okay. All right, so there's the circulation continuing to unfold there, folks, crossing over Interstate 880 here shortly in the next couple of minutes or so.
Gotta be able to check those other houses and see if the tornadoes hit anyone else or is continuing to go. Cross right here, we can get by though.
All right, let's switch gears. Looks like we have brand new tornado warnings and portions of Kansas. This is just south of the Topeka region.
That house is not in good shape.
We have another radar indicated tornado
It's still not still going.
in the Kansas region. All right, so this appears to be Bourbon County and southeastern Kansas. This is southeastern Kansas. A potential isolated tornado has popped up just southeast of the Topeka region. An isolated supercell has formed. We have a potential radar indicated tornado. So now he's going to get back in the car and try to catch up with the storm now. Yeah, so we always have to be concerned about these little isolated cells that try to form that has produced a tornado warning. That is also showing signs of some rotation right there around County Road 54 there. Looks to be right around the Bronson area.
This thing might still be on the ground. I have no way of seeing it as of right now. If it is. So I'm trying to get back on it. Our left camera's out. No, it's not. Our back camera's the one that's out.
All right, so he's gonna continue trying to catch up with the storm. So we'll come back to him a little bit. We're still watching numerous tornado warnings unfold. We've got two new ones there in Kansas. One of them looked to set it to expire, but this is the extension of it. It definitely appears there's definitely rotation right there near the Bronson region, County Road 54. These are mainly heading more eastbound. Yeah, east at 45 miles an hour. So that one's moving east at 45 miles an hour. Looks like the tornado warnings have subsided there in Texas. And then further north, let's go back up to Nebraska. They've been dealing with a lot of tornadoes themselves. This one looks to still be confirmed. This is the one he's trying to catch up back to. This has been the main one all day long. This tornado right here. The same circulation has been on the ground for probably, I don't know, an hour and a half to 2 hours now. This has been extensive. Yeah, another tornado producing tornado located 7 miles northwest of Neola. This is also moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Yeah, this is the recycling activity that's coming back through Blair again. This is the activity that get hit hard earlier. All right, so let's put the storm reports back on. Yeah, you can see the track of that tornado earlier. In some form, it's been on the ground for a while. Started towards Lincoln, lifted northeast, and it's been continuing in some form on the ground. Now it's continued to move northeast. We also have another tornado warning. This is for northeastern Nebraska. Another tornado warning for northeastern Nebraska. This was over near the Norfolk area. Yeah, there's there's baseball size hail, 2.75 inches, folks. Confirmed by a storm spotter. So the Reed interceptor just got hit again, and he is still chasing more tornadoes. I'm getting some questions about Texas. Yeah, it looks like there's no tornadic activity currently at the moment. Not much happening across the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Everything's southeast, but very heavy rain over Mount Pleasant. You're getting some heavier wind gust. Some of this line can be 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gust through Mineola. It's just south of the Sulphur Springs region now. There's another system coming through Pittsburgh that probably has some intense straight line winds moving through that region, upwards of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Yeah, so the heavier activity continues to remain southeast of the Metroplex, and that's probably where it's going to be for the rest of the evening. And it's going to weaken as we get towards, after 6 o'clock, I would say. But we still have, we had 12 earlier, now we're down to 10. So I would say these tornado warnings are going to start lessening. They could use a break. It's been busy enough. So I think this is the last gasp coming through the Omaha region. There's that activity that's reformed back behind the main cell through Bennington, Washington, Kennard, through Blair. I think once we get this activity to move through, I think it's much drier on the other side. Oh. But for now, it continues to remain really active. We got numerous tornado warnings along this boundary. It's been an intense day. We've had a tornado emergency. We've had 2 PDS warnings with extremely large tornadoes on the ground. And then, this one still looks to be the most intense one of the day still. Still appears to be a tornado on the ground within this region, folks. We're still dealing with this rotating supercell. Yeah, there it was earlier. At 5:20, confirmed spotter, confirmed it was on the ground 10 minutes ago. This continues to move northeast. And they went ahead and already extended the tornado warning further northeast. Woodbine is in the path. Panama. Those are some of your next cities in the path of this dangerous storm. But it's active, folks. What are we at, the 5:30 time frame? We're at 5:30 now. We've got another cell just north of Woodland Park trying to spin up here. Hey, sun is coming out in Plano again. Does that mean it's going to intensify again? I mean, for the most part, I think you're probably done in the Metroplex. I mean, some guidance was showing some hints of some. I mean, I guess, you know, what, you have 2.5 hours left of daylight still. We can go back to the convection models and see if we have a new one updating. This is the 21Z. All right, well, let's take a peek at this since this is the updated 21Z. Doesn't have the whole run, but at least it kind of gives us an idea. This is 7 o'clock, so maybe in about 30 minutes or so, this is what some of the high resolution guidance kind of hinting at. That yeah, this activity is possibly going to be pushing east of the Omaha region by then. Of course, this is just a radar. This is just radar depicted. Just a model predicted run. 10 o'clock, there's 10 o'clock. Yeah, so hopefully this is the last gasp of it, and it's going to start winding down here shortly. But right now, we're still dealing with numerous tornado warnings. Still very busy. We've got 11 tornado warnings currently right now. The main activity continues to remain northeast of Iowa. Sorry, northeast of Omaha. It's been a while. Let's go back to some of these live feeds. He's trying to catch up back to the system. Looks like they're not trying. They're not coming in now. Just having a hard time connecting. Hey, what about Van Zant, Kenton County? Yeah, so there was that tornado warning earlier in Canton. Yeah, the tornado warnings have subsided down there in Texas. Oh. I'm getting a little tired. Mineola. Yeah, so you're probably still going to get some heavier rains for the rest of the evening, but maybe the tornadic supercells are going to be subsiding down there southeast of Texas, southeast of the Metroplex. We do look to be having a one tornado warning that just formed in Oklahoma. This is actually probably our first one of this afternoon, actually. In Oklahoma, it's been fairly quiet there. But this is another potential developing tornado around northeastern Oklahoma. Another supercell that looks to be north of the Muskogee region, northeast of Tulsa. Just a brand new isolated supercell that is forming all by itself near Chelsea. Looks like Bid Cabin, White Oak. those areas in the path of this storm need to take shelter with this newly formed supercell. We do have that one cell southeast of Topeka that's also tornadic. Nothing to confirm, but it's also pretty all by itself. And that's near the Redfield region. That's near Redfield. That's moving east at 45 miles an hour. So that's another developing supercell that is showing rotation. But it still appears Topeka is on the safe side this evening. Nothing's going to happen for you. All right, so they literally still reported that tornado on the ground, folks. Yeah, 5:05. Still, that tornado is on the ground. Unbelievable. Take a break. You probably need to be on again. Yeah, I know. I think I'm gonna call it a night here shortly. I'm definitely getting tired. I'm hungry. I ain't really eating that much all day, and I'm looking at it's like 5:30. I have no idea where the family's at. I don't think there's anybody here. They probably went out to dinner. So, doing the smart yeah, but we definitely are going to be back tomorrow for sure. For right now, it's still busy. It's still busy, folks. We have 11 tornado warnings still unfolding, and unfortunately, they're still dealing with. But the good thing is, it definitely appears most of the severe stuff is now moving out of Omaha, moving out of those tornado ravaged areas, and shifting a little bit further off to the east. Hopefully this stuff back here towards Blair and Fort Calhoun still does not try to recycle on the backside. But you can see you got very torrential rains right there coming back in those tornado ravaged areas. Yeah, he's dealing with it right now. It's a torrential rains. That tells you how heavy the rain is when those deep purple showing up on the radar there. Looks like he's trying to head to Blair. Yeah, this is Brandon Kopic's live feed here. He is going through that torrential rainstorm over Blair. Most of the activity is now continue to push off to the northeast. Looks like we possibly have another confirmed tornado. All right, another confirmed tornado over Neola. I think this is a continuation of the same one. Southwestern Iowa. Now this is southwestern Iowa here. Yeah, another tornado confirmed by storm spotters. Yeah, there's the system 2 miles southeast of Neola. You can see the circulation here. This is all heading towards Interstate 80 here, 880. Or sorry, Interstate 80. Yeah, this is going into more of an untapped atmosphere. So this is still tornadic within this region. You can actually see the hook on the south side, folks. That's another possible more significant tornado trying to form. All right, Connor is actually caught up with this system, so he's coming up on that circulation.
Yeah, I don't even know if we are capable of getting service with just AT&T, no booster, but we're trying it. Doing the best I can.
This one also is showing some sort of debris being lifted up in the atmosphere. So he's heading closer into that system. You can actually see the darkening sky out ahead of him. You can actually see in the last couple frames there, folks, this tornado looks to intensify here. This looks to be another fairly stronger tornado continuing to get stronger here. He's heading right into the circulation right now. He's trying to come up to it on the south side. This was a confirmed tornado southeast of Neola. This is all heading towards the Minden region. This is right over near, tornado emergency, folks. Wow, the second one of the day now. Tornado emergency, another tornado emergency. All right, so we have yet another tornado emergency, folks. Another confirmed extremely large tornado over the city of Minden. You can actually see it right here. We saw the debris ball, folks. Everybody needs to take shelter immediately. This is another particularly dangerous situation. An extremely large tornado is on the ground right now. Spotters are deadly tornado. Neola, Shelby, Minden, and Arrowhead Park. It's right over the city of Minden. Brand new tornado emergency unfolding as we speak.
Oh my God, it's a PDS.
Yeah, he's just now seeing this, a PDS now.
PDS warning now. Gosh dang it. I would be on this thing if it weren't for the screen malfunction. Just a disaster of a day. Just a train wreck.
Yeah, you can see the circulation, folks. It's right over the city of Minden, taking the full brunt of this system. Another extremely large tornado is on the ground. This is northeast of the Omaha, Nebraska region. You can see the circulation right here is really evident. It appears to be McGill, and Shelby are next in line, possibly, of this dangerous tornado. Yeah, they're obviously having trouble getting a live feed because there's so much happening. They're right near the storm, folks. But this is our second tornado emergency of the day. The new scans even look even nastier. This looks to continuing to intensify, folks. It's coming out of the Minden region, and it's heading to the city of possible Shelby. McGill and Shelby are next in line for this storm. So they did, in fact, extend this tornado emergency. So at 5:46, there was that extremely large damaging tornado that had been confirmed of the city of Minden. This was 14 miles southwest of Harlan. This is moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, northeast at 40 miles an hour. Another PDS, a particularly dangerous situation unfolding. As we speak, this is the second tornado emergency of the day. The first one left extensive damage. We've had numerous reports of extensive damage to subdivisions. And during that first one, this is the second one of the day. The first one was a mile wide, confirmed by spotters potentially. It's been a very busy day, folks. A lot of tornadic activity. I think today has actually turned out a little worse than expected because of the delay in the delay in the system. We are, in fact, having some of those warnings start to come down a little bit. So we're getting 5 tornado warnings as we expected, but definitely was not expecting another tornado emergency coming out of this area. Trying to get a break here. So he's pretty far back. He's pretty far back from there. So let's see if we can tap into Aaron's. And then he's too close, you can't get a signal. Hey, Storm Runner has it on live now. They have Starlink. I'm from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. My kids are in Omaha. Been following you since 3 o'clock. Thanks for covering this area. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, it's been a very busy afternoon. We have a continued large tornado. We did confirm large tornado destroying homes. That was literally 4 minutes ago, folks. Confirmed storm chaser said it was destroying homes in its path. There was the storm that went over Minden. Very large tornado reported. This continues to be on the ground. It appears to be right over McGill, northwest of Shelby now. Omaha is taking a break. Looks like things have calmed down in the Omaha region, but now everything's shifting to your east. Oh, I spoke too soon. There's yet another tornado warning. Now this time southeast of Texarkana. Another tornado warning there in Texas. Let's look at that one real quick. So another developing supercell trying to form near the New Boston region, just outside of Linden. This is heading to the Texarkana region. So Texarkana, brand new tornado warning issued. Let's see, it was located near Naples, near the city of Naples, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Going to be crossing over the Texas-Arkansas border and maybe potentially heading towards Hope, Arkansas. It definitely has more intense winds with it, potentially up to 70 miles an hour within that supercell. Yeah, Minden took a direct hit from that large, extremely damaging tornado. There's that one cell continuing over Oklahoma. It's all by itself, but it has turned severe in radar indicated tornado. Where that other one just north of the Fort Scott region. Highway 31 was closed west of Fulton due to flooding. So this area has been inundated with very heavy rain. That is also another supercell that's continued to circulate. Looks to be right along County Road 69 there. County Road 69, just north of Fort Scott. Looks like we have another tornado warning. This is southeast of the Omaha region and Clarinda. But there is a tornado emergency still unfolding. Looks like the circulation is still over the Shelby region. Large, extremely damaging tornado at 5:48. So this was 5 minutes ago, confirmed to be over Shelby, to be a large destructive tornado. Continues to be on the ground, going to be near Harlan and at 6:05. Tenant at about 6 o'clock. So those are the next two cities in the path of this dangerous tornado that's likely causing yet another extensive damage just northeast of the Omaha region. But you can see it. Look at all those red. That's all tornado reports. That is all tornado reports. It just shows you how busy it's been this afternoon. If we expand the coverage, these are all people reporting tornado reports along its path. So it's been a very busy afternoon, folks. We still have that tornado emergency still unfolding. Hopefully we can see any signs of this letting up, but it does not appear so. That is a nasty hook just north of the Shelby region, folks. That's not wanting to quit. Heading towards Tenet at 6 o'clock. This is definitely not wanting to let up. Still an extremely large circulation wind field over between Shelby and Tenet. This is heading towards the Harlan region, heading towards Harlan. All these areas definitely need to be in their safe zone. Kirkman looks to be possibly in the path as well. Irwin, wow, that tornado emergency goes on for 50 minutes because it's so big of an emergency. That is a massive area, considering that's a tornado emergency. But it definitely appears things have kind of come down towards, just east of just west of Sioux City there. Still some torrential rains coming. So Blair is taking a break. Blair, I think you're probably done for the evening. Kennard, Fort Collins. So we're slowly trying to move this activity out of there. Yeah, we've had two confirmed, tornado emergencies today. Yeah, pretty rare day to have two in one day. That's definitely a dangerous day. This would be every bit of a tornado outbreak unfolded today. all you really need is like 6 or 10 tornadoes to be a tornado outbreak. This was definitely one of those days. And then, considering tomorrow is supposed to be the busiest day, that just goes to show you how active this atmosphere is. So hopefully it does not turn out that way, but it definitely has more of an extensive, a deeper trough ejection. And it does appear to be another peak heating type of event for a lot of areas. So we'll see how this comes together. I'm anxious to see the 0Z run tonight around 9 o'clock. After that data comes in, there definitely appears to be a lull in the overnight, but that only says the atmosphere has time to regenerate. So if it clears out in the next couple of hours or so, and then it has all night to regenerate and most of the morning, that puts it in prime time again for tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow night. Wow, folks, look at that nasty hook. That is still an extremely large tornado on the ground. It's like worst case scenario right here, folks. This is not what you want to see. Yeah, still a ton of circulation within that atmosphere. Got a pretty healthy debris ball lifting up in the atmosphere. Yeah, this is not a good situation. Over Tenet, over Harlan. Another PDS warning, particularly dangerous situation. Very large tornado unfolding as we speak. Circulation just definitely doesn't really have any let up. Yeah, so there you go. Very large tornado crossing over Interstate 80. That was a storm spotter earlier. That was just, that was literally 9 minutes ago, confirming that extremely large tornado on the ground. Yeah, I could every bit go moderate. I mean, there's already a pretty huge area of enhanced. So I would say, yeah, I would say it would, portions of it would go moderate for sure. I mean, you could almost warrant a moderate day for this. There was a lot of activity, pretty consolidated around Nebraska there. It ramped up quickly near the Omaha region, very quickly. There wasn't much of anything until like 2 or 3 o'clock. But it's been a bumpy ride for the last couple of hours for sure. We're still seeing that nasty hook on radar, folks. That is not wanting to let up. Every single time we think it's going to let up, but man, it's still, that does not look good. So thanks everyone for tuning into live coverage. If you just found me, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you like the video. Definitely follow me on Facebook. I'm pretty much here on a daily basis. I do daily updates nationwide. I've been on YouTube now for several years. But yeah, we still have that nasty supercell coming out of Tenet. This is all heading towards Harlan, Kirkman. The supercell tornado crossed the entire state with a tornado on the ground. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I mean, it's yet to be determined if that was the exact same one or not, but nonetheless, there's definitely there's going to be some tornadoes that's been on the ground for 30, 40 miles this afternoon. We'll let the National Weather Service survey all the damage after the dust settles, but they really can't do anything until probably Monday. I mean, it's going to be very active in these areas. Tomorrow it gets really busy again. It's just it's that time of year, folks. It's that time of year and this is definitely a time period that looks to be a little bit more active than others when you get into the last part of April. This is the heat. This is the peak of severe storm season. You get late April, first part of May. This is always typically very active. You get on the back half of May, it tries to slow down. So I think we are getting towards the cusp of it. I think it definitely appears very active for another couple of weeks. Hopefully it'll start to lessen as that El Nino lessens. So we'll see. But right now we're definitely in the thick of it. And that hook does not want to let up. It is not wanting to go anywhere. Yeah, it's taking out their feed. They can't get anything. Too much going on there right now. Dangerous situation unfolding. Just another devastating supercell. So there it is. There's the continuation 7 minutes ago. Confirming that tornado 5 miles north of Shelby. Continues to move northeast at 35 miles an hour. Continue with that tornado emergency. Hey, I sent your channel to family and friends traveling into Oklahoma. I think it's hard sometimes to find a good way to immediately tune in. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for sharing my channel. I'm happy to keep everyone informed. Thanks for everyone's support out there. I will definitely be back sometime tomorrow with more live coverage. All right, so it looks like we've got that one storm still trying to hold on there, just southeast of Topeka. Definitely appeared that has dropped a tornado, a brief tornado at times, have touched down, confirmed with that cell and to eastern Kansas there. And definitely appears, it looks like we have that one cell that's coming out of just northeast of Tulsa. And yes, wow, we have another tornado warning, folks. Another tornado warning just southeast of the DFW Metroplex. This one now is towards the Grand Saline region. This was highlighted over the Grand Saline region. This was also moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So this line just continues to spin up some tornadic activity along the boundary here, southeast of Dallas. And click on some of these storm reports. Yeah, wind damage. Talk about trees down. This was another one over Interstate 20. Another tree down. Just reporting a lot of tree damage here. But we still have that tornado emergency. Looks like they even possibly. Yeah, look at that circulation. Trying to fill in. It is definitely trying to fill in here. Hopefully it'll start winding down here shortly. You can see it trying to fill in. But right now we're still dealing with that possibly wedge tornado. A ton of circulation right here. Just another very dangerous situation unfolding. Someone with an energy drink to sponsor my channel. Yeah, some of these live feeds can go for a while, right? I mean, I don't even remember. Did I eat today? I did eat breakfast. But it's been a while. It's been like 8 o'clock. Yeah, I jumped on about, I think I jumped on about 10:30. I think so. Something like that. It was right after they issued a tornado watch, and there was still that tornado watch in eastern Oklahoma when I came on that expired at 11. So there wasn't much of anything. The only activity in town was further south into Texas. Then stuff started firing in Nebraska towards, I don't know, I think 1, 2 o'clock time frame, and then just things started to unload closer to 2, 3 o'clock, and it's been really busy the last couple of hours for sure. Did have some isolated cells forming just east of Tulsa here. Yeah, just subtle rotations with that one. Yeah, you can tell the difference between a tornado emergency and just very subtle rotation. Big difference. Let's go back further north. See if these cells are going to try to wind down anytime soon. Looks like we have more intense circulation trying to form down by Clarinda. That's also moving northeast. All right, so we're down to 6 tornado warnings now and one tornado emergency still. Yeah, 6:04, so 6 minutes ago, continues tornado emergency over Harlan. The city of Harlan still confirming that large destructive tornado. So Harlan around 8:10. This is, you see the city of Harlan now. Looks like Kirkman might be the next in line to take the brunt of the circulation. Hey, over 5 inches of rain so far near Edgewood. More coming. Yeah, we could look at some rainfall totals if you like. Yeah, it's been fairly significant. There's been some 4 or 5 inch totals near Grand Isles. Here's a pocket south of Dallas. Look at that, 5, 6 inches, folks. Look at that, 7 inches. Yeah, 7 inches between Kaufman and Mineola. 7 inches of rain, folks. 8 inches of rain. Yeah, this band is just not really gone anywhere all day long. So obviously the flood warnings are warranted. And it's still pouring pretty good near the Grand Saline region, coming out of Canton. Torrential rains, heading towards the Van region. Still have that tornado warning for far northeast Texas, near New Boston, near to Texarkana. That will probably likely try to extend into Arkansas. So let's go back to that tornado emergency. Hopefully it's trying to break out now. Still a ton of circulation in between Harlan and Kirkman now. Hey, I can see that box being extended north-northeast. Yeah, this box goes until another 30 minutes or so. Still showing a ton of rotation, folks. Doesn't want to let up there. Still that PDS warning is warranted. Still that particular dangerous situation. All right, so if we expand the view, take a look at the big picture here. Yeah, it looks like most of the activity is coming to an end. North Platte, Broken Bow, Kearney, Grand Isles, Sioux City. Yes, continues to push off to the east. Fremont, really even Omaha is pretty much done for the evening. Everything has shifted northeast now. Yeah, still some activity by Clarendon. Nothing really formed in Kansas City and Topeka region. But we got that one cell south into Oklahoma, or maybe just southeast of Topeka there. Another dry slot near Joplin. And of course, you have that activity down southeast of the Metroplex in East Texas. You got storms impacting St. Louis, but those do not appear to be severe. Okay, great. The tornado emergency has come down. We no longer have a tornado emergency, but we still have that tornado on the ground. So it is weakening. That is a good sign. We are seeing signs of weakening finally. But we still have a PDS. We still have that PDS warning. So even though we don't have the tornado emergency, we still have a confirmed extremely large tornado on the ground. Now, this was 4 miles southeast of Earling. Oh. Yeah, so continues to be an extremely large, dangerous tornado on the ground, northeast of the Omaha region. We've been watching this rotation for a long time. Oh, looks like they went ahead and did extend the tornado warning. Yeah, so brand new tornado warning did get extended. That confirmed tornado was over the Kirkman region. So there's the city of Kirkman. And this has continued to move, northeast at 30 miles an hour. So they went ahead and extended the tornado warning. Now this is west central Iowa. Now it's getting into west central Iowa region. But it definitely is not as pronounced as it was. It's hopefully it is starting to continue to come down. But yeah, still a ton of circulation just in and around the Kirkman region. Every time I think it's going to let up, we got one more. So now we have another confirmed tornado in Missouri. I think this was actually the first one for that state today. All right, law enforcement have confirmed a tornado in Missouri. This is Skidmore. It was located near the Skidmore region. And in Missouri, had some ping pong size hail, a damaging tornado. Maryville is in the path. Burlington Junction, Skidmore, Quitman. Those areas are in the path of this confirmed tornado that is over the Skidmore region. This is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, northeast at 50 miles an hour. Brand new confirmed tornado. This is just east of Interstate 29 there, east of Interstate 29. Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Yeah, to my knowledge, this is the first confirmed tornado in Missouri today. Hey, I've been watching you for 2 years, and I tell all my family and friends, hey, Stephen, hey, appreciate your support. So we still have several tornadoes on the ground. We still have that, not as definitely pronounced, but definitely still circulation just north of the Harlan region. This is where that confirmed tornado has been on the ground for an extended period of time. Yeah, so they rightfully so went ahead and extended the tornado warning to include those areas further northeast until like 7 o'clock. Let's go back to Brandon's feed. He's just in that torrential rain right now. So he's in the last gasp of that rainstorm. There's not much off to its west. You can see the blinding rain there. Very hard to see. They did have a Yeah, he's right in the thick of it right now. This is where he's at, heading towards Dunlap. Yeah, so very heavy rain he's dealing with at the moment. Yeah, let's go back to Missouri. Let's go back to that one coming out of Skidmore. That one is heading northeast at 50 miles an hour, just north of the Maryville region. But you can see there's not much back behind these systems. So if you live to the west of here, you're clear for the night. You're pretty much done. We are heading towards that 6:30 time frame, so we are losing some heating there. We're on the backside now of this the very first system. So he's trying to catch back up with that one storm that's still producing. He's trying to come on the other side of it. Still appears it's possibly still producing that tornado, folks. This one does not want to let up. It does not want to let up here. But the National Weather Service will be out doing a lot of surveys. They've got a busy couple days ahead. There were a ton of tornado reports. You can see all the red triangles. Those are all the storm chasers reporting some sort of tornadic activity throughout the day. Fairly extensive there in Nebraska. Looks like that tornado warning has expired down there in Texas. Still ongoing just southeast of Topeka. And most of the action continues to remain right where that low pressure is. But the good thing, the tornado emergency has subsided. So that is no longer in effect. But we still got a confirmed tornado at 624. So apparently it's still on the ground, folks. Confirmed extremely large tornado, very dangerous tornado located over Irwin. Another still continued PDS warning. Cities in the path are going to be that Manila, Aspinwall, Manning. So we still have yet the continued large, very large, destructive tornado on the ground. Have to get you set up with some Red Bull. Yes, absolutely. I don't know how many calories Red Bull has. Oh, but yes, I am getting tired. Every time I think it's going to start winding down, it picks back up again. We're still tracking this confirmed very large tornado on the ground. This is all heading towards the city of Manila and to Manning. We got renewed activity coming in on the backside. But I think once that moves through, this will clear this atmosphere out. But we continue to have 9 tornado warnings right now. All right, let's go back to Brandon's feed. He looks like he's caught up with the system. All right, so there he is coming out of Dunlap here. He's trying to intercept this circulation.
I just updated my location. I'm sorry, I just saw your text too. You can refresh location if it hasn't been doing it correctly.
Yeah, this continues to remain pretty elevated, folks. Very large, broad circulation still unfolding across this region.
Yeah, according to velocity, I think that's like this is a horrible place to do it. Thankfully, we will be approaching from the north side.
So he's actually heading towards Dow City, towards Denison. I don't know if he's going to try to cut over to Buck Grove.
We are not far.
Hey, Brandy. Hey, you're welcome. I know I've been live since 10:30. I'm not sure how much longer I can be. I'm going to have to take a break here shortly. Oh, I got to eat. I'm getting very hungry. But yeah, it continues to remain very active. Brandon's trying to intercept this, large tornado.
Next 10 to 15 minutes, we are going to be right underneath this thing. There's a confirmed tornado still on the ground with it right now. Still on the ground.
Yeah, this tornado has been on the ground for a pretty extended time again. This is another one of those 20, 30 minutes or so, at least. All right, so there he is, Dow City. He's trying to intercept it. He thinks he's like 15 minutes away. So there's the circulation he's chasing. This is the confirmed tornado still on the ground near the Manila region. And he is in Dow City.
We're going to be incredibly close to this tornado when it crosses 30. Incredibly close in the next 10 minutes. More than likely, the source of my sound
All right, we'll still stay on the feed here for the next 10 minutes and see if he intercepts this tornado. You know, if it's still on the ground, he's trying to get up to 30, up towards Denison and Vale, as this is a continued lift northeast. Yeah, weather spotter continuing to confirm a big tornado. So even as we speak, they continue to confirm that large tornado still on the ground. Again, this is a continued PDS, particularly dangerous situation unfolding just east of the Omaha region. Northeast of Omaha. We zoom in here. This is what we're looking at here. All right, he's not that far away actually now. It is heading right towards Highway 30, and that's exactly where it's gonna head towards. So he's trying to intercept it here. Hey, I hope the stuff to the west doesn't circle back up. Really appreciate what you do. I had to quit local weather and go to my storm coverage. Hey, Richard, thanks for watching. Appreciate your support. Yeah, glad to be on here. Glad I'm available today to do live storm coverage. Celebrated my birthday yesterday. So we still have that confirmed tornado on the ground, still very large, intense tornado still unfolding across that region. But look where every else we're down to 4 tornado warnings. So we're getting there, folks. I mean, we're starting to kind of wind down a little bit.
Well, Steve, quite honestly, we've been in search and rescue mode for the past few hours. It's been about the last 45 minutes that things myself were cleared from emergency scene.
All right, so we're going to stay on this tornado here.
We've been pretty busy up there. Just gotten freed up, and now we're about to go through the town of Denison, Iowa, and move further north and east on State Route 30. We likely have that very large and extremely dangerous tornado literally only a couple miles to our southwest, but you not see it because we are on the backside of the hook. We will be performing with the hook slice maneuver where we punch through the precip floor. It's very dangerous because once we punch through the precip in the hook, as soon as we come out of that precip, we will likely see a very large and extremely dangerous tornado at close range.
All right, so we'll stay on this feed, folks. He is definitely trying to intercept this tornado here and come out on the other side to get a better view.
Yeah, so it's definitely a strong tornado on the ground without a doubt. Thankfully, all the areas that we checked, there were no injuries by the grace of God, and we were able to help people, get people out of the way. People that had their homes destroyed. There was one home that was almost completely leveled.
Wow.
All the residents were okay. We helped them go through debris to find their
That was the storm earlier, that first tornado emergency.
Helped them pick up after we cleared the area. But it's just been an overall chaotic day, as you guys have seen.
So let's go back to Missouri. That's that other confirmed tornado. That still appears to be on the ground. That was over Rich Hill. That was another tornado on the ground reported by law enforcement there. That's coming out of Rich Hill. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. There's yet another tornado in the Missouri region. This will go on for another 7 minutes or so. So Appleton City, Rock Hill, Rockville, those are areas that are in the path of this damaging tornado.
Well, I mean, in the aspect of things, as always, safety is number one, and the coordination between all of us is really about our safety. That's the number one thing. And if any of us need assistance of any sort, so that's the big thing.
So right now we're tracking the storm in Rich Hill, Missouri, moving eastbound. We did have a confirmed tornado with this one. It's still showing circulation. It's all heading towards Rockville. In between Rockville and Appleton City. There's another cell back behind that one. There was a brief touchdown earlier outside of Fort Scott. But he should be getting close to that interception right now. You can see where he's at.
All right, guys, we are minutes from getting eyes on this large and extremely dangerous tornado.
All right, so let's zoom back into this one north of Manila. All right, so there he is. He's not that far away here, folks. Still getting confirmation the tornado is still on the ground. So there he is right now. There's Highway 30. And there is the tornado lifting northeast. So we're watching Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic on his live feed, trying to intercept this tornado. This is an extremely large tornado, continues to be on the ground for an extended period of time. So he's hoping once it gets out of the other side of the system that it's going to. Right now, the main circulation is about 5 miles southwest of this area, or southeast, I'm sorry. We still have that one confirmed tornado in Missouri out of Vernon and Bates, Missouri. We're still watching that one as well. All right, so we'll watch. We'll see if we actually see it here. So he's just trying to get ahead of the system. Obviously, very hard to see, very rain wrapped. They went ahead and extended the tornado warning further north. All right, so there's 643. That's a new scan. Still confirming that extremely large tornado on the ground. It's 5 miles southwest of the Vail region. There is the city of Vail. There's the confirmation from the National Weather Service that it's still on the ground. Northeastern Crawford County and west central Iowa here. The circulation is probably 2 to 3 miles southeast of him. Still a PDS tornado warning, folks. Of course, we lost his feed. All right, we'll see if it reconnects here. He is right on top of the circulation, folks. Yeah, he's getting into the brunt of the circulation now. Make sure you can see this. Oh, it's definitely southwest of them.
I don't see anything on the ground right now. I don't think that far behind me, but I'm not seeing it yet. I'm hoping another scan will come in.
Yeah, he doesn't have any confirmation that it's on the ground because he can't see it. But he's really, really basically right on top of it right now.
I'll keep an eye east for now. Okay, so the clouds above us are going directly towards what's behind us. So I think it is to our south and west of our current location.
I would actually agree with you on that. If we could find a good clearing, but I like those guys, we may be able to just hold it up for a second.
Yeah, he is pretty close to that circulation right now. Very close.
Yeah, I'm gonna flip around right here.
All right, so he's actually turning back around. He's going to go back the other way.
Oh yeah, it definitely looks like it's behind us. Let's front camera.
Yeah, at 6:43, it was confirmed an extremely large tornado. We're losing his news feed. Yeah, he's in the brunt of the circulation right now. They did go ahead and extend that tornado warning, and rightfully so, because even 4 or 5 minutes ago, it was still confirmed that it was an extremely large tornado on the ground. You can see where he's at. He's off Highway 30 here, and there is Brad. They're in the thick of the circulation right now. So we're still tracking a very large tornado on the ground. You just can't see it.
All right. This is going to be it directly in front of us.
All right, so we'll stay on this, folks.
I'm watching slightly off to the left of my vehicle right now. I see the scud, but I don't see anything on the ground, honestly. It's going to be close.
Yeah, if you look at the stuff here right over the road, those feeder things going in, all those are in there. There's got to be in there. It's behind you. We've got these feeders going in. Those making that region got you right there.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's just waiting for it to get here.
I wonder if it crapped out.
It might have.
It definitely doesn't look as pronounced as it was. The circulation. I mean, it has been on the ground for an extremely long time now.
All right, guys, we're waiting for it right now. Just waiting for it.
I mean, he is right there.
All right, feeling out the flow, I think it is due south of us from this location, or from my location. I think it's south.
So we are monitoring an extremely large tornado that has been confirmed on the ground for an extended period of time. We are tapping into Brandon Kovick's Storm Chaser live cam here. And he is in great positioning to see this tornado.
Yeah, I think this is where it's laying down right now. I'm going to pull off over here, though. I'm not seeing any vortices or anything right now.
All right.
Go further east, honestly. Latest scan on radar has it a little bit east of here. I'm going to go a little further east. Just a smidge.
All right. So anything, he's basically between Vale. I mean, it's right there, folks. It might have even shifted a little bit. It's moving more northeast. Or it's just simply not on the ground anymore.
Well, we got winds going from north to south. It's going to be right here.
All right, so we're watching Brandon Kovick's live feed here. He's chasing down this potential tornado that's maybe still on the ground. It definitely does not look as pronounced as it was. I mean, the circulation is really rapidly winding down. It may not. It might have pulsed back up. It may not be. Yeah, you don't want it to drop right on top of you.
I think it's on the ground just north south. This looks straight south. It looks like recent, but it looks like it's buried a little bit in that range.
Yeah, you might be right.
Is that it?
I think that's it.
Right. There it is, folks. I think that's it, folks.
The rain bands are wrapping around it. I think that is it.
It's just very hard to see, but I think a lot of that haze there, that is the tornado, folks. Yeah, so at 6:51. It just continues to say that the storm was had a history of producing a tornado. It's just so hard to tell off in a distance. Very hazy. But it looks like the circulation is right now to his northeast.
I'm gonna go forward a little bit more. These rain bands are ripping right in there. I just don't feel like anything's fully condensed, but the circulation shows it right on them.
Yeah, I know. I feel like it's not down and it's about to be down or something.
Yeah, he's basically right on top of the circulation, folks. Hey, Eric, how's it going? All right, so he is south of the storm now.
Yeah, let's go east and north. In the town of Vale, there's a north road we can take. Or not east, excuse me, west and north. There's a road in the town of Vale that takes us straight north.
So he's talking about this road right here, 345th. So he's basically heading south and probably taking 345th here. So we're trying to see a confirmed tornado on live cam, folks. It's possibly right here, just northeast of him. Yeah, if he can catch 345th and go north, I think he might see it. Oh, wow. So brand new tornado warning further south now. This is for, again, west central Iowa. West central Iowa. The same storm we've been tracking for a while here is located over Manila.
We didn't see this one visually. We're going to flip around. There's a new tornado warning to our south. That looks like
Yeah, he's essentially given up on that one tornado and he's heading southbound trying to get this new activity.
Yeah, this thing's going deep north. It's not going to do it.
Yeah, that one in Nebraska has been about 2 hours. Yeah, it's been crazy how long it's been on the ground. Yeah, it looks like stuff is trying to build further south into areas of so we still have several other tornado warnings taking shape. This is one just south of Kansas City. So he is switching gears and now heading south, trying to catch up with that new circulation that's building south. All right, so yes, we do have confirmation. Another confirmed tornado that built south.
We're about to pop out of the freeze here shortly, and we'll be able to see it.
Yeah, this is a brand new tornado warning. That's another confirmed tornado that has in fact built further south towards Manila. This is still continuing to move northeast at 45 miles an hour. So it has in fact recycled on the backside. And we got new circulation. You see the storm chasers heading south again, chasing that southern circulation. Yeah, as soon as he leaves, look at that. More intense circulation coming back in the picture. Mm.
I'm a little way from you. You're good. We don't want that to run.
I mean, if there's next road coming up, if we go east on the major, it's not gonna be a freeze.
Well, we should get visual.
All right, so we still have 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground still as we speak in Iowa.
That's true, and it's not a big deal, of course. It might not be that dense. So we would probably just go south, just cut east if we have to, go just back out and go north.
All right, guys, this is probably going to continue for a couple more hours, but I'm going to have to call it a night. I'm definitely getting tired and getting hungry for sure. I've been on since about 10:30. It looks like it continues to building further south, right? I mean, yeah, definitely a renewed tornado warning. This continues to back build further south.
Is that going to hit to our east? Look to your left. Look over your left shoulder. That's it. There's vortices on the ground.
All right, so he is getting confirmation of that tornado. He's setting his sights on He has a visual now. He's seeing the individual vortices touching down. Yeah, but it definitely appears it's trying to build back further south. So he's trying to catch up with that southern circulation. But yeah, this was another confirmed tornado near the Manila region about 6 minutes ago. And they did, in fact, extend this circulation further south as well.
Well, it looks like there's a debris signature just to our southwest. Latest debris signature is almost due west of us right now.
Is that hail? Is that?
Right, you can see like some rain screens and then it's like a rain core. I think it might be back in that. I'm tempted to go back north and then go back to an east route that's not 30 or whatever that is. On the top of there.
Yeah, probably, honestly. I'm gonna find someone to flip around. I'm gonna flip around here real quick.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, I got the bands wrapping around right in front of me.
Oh yeah, I just gotta get to work.
All right, so this is a confirmed tornado is on the ground, folks. They are heading south directly towards the circulation.
Sorry, guys. I'm moving the camera around right now.
Oh. All right, so we got a couple confirmed tornadoes on the ground. We've got 7 tornado warnings. So this is all, a lot of the activity is heading towards Iowa now. I think for the most part, most of Nebraska is pretty much done. But I'm going to probably call it a night, folks. I'm getting tired, so I've been on here about 8.5 hours. So y'all be safe. I will definitely be back tomorrow. We got another busy day ahead with more active, severe storms. Definitely just stay weather aware if you definitely live in Iowa for a couple more hours. But hopefully it'll start lulling down as we get deeper into the evening, and we'll have a much more calmer evening ahead. So, hey, appreciate everybody following. Welcome to the new welcome to the new followers. Appreciate all your support. Thanks for all the donations. And we will be back with more coverage tomorrow. All right. Y'all be safe, everyone. Good night.